It's you who created us. The expressions around him tightened. We don't have freedom, and we also long for those real lives. Bai Xiaosheng smiled faintly, with an inexplicable strange look, making people unable to see through or guess. Ladies Marshal Emperor, don't be nervous, we are here. Just for the sake of our mother's birthday. There was silence again, and a group of people put on a fighting stance. No one knew what Bai Xiaosheng was thinking. Are you here to assassinate the Mother Earth and prevent her from becoming a saint? Shayla couldn't help but said loudly. This time, Bai Xiaosheng did not answer. And Lin Hongfeng next to him smiled slightly and said, the question just now, the Heavenly Emperor's unique skills can be unparalleled in combat, and countless forces in the entire three realms are jealous. And the exchange is equivalent, not only that weird little information, right? I want to exchange it again. The goal of your trip. Bai Xiaosheng's expression stiffened again. Of course not. He shook his head and said lightly, we admire our mother very much. Her kindness and kindness are indeed the worthy mother of the earth, and if the dragon vein will be destroyed, and the three realms will usher in the greatest catastrophe in history. Not only the god of incense will die, but we ghosts will die without fear. Without our mother, we will not be here. We are the most faithful guardians of Mother Earth. Supporters? Surrounded by the startled queens. It's unbelievable, these grotesques. What the hell are they doing? Perhaps I am the most special leader of the villain forces in the past, and I will answer any questions from the enemy. Bai Xiaosheng laughed at himself, and suddenly chuckled. If that's the case, let tell you something. Forget it. You are only latecomers after all. Do you know the principle of the dragon veins? Poof. Everyone knows that the fears of all living beings converge, but deeper. No one understands. Bai Xiaosheng pointed to a square-shaped stone brick under his feet, with a beige mirror surface of uniform color, bland and unremarkable. This stone brick, this is the ancient world before the appearance of dragon veins. Everyone was puzzled and watched vigilantly. From the beginning to the end, had no idea what kind of thoughts he had. Bai Xiaosheng smiled, stretched out his hand and placed it on the top of the stone brick. A beam of light shone down, leaving a black shadow of his palm on the stone brick. This is the world of dragon veins, the mother of the earth ivy, sprinkled with a beam of light. Seems to illuminate the entire world. These lights are the gods who protect all living beings, gather the good thoughts of all living beings, and turn them into he, in the eyes of all living beings. Let the people not suffer. But the world is balanced, everything has yin and yang sides. How much light is given, how much darkness will be born, the brighter the place, the more obvious the darkness. His cheeks bathe in the sun fund. Compared to the homogeneous world before, now the world is clearly divided. The Mother Earth has taken away the light that all living beings radiate and turned it into clean energy of faith. So where does the rest of the darkness go? Those turbid thoughts, tyranny, malice, fear, crazy. Xuji was stunned, did not speak, and continued to listen to this Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng said indifferently, do you understand now? The incense of human beings has been cut off. As many new gods as there are as many equivalent ghosts and gods. We are the reflection world inside and outside the mirror. Speak beside. Then, what do you want to say? Why is the number of grotesque gods far less than the true gods? Bai Xiaosheng smiled, as if great wise man in the three realms saw through the past and the present. Because the energy of the two sides is equal, but the ground the mother has great wisdom, and in the mortal world, she constantly breaks up and kills the grotesque. It is not allowed to gather together, and let the gods disperse and suppress these main dark energies. A full 60%. Shushan Lock Demon Tower. In the sticks of the demon world, there are only 3,000 real gods and demons. I used all kinds of methods to find out, and then I got this terrifying number. This number is enough to make 5 gods. This is the truth of realms. Great monsters. The voice fell, and everyone in the entire Valkyrie palace fell silent. At this moment, they know the truth of the whole world. The reason why the suppressed fear and weirdness have become more frequent these years. No matter what means are used, the suppression, division, and darkness of those sentient beings will not disappear, but will only increase. Bai Xiaosheng said, all beings, the fear and influence of the 3,000 grotesque statues continue to gather on them in the Zhenyao Pagoda and the steks, so as to keep guarding. The ones who are left outside are only on the 4th floor. Even so, there is a monstrous god, and a large number of us gods. Are you trying to find a way to rescue the 3,000 grotesque gods? Release dark energy? Everyone was shocked. I also want to truly live and experience the joy of life. He smiled slightly, his eyes burning, like a fanatical martyr explaining his unwavering great dream. So, here we are. Although we are weak, the world is full of miracles. He smiled, and looked up suddenly. Suddenly, the wind was surging, and the Peach Conference began. One after another, the colorful rays of light fall to the sky, which is sacred and mighty. A beautiful cradle fairy is scattering petals. A vast temple flies up into the sky. On it sits an ancient existence, the origin of the devil, the longevity of heaven, and the emperor of the underworld. Blood Emperor, these have already become gods. And even Ho Renong Lei Dai, and one of the world's top existences. Congratulations to the mother of Miluo Hotuyuan. Whoa! A beautiful woman with a golden crown sat on the throne. Soon, congratulatory messages came from the surrounding area, and forces stepped forward one by one. Shushan, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the Wushan Palace all expressed their congratulations. In the end, Bai Xiaosheng suddenly stepped forward. Ghost Knight Palace, come to congratulate. He stretched out his hand, and a grotesque figure appeared behind him, exuding a terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked, and the entire Pantao conference was silent. An ethereal and vast voice recalled that it was Emperor Netherland who said, "Fellow Taoist Mother Earth who came to pay homage, there are people who dare to be presumptuous and can kill them. Elman doesn't like being as kind as herself, and for the common people. The Mother of the Earth who was fighting had a great impression." Bangs. A vast white jade arm tore through the void, but was quickly blocked by an existence, and a terrifying aura erupted. It was a grotesque deity. Presumptuous. A mere ordinary god. The other gods were slightly startled and directly attacked this grotesque god. "You can't hit me, I'm in your dreams." The surrounding attacks were lost in an instant. The terrifying shadow smiled, and the surrounding was sternly photographed, and the entire temple sitting high was instantly his world. Come on, have a good dream. Whoa! The whole piece of heaven was suddenly in an uproar. Such a drastic change was too intrusive. A mere ordinary god, even if the means are weird and has special rules, but the other gods are all powerful in combat. If you find out the details of each other, you can kill them directly in less than a minute. Don't panic. The head of Shushan said, his ability to respond is extremely strong, and even if he encountered such a drastic change, he quickly stabilized. For the gods, and even their realm, 1 minute can already do a lot of things. He is just dealing with his life. Everyone in the Great Zhou Dynasty said, And the great Zhou emperor of this generation was even more straightforward. It can only be delayed for a minute. After it dies, although it is grotesque, it needs to be revived. That huge amount of energy will take a long time, and it will definitely die. There seemed to be a reassurance around him. However, a sense of unease and fear gradually surrounded them. At such a tragic price, appearing at the Pantao conference and forcibly holding on for a minute. What exactly are you planning to do? At this time, Bai Xiaosheng stretched out his hand and sneered at the distance. Li Mi, you are fake. Boom. Who dares? That I'm fake. I'm real. I'm real. I'm a hero. Li Mi instantly became furious, turned into a terrifying monster, and began to attack the surrounding gods indiscriminately. The combat power almost caused the surrounding heavenly emperors to suffer heavy damage. After all, we are not ourselves, but the He in the eyes of all beings, which contains great terror. Bai Xiaosheng smiled lightly. That guy, when he gets angry, will lose his sense and turn into a complete humanoid weapon, which can be called no brains, powerful and terrifying flesh, able to absorb all the impact of force, but we don't even help the monsters that approach. The weak wins over the strong, that's our performance. Beside Bai Xiaosheng appeared again four inexplicable terrifying existences, surrounded by dark auras, began to meet the surrounding heavenly emperors. Come on, a counterattack of the weak, because of the miracle performance, the legendary fate. This begins. I have most powerful wisdom in the world. The world has been rewritten. His body gradually vacated, his eyes gradually reddened. Come on! Slaughter! Let's start our Ghost Night Palace performance. Diffuse open, one after another, filled with a sticky fishy smell. Boom! Bai Xiaosheng was lingering in terror, roaring loudly. A giant black and red hand stretched out into the sky, stirring up the dark clouds, rolling darkly and lowly, making people breathless. The world will remember the horror of the Ghost Night Palace. Our 7 stalwarts exist, forever in the world. Bang! The earth cracked in vain. Countless immortal palaces collapsed. The whole sky shook. Countless dark red arms pierced into the sky, stirring the black clouds and mist, and the entire heavenly sky began to turn into a huge mirror with transparent black frame. Mirror. What is he doing? Seeing such a terrifying Bai Xiaosheng, countless people turned horrified. He didn't make a move and let the 5 ghosts behind him kill us all. Bold! I really think we are muddy. Even if we are grotesquely powerful, we are more than 10 times their number, and our combat power is more than 10 times that of them. Extraordinary. They are under our hands and can't walk for 10 minutes. Countless beings roared, shocked and angry. Boom! In the blink of an eye, they each greeted each other. But the 5 grotesque statues have been secretly triggered by various rules, and they have shown astonishing strength against the sky. Bai Xiaosheng didn't seem to see the fighting around him, raised his arms high, and the mirror of the sky completely flickered. He raised arms high. World. The fear of this moment will be remembered. The disaster of the Peach Conference in the entire 3 realms actually began to be projected through a mirror to all parts of the mortal realm and the demon realm. The earth trembled, and they were all wailing and rioting. His arms and shouted, "World, remember the Ghost Night Palace." Boom! Surrounded by blood in the sky. It's the ultimate fear. Time is where all things die, bringing endless disasters. He raised his head, as if he wanted to vent all his roars, and the sound that seemed to be indistinct oscillated and spread throughout the 3 realms, the demon realm, the mortal realm, the Nanzhao kingdom, the great Zhou dynasty, the Netherland emperor, and almost the entire world. At this moment, for every mortal and every citizen, a mirror appeared in the sky at the same time, and countless people looked up at the sky, revealing terror and fear. They saw the picture of Heavenly Court. At this time, Heavenly Court was attacked. Earth Mother's Peach Conference. Boom! All sentient beings, remember us, Ghost Knight Palace. Bai Xiaosheng smiled with a faint contented smile, and a gigantic terrifying force, turned into wind pressure, swept over the Dao Fa of the three realms, and the sky was completely surrounded by mirrors. Spread out. No! This is their goal. Countless beings turned their heads and looked at them, stunned in their hearts. Only then did they know their true goal. Bai Xiaosheng did not invite him to fight, but used his supernatural powers to project the disaster that occurred. Conquer the fears of all beings in the three realms. Their power can continue to flow from this, and even the weak overcome the strong, turning into a truly immortal existence, knocking down all these heavenly emperors. The great terror that attacked the gods, the great emperor of the underworld, the Tao of heaven, and the demon god. He is called the god of dreams, who bestows dreams on all living beings. He is the ultimate existence in the world. It is omnipresent and omnipotent. I saw his figure in my dream. Bai Xiaosheng growled, his eyes blood red. The expressions of the heavenly emperors began to change drastically. Not good. Hurry up and stop him from spreading his fear. One yelled. If the grotesque DAE inside receives the fear of hundreds of millions of beings in the three realms, it can become extremely terrifying, and its power will continue to flow. Not only is it difficult to kill, it may even break through the median deity. The three realms. Great calamity is coming. Suddenly, Lin Hongfeng was leading the female emperors to fight, and looked up. You resist. I will stop Bai Xiaosheng, eldest sister. The surrounding faces looked anxious. It's all right. She strode forward, determined to stand alone against the disaster, and said to Bai Xiaosheng, that top-notch heavenly emperor's unique skills and terrifying combat power should be replaced by a small problem. Bai Xiaosheng, with a stiff face, he stood on a high place and turned on the mirror projection to the three realms. His mind went blank. She held up a complicated math problem. Bai Xiaosheng, can you help me solve it? Damn it. He was furious in his heart, and he was already mad. He looked at this Valkyrie with a black face, wishing he could kill her 10,000 times in an instant. But the next second, he suddenly dissipated the terrifying black arrogance, came down from midair, ignoring the fierce battle around him. Like a tutor, he taught with his hands, picked up a pen, paper, and said softly, this question, in fact, that's how it should be. Click. The mirror in the sky, without control, closed in vain, and although the living beings in the mortal world could not see the entire projection of the attack on the Peach Conference, couldn't help but feel an uproar. This is the grotesque, irreversible defect. After all, they are not living beings, they are the rules that all sentient beings have gathered from their thoughts. Even if they have thoughts and behaviors, they are all behaviors given to them by all living beings. You are very smart, very smart. He taught Lin Hongfeng, suddenly distant, looking at the battle group in the distance. The 5 grotesque heavenly emperors that brought them were fighting, and it became a little bitter. I have tried my best, but we are in an absolute disadvantage against you after all. Miracle, the weak wins the strong. After all, it is not so easy to create. The 3 worlds have thousands of years of history, a giant, eternal existence in the world. Monopolizing the world, it is difficult for them to rise. It is difficult to attack. By Xiaosheng, with one god, 5 heavenly emperors, and 7 gods in total exist. It is almost impossible for Bai Xiaosheng to resist dozens of times, hundreds of times, and his own power by stirring up the Pantao Conference, held in the entire 3 realms. These top giants of the 3 realms are all top generation with extraordinary wisdom. Although they were caught off guard, they made countermeasures in an instant. Bai Xiaosheng also found out the rules and was targeted in an instant. The other heavenly emperors will also find out the rules and be suppressed by uniforms. At this time, even Bai Xiaosheng couldn't help but praise him for his quick response. The channels for you to spread fear have been closed, you lost. Lin Hongfeng said lightly. With the pieces in your hand, you can achieve this level and make such a big noise. It's unbelievable. Bai Xiaosheng, suddenly he asked. All beings can't see the current Pantao Conference, but they won't be afraid if they don't see it. He continued to write with pen and paper, while solving the problem. Calculations, muttering to himself. The fear of human beings stems from the fear of the unknown. They can't understand the scene of the Pantao Conference now, and they may be even more afraid. Just like in the dark night, in the dark shadows that cannot be seen, hazy is the most terrifying. They couldn't help but have bad associations. The heaven was attacked. Can we win? Are we going to die? Maybe the mother of the earth has been assassinated. Heaven, the emperor of the underworld, are these ancient gods dead? Can't see it. We are so scared. Every time she said a word, Lin Hongfeng's expression darkened. Bai Xiaosheng was always calm. You must be clear in the end. People's fears are far easier to obtain than people's worship. Who knows? Lin Hongfeng smiled, but her eyes quickly flashed a glimmer of incomprehension. Worrying, he smiled again. You are being held back after all. Why don't we have a chat? What? To talk about? What is your goal? Beautiful Lord Wudi, you have no more equivalents. Exchange, I will not be forced to answer again. After a pause, Bai Xiaosheng also laughed. But I will answer your question privately. Our goal is to rule the world, establish a new evil in heaven, open the evil god. Ji Yuan. I am the first generation Yuanxinjun Tiandi, who rules the world. As long as all living beings recite the name of my God, fear me, they will be immortal, and I will also grant amnesty to the world, and will not kill any of the giants in your 3 worlds. Shushan, the great Zhu emperor, and the major faith churches in the demon world are imprisoned, just like you imprisoned 3,000 demons. Build the tower of the gods, and suppress the ancient gods. You are obviously going to lose, but you can still talk so calmly. The future after my success. Lin Hongfeng smiled and couldn't deny it. You don't kill the incense heavenly emperor, because you are kind and righteous, and cannot be killed. No matter how desperate people are, there will be heroes who have hope from the sky in their hearts. To save them, just like your evil thoughts, you can only suppress them. Instead of killing us living emperors, it is because we, the strong, can provide you with greater incense. The hatred, fear, and despair of a heavenly emperor for you. Imprisoned in prison, far more than tens of millions of mortals. More to come. Smart. Clever. Bai Xiaosheng rubbed his palms and laughed, exclaiming loudly, It's interesting to communicate with smart people. As expected of the founder of the established huge force Wushan Palace in the past 100 years, his foresight, talent, and wisdom are all admirable. Protoss and evil races are both positive, negative. No one can kill anyone. But it is an old enemy. And the Zodiac makes us unable to live in peace, so we can only suppress each other. We took over the righteous god of incense and ruled the 3 worlds. As the evil god of incense, we still won't kill any mortals. This is the greatness of Mother Earth. with vision. No matter who will rule the eras in the future, good and evil, righteous and evil, will not affect mortal beings, the mother of the earth herself. You are also one of the living beings, even if you are defeated. You will not kill them. Die you, because you can provide us with incense. Are all sentient beings? Lin Hongfeng sighed. He could hear Bai Xiaosheng sits admiration from the bottom of his heart, and he admired the mother who gave birth to them. As the battle continued in the distance, she asked again, "Then do you want to establish what kind of world?" You want to build a happy world, collect worship and kind thoughts. We will naturally turn around and collect fear. Bai Xiaosheng thought about it seriously and replied, "Although it won't kill mortals, it will be a bloody horror world full of despair, helplessness, and horror." As he stretched out his hand, Lin Hongfeng saw a future world. The rules have all changed. There is no sun and moon. The sky seems to be covered with a heavy color oil painting, a huge black twisted pattern, like Van Gogh's Starry Sky oil painting, a turbulent 5-color twisted sky, the moon, the sun, all distorted as if painted on the sky. The earth is full of dilapidated, dark red, rotten villages, terrifying monsters, ghosts, snakes and gods in the deep mountains. It is a terrifying ghost world. A flash of fear flashed across Lin Hongfeng's face. "Are you afraid?" The vast voice that sounded into Hongzhong slammed into her mind. "I began to feel the fear of me radiating from your body. Happiness makes me stronger." Dear you reading www.sonintalt.com, your fear, your awe and fear of me will be the source of my soul's strength. He whispered in his ear as if he was a lover, intimate. No. Her voice was dull. She struggled out of her helpless state of mind immediately and regained her senses. Bai Xiaosheng was still holding a pen and paper silently, calculating that complicated problem. Bai Xiaosheng lowered his head. His smile deepened. "It's useless. The more you want to resist, the more you want to tell yourself not to be afraid, the more afraid you will become. This is human. The seeds of my heart have been planted in your heart and have begun to grow into a towering tree, becoming the nutrient for my future becoming a god. You thought that you controlled me, but in fact I controlled you. You stopped. I turned off the mirror, but did I really stop all sentient beings from the Pantao conference?" Bai Xiaosheng raised a thick smile and picked up the pen and paper. "Who knows? All this is not in my calculations. I don't know. My weakness?" He whispered softly, as if a demon whispered in his ear. "This question should be solved that way. I have solved it. How about you?" Xiaosheng. Lin Hongfeng took a deep breath and looked at this terrifying man. What is the essence of the realm of the ninth order? Cells? To the micro? Law phenomenon? Master every microscopic particle of energy released, hundreds of millions or tens of billions in a specific arrangement and combination, terrifying computing power, form a small fireball, and perform a specific approach to the rule of law. This is the fire element. What about the space element? System? Over the years, Medusa has been silently collecting energy and accumulating energy. This is a boring and long journey. But she has never stopped to comprehend the next realm and look forward to a longer-term future. At this moment in the three realms, although it seems to be stable, the catastrophe is coming. The spread is too terrifying. No one knows what will happen. The gods they are present may fall. Her vision, at this time, was slightly inferior to those of the middle-level gods such as Ermin and Dao Jun and Dao Changsheng, while the Blood Emperor could not compare to her at all. After all, in terms of her real age, it is not to mention that Elmin is the apprentice of the younger alchemist emperor. She is simply the younger generation. Strictly speaking, she is older than Phoenix, but both of them are already median gods. As for Dao Changsheng, when the demon realm invaded and fought on the same level as her, his evil god organization was generally not that strong at that time. Although it's much stronger now, Dao Changsheng has already surpassed him and is already a god. Even the Blood Emperor who had beaten her violently back then, the strongest monarch in the Potion era, had already become a god at this time. She has the oldest lifespan, but her realm is forever stagnant, constantly surpassed by newcomers and protagonists of the times. I seemed to be very different from the Ninth Order. She thought carefully and felt that her own evil god of Cthulhu was very similar to the Ninth Order, but different. The essence of the Ninth Order is to completely control the realm of one's own body, control the countless cells in the body, and use this to control the subtle bone marrow cells, skin cells, hair cells, blood cells, store energy in it, and completely control a world. Generally, human beings have 10 billion cells, and their body size is larger, possibly hundreds of billions of cells, while small animals and ants are small in size, and breakthroughs are easier with only of millions of cells. According to body size, it leads to the difficulty of breakthrough, and the formed combat power is different. After all, the more cells, the stronger it is inevitable. And what about her? It looks the same, but it's different. There are 129,600 living things on the body, which are composed of aggregated organisms, not cells. Every aggregated organism is a living thing, and these living things are also composed of cells. That is to say, if she breaks through the Ninth Order, every creature in her body of 129,600 is a single Ninth Order life form, composed of countless cells, although it is also the weakest Ninth Order, and its size is very small. There are only hundreds of millions of cells. She achieved the 9th rank, and she must be the strongest 9th rank. Just indescribable, she can crush the same realm to death. Just passive breath? Kill a 9th Order world existence? She laughed. The ideal is very beautiful. It seems very cruel. The 9th Order of 129,600 is unimaginably far away. I still have to continue to practice. My body has 110,000 6th Order, 10 million 7th Order gods. Each has cultivated a different system. The outer skin and hair, 17,800 of creatures who have cultivated the true body of the shaman race, have extremely strong regeneration ability, inner flesh and blood, cultivating the sea of knowledge and the inner world. There are more than 10,000, and the shaman's lineage has strong spiritual power. The blood cell sorcerer circulates everywhere and provides huge kinetic energy. Now, the martial arts are outstanding, and you can also practice. Let the bones, nails, elbows, and these combat parts be cultivated just right. Her 120,000 body, skin, bones, blood, every inch cultivates a different system. 199,600 is the first era. The body is transformed to the first era. The endless system is cultivated, and the biological body is aggregated. This is the real Cthulhu, evil god. Indescribable fear. Old ones. All are one. Suddenly, there was a shock in the distance. Someone came to see him. It was the fiery rock man Yuk, Elmin's confidant, and he was extremely nervous. There is chaos in the underworld. The endless demon gods that are suppressing are about to break through the seal. Please, Lord Demon God, the gods of the 3 realms are restrained and save the whole world. The world! Save the world? Medusa's mouth was full of mockery. Do you really take me as a hero? This is the first time someone asked me to save the world. The second time. Her mind in the middle. I suddenly remembered the ancient years, thousands of years ago, which are almost forgotten now. There was also a group of wizards who said that to her. That was the moment when the wizarding kingdom of Babylon existed. The evil god Cthulhu came, and everyone begged her to save the world and confront the evil god Cthulhu. In the war, she went ahead on her own, refusing to listen to dissuasion, reckless of the consequences, and ended in defeat. Saving the world has never had anything to do with herself. That time she passed was to challenge the evil god Cthulhu and save the world. Heh, that's incidental. Countless heavenly emperors of the demon realm quickly knelt down in front of them. Please, Lord Demon God, save the 3 realms. All the gods in the 3 realms were restrained. Only the origin demon god Medusa could personally suppress the rioting 3,000 heavenly emperor demon gods. They are all ants. They are not even sure that this existence is willing to take action. Please, take action. They begged thoroughly and burst into tears. This was the last hope of the 3 realms. The last time I saved the world was incidental, because I wanted to challenge the evil god Cthulhu. But now those things are not challenging for me. It's boring to me. She smiled. It's boring. And if you have this time, it's better to study something more. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at these heavenly emperors who were kneeling on the ground. They were hot-blooded, young, heroic. In a trance, she seemed to think of Grantham, who was roaring at her back then. The same hot-blooded alchemist, the same stupid, regardless of their own interests, only to protect others. A hero? It's really boring. She turned and left, suddenly paused, her eyes still lowered. Forget it. She stopped. The eyes of the surrounding gods flashed with longing for a moment. Thank you, the devil, for taking action. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saving the world for something ridiculous. That's stupid. I'm afraid that Ermin will go crazy when I come back, and I and Shu know. She is full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and can preach to me for a few months. She dodged and disappeared in place. Interesting, really interesting. 3 realms have changed dramatically, and the catastrophe of heaven and earth has come. Medusa on the ground suddenly changed his color slightly, felt the clone who went to the Pantau banquet, and gently stretched out his hand and pulled it away, entering the underworld middle. The underworld, where the souls of the dead of the 3 worlds return. Styx Cocytus, a turbulent turbid gray river leading to the distant shore, with bright red soil on both sides, is full of otherworldly aboriginal languages, meaning distant cry, river of pain. All the countless unjust souls were in turmoil, wailing, and saw the great fear in the sky. She cast her eyes into the depths of the Styx. Due to the fear of all living beings, it not only gathered those attacking monsters in the heavens, but also reminded them of the great demons once existed. The more than 1,000 great demons of the heavenly emperor, suppressed by the entire Styx River, have been recollected, and their fear has boiled. They are constantly impacting the seal, not only the Styx River in the Devil World, and the suppressing demon pagoda of Shushan Mountain. Shock. Is this the intention of your attackers? The Pantau conference gathered all the gods, most of the giants. There is no one outside who can resist you, and take the opportunity to let you borrow the fear of all beings and break through. Medusa grinned. Yes, 3,000 heavenly emperors, it is difficult for anyone to resist. Timed. I'd. Boom. Medusa pressed. Hard. Bang. The entire Styx was turned upside down, the entire river that was madly impacted seal. The roar of the big demon inside, endless resentment, stopped in an instant, and was fainted to death. Whoa! She stretched out her hand and grabbed it out of thin air. The whole river was lifted alive and turned into a water ball in her hand. The skin on her arm fell off a little and turned into a water sack. She put the river inside and hung it on her body. In a flash, her huge body, like a mountain, was so agile that it was unimaginable, and she disappeared directly into the mortal world. Bang! Shushan, town demon pagoda. Countless Shushan disciples were in chaos. Not good! The demon tower in Shushan town is about to be breached. How is this possible? The big demons suppressed by Shushan, under our deliberate guidance, the world has long forgotten their names and identities. Without a source of power, they are extremely weak. How is it possible to have power now? There was a dense sweat on the forehead of the elder Shushan. This, then 1,000 gods and demons. The existence of Shushan is to suppress them. For a full 600 years, the efforts of generations to keep them collected and guarded have led to today's results. Once released, it is conceivable what a terrifying catastrophe will be caused. Once they are revealed in the eyes of the world, causing widespread fear, their power will be completely revived, and they will begin to grow again, and there may even be a large number of gods. How is this possible? Outside the demon suppression tower, an elder of Shushan almost fell to the ground. The impact of this consequence could not be stopped at all. It is impossible for the outside world to know their names, name, taboo, and ability. Who is it who spread it out, so that when all living beings are afraid, they think of them? There must be someone guiding the mortal world. Suddenly, someone remembered something. The great disciple of Shushan in those days once led to, there has been a chaos in the demon suppression tower. Perhaps that chaos was used by Bai Xiaosheng, who took the opportunity to steal the information in the demon suppression tower. The identities and abilities of those big demons were re-emerged in the crowd, and now they are quietly spreading their fears. There was pleats and pleats around. Boom boom. The entire tall and vast Jianyao pagoda kept shaking. The demon-suppressing pagoda, the Eighth Order Heavenly Dao, and the gods, and even the heavenly emperor giants in the entire world, collected the best materials and built the first treasure, and it was almost unbearable at this time. Don't want to die, get out. A crisp voice struck. The expressions of everyone in Shun changed slightly. The origin of the demon. The surroundings suddenly noticed something. That terrifying and tyrannical existence has come. Close your eyes, smell, and close your 5 senses. Otherwise, we have no way to reason. Shushan, Cybele shouted. Everyone in the mortal world, you, reading Drubijalio. Sonimet. Calm knows this one's arrogance and domineering. The demon god, at this moment, is almost the complete body of the heavenly emperor realm. More than 120,000 heavenly emperors. Even if the heavenly emperor just listens to her voice and looks directly at her face, will die instantly. The evil god cannot be looked directly at. Get up! In the next second, a terrifying and vast existence descended on the entire land. She held the demon tower with one hand and uprooted it, as if she was holding a huge bronze javelin, and disappeared in place. 3 realms of great luck. Medusa, the most ancient and eternal origin demon god of the underworld, will be killed in an instant, even if the monstrous heavenly emperor swarms up. The people in Shushan were full of fear, and the rest of their lives. Medusa pulled up the demon tower of Shushan town, inserted his hair, used it as a bronze hairpin, and stepped into the heaven. The entire heaven trembled slightly, and the expressions of countless people changed slightly as they watched this most ancient and vast existence descend. Heavens are still boiling, the first great prosperous world of the three worlds, the peach meeting of the mother of the earth, the grand ceremony of the achievement of the gods, but ushered in a huge catastrophe and disaster. At this moment, fear spreads throughout the world. Although Bai Xiaosheng was being restrained in front of him, the 5 grotesque heavenly emperors became more and more difficult. Endless fears are gathered, almost endless, so that these 5 beings have almost endless physical strength. Coupled with the characteristics of immortality, they can basically kill a dozen times in situ, so that everyone can completely defeat this wave of large numbers. The peak of energy converge. Dream world. A famous existence was secretly raided, caught off guard, and led into a beautiful dream. If they want to break through, I'm afraid that it will only take more than 30 seconds, and there will be 30 seconds left. They should be able to find the flaws, and then join forces to kill me. Dream God is very indifferent. It originally came with the determination to die. Rather, it is natural. If the fear outside does not spread within a minute, it will die. Whoa! It suddenly felt the huge energy in the dark, constantly pouring in from afar, and suddenly smiled. Now, these energies can allow me to constantly replenish my physical strength, and I will be killed. If I can last for 7 minutes. Trapped for 7 minutes, it's already a terrifying number. This is also because of its unique characteristics. It can be hidden and trapped in a dream, not a frontal fight. Bai Xiaosheng was the first to make it a god, not only because its godhood was the most concealed, but also because it was the most restrained and the key to planning this terrifying action. But Bai Xiaosheng, after all, is not Bai Xiao. He has been constantly communicating with people over the years, and he is very knowledgeable, as our grotesque leader. But these gods are hidden too deeply and are too scary. Straight ahead. Now, even though it's only for a moment, with my attributes, I can see the most powerful saints in the 3 realms, the deepest dreams in their hearts. It looked at Elman's dream. It is a huge ornate palace. The sky is full of fireworks. Countless wizards are walking back and forth. A grand century wedding is being held. A slime emperor is getting married with 7 beautiful girls in white wedding dresses, and Elman is getting married. Buy and bless. Is this the most beautiful time in my heart? The Emperor of Netherland, as in the legend, was kind, upright, longing for a better past. Shouldering the burden of a teacher and moving forward, the god of dreams flashed his eyes and looked at the blood next to him. This was the oldest and most powerful potion monarch ever. At this time, he was in a garden with Medusa and the flowers were blooming. He said that the flower was not of this color, and he was beaten, but he was beaten. In the Blood Emperor's dream, he began to turn defeat into victory and defeated Medusa, then convinced him, married this origin demon god, stepped into the palace, set foot on the world's highest, became the man of the strongest demon god. The beautiful dream god was shocked on the spot. Blood Emperor, who looks cruel and kills on the outside, but secretly likes this kind of perverted demon god. If it spreads out, I am afraid that the whole world will cause a huge disturbance, which is unbelievable. After all, Ermin, the emperor of the underworld who likes to be gentle and kind, is the normal choice for all men. The deepest secret in my memory may be if I caught the handle of this newly promoted god and announced it, he will instantly lose face, despair, anger, excitement, hate us, provide us with huge energy. The gods turned into a source of incense, providing them with negative incense. resenting them all the time, and wanting to seek revenge from them. That is definitely a huge source of continuous flow. This time, I've made some money. Intelligence is power. The reason why Bai Xiaosheng was able to lead us weaklings to create miracles with absolute weakness, and now he is able to make troubles in the three realms, is because he is smart and knows too much information. It immediately, down again, Dao Changsheng. It saw a piece of the deepest memory, fighting with Di Kai. That is a terrifying existence to the limit, learning the knowledge and skills of any enemy. Even the beautiful dream god is terrifying in a dream. Such an existence is too terrifying. And know the saint. Is this the myth of the Western era? Is that the legendary battle formed by the Tao of Heaven? It couldn't help breathing quickly as if witnessing ancient history. In the end, the battle was brutal. In order to keep the sky from collapsing, Dao Changsheng returned to chaos, standing upright and blurry. A woodcutter saint who opened up the world, with a terrifying breath, walked slowly. Is that? This time, the beautiful dream god slightly startled, staring at the dream carefully. This is a picture that has never been recorded in history. This seems to have a terrifying secret, but it is a pity that, without a few words with the woodcutter saint, Dao Changsheng's memory is broken here, and he has fallen into a deep coma. Is Ninth Order? That mysterious woodcutter sage, who uses a strange Taoist method, uses wood to make up the sky. Maybe the Ninth Order exists? It frowned, and suddenly felt that the water in this world was very deep. That was 8. The great beings above the gods are the overlords of several epochs, with tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of lifespans, once descended on the three realms. And the history of the three realms, only more than 4,000 years. Information, it's really a huge gain. Bai Xiaosheng's plan. Every step is very detailed. Just saw a few dreams that exist in front of him. The benefit is greater than expected, and he is looking forward even more. It looked at the next Medusa's avatar again, and saw a different scene. In this dream, a tall, vast woman with a snake body and a banshee stood on the ground, and another mysterious supreme and great existence suddenly descended on this world, wrapped in chaotic airflow like clouds and mist, and the world erupted just by bringing it. Abnormal. Whoa! Time passively adjusts the flow rate. In the entire wizarding world, everything changes rapidly. Flowers, trees, sky, sun, wind and clouds. There is a strange and shocking aesthetic feeling. That sense of oppression affects the avenue of heaven and earth, the law of time. Let the beautiful dream look, instantly freeze, and continue to rush. What taboo exists? The order. Do not. Should be above the ninth, right? What is that? 10th order. However, the ninth order can now look forward to guess the power. And what kind of terrifying realm is the 10th order? Ultimate. After all, the ninth order era has tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. Everywhere, in every time and space? Nobody knows. Just like ants, unable to understand the human world. However, when the 10th order light is coming, the aura can passively affect the time flow rate of an entire world. The sky, clouds, trees, the existence of the 10th order existence, can passively distort time and space? It always feels impossible. Or is it above the 10th order? It looked solemn. This is terrible information. In the end, the mysterious and vast giant in the picture deduces all things in time for Medusa. Time in the whole world is flying fast. A flower appears from nothing, and a flower is put on Medusa's head, the god of creation. At the moment of leaving, Medusa looked at the back and murmured, as if this was a picture she had hidden deep in her heart. After thousands of years, it had become deeply ingrained, forming an extreme obsession. Creation, world, God. As soon as these three words fell, Mai Mengshen's expression was completely sluggish, and cold sweat broke out. Next, Medusa had a beautiful dream. The two of them studied and discussed together on the desk together. It was a very beautiful scene of peace. The screen disappears. This existence yearns for the highest and constantly seeks the Tao. Perhaps this is the root cause, and I know the secret of an existence. A beautiful dream always exposes people's truest innermost hearts, but this existence, the beautiful dream god was shocked, his mind was shocked, and he took a deep breath. The origin of the demon god, keen to seek the Tao. This is a well-known thing, but this is a very unimaginable picture. The god of creation? The word creation is too terrifying and amazing. The God who created the world. You must know that the composition of a world is life, time, space, latitude, matter, soul, everything. And this is the oldest supreme being that created the world. If it is really the God who created the ultimate world, and the ultimate existence here, you reading www.swaningtile.com, then the shock will be too great. The origin devil, the oldest existence in the three realms. Unexpectedly, I have seen incredible horrors before. It forcefully tried to start a calm analysis. And for a moment, it remembered a legend that the Taoist emperor of the ancient era was also ordered by an unknown ancient existence to come to this world, to open the world. It was thousands of years ago, at this time before the Eastern era, the Western era of mythology. In the Taiku West era, where ancient people and gods lived together, there were congenital ancient gods who lived with the heaven and the earth. Before the Western era, there were even records. Darkness Menghong, heaven and earth are as chaotic as chickens. The god of Yang was born in an egg. After 7 calamities of primordial, he was ordered to come down to this world to open. The sky and the heaven and earth were divided with a sound of anger, burning in the sky, burning in the earth, and the sun rises by one. Zhang, the sun is 10 feet thick. The world opened up, a faint fear and an unknown, and began to haunt my heart. The higher you stand, the greater the fear in your heart. It calmed down, and next, it saw the memory of the next existence, Mother Earth, Mother Qingting Empress. And in an instant, it saw a dream that made it even more terrifying. The heavens are still boiling. The first great prosperous world of the three worlds. The peach meeting of the Mother of the Earth. The grand ceremony of the achievement of the gods, but ushered in a huge catastrophe and disaster. At this moment, fear spreads throughout the world. Although Bai Xiaosheng was being restrained in front of him, the 5 grotesque, heavenly emperors became more and more difficult. Endless fears are gathered, almost endless, so that these 5 beings have almost endless physical strength. Coupled with the characteristics of immortality, they can basically kill a dozen times in situ, so that everyone can completely defeat this wave of large numbers. The peak of energy that fears converge. World. A famous existence was secretly raided, caught off guard, and led into a beautiful dream. If they want to break through, I'm afraid that it will only take more than 30 seconds, and there will be 30 seconds left. They should be able to find the flaws, and then join forces to kill me. Dream God is very indifferent. It originally came with the determination to die. Rather, it is natural. If the fear outside does not spread within a minute, it will die. Whoa! It suddenly felt the huge energy in the dark, constantly pouring in from afar, and suddenly smiled. Now, these energies can allow me to constantly replenish my physical strength. and I will be killed. For 7 minutes. Trapped for 7 minutes. It's already a terrifying number. This is also because of its unique characteristics. It can be hidden and trapped in a dream, not a frontal fight. Bai Xiaosheng was the first to make it a god, not only because its godhood was the most concealed, but also because it was the most restrained and the key to planning this terrifying action. But Bai Xiaosheng, after all, is not Bai Xiao. He has been constantly communicating with people over the years, and he is very knowledgeable, as our grotesque leader. But these gods are hidden too deeply and are too scary. Straight ahead. Now, even though it's only for a moment, with my attributes, I can see the most powerful saints in the 3 realms, the deepest dreams in their hearts. It looked at An's dream. It is a huge ornate palace. The sky is full of fireworks. Countless wizards are walking back and forth. A grand century wedding is being held. A slime emperor is getting married with 7 beautiful girls in white wedding dresses, and Elman is getting married. Stand by and bless. Is this beautiful time in my heart? The Emperor of Netherland, as in the legend, was kind, upright, longing for a better past, shouldering the burden of a teacher and moving forward. The god of dreams flashed his eyes and looked at the Blood Emperor next to him. This was the oldest and most powerful potion monarch ever. At this time, he was in a garden with Medusa, and the flowers were blooming. He said that the flower was not of this color, and he was beaten, but he was beaten. In the Blood Emperor's dream, he began to turn defeat into victory and defeated Medusa, then convinced him, married this origin demon god, stepped into the palace, set foot on the world's highest, and became the man, the strongest demon god. The beautiful dream god on the spot. Blood Emperor, who looks cruel and kills on the outside, but secretly likes this kind of perverted demon god. If it spreads out, I am afraid that the whole world will cause a huge disturbance, which is unbelievable. After all, Ermin, the emperor of the underworld who likes to be gentle and kind, is the normal choice for all men. The deepest secret in my memory, maybe, if I caught the handle of this newly promoted god and announced it, he will instantly lose face, despair, anger, excitement, hate us, provide us with huge energy. The gods turned into a source of incense, providing them with negative incense, resenting them all the time, and wanting to seek revenge from them. That is definitely a huge source of continuous flow. This time, I've made some money. Intelligence is power. The reason why Bai Xiaosheng was able to lead us weaklings to create miracles with absolute weakness, and now he is able to make troubles in the 3 realms, is because he is smart and knows too much information. It immediately looked down, Dao Changsheng. It saw a piece of the deepest memory, fighting with Di Kuai. That is a terrifying existence to the limit. Learning the knowledge and skills of any enemy. Even the beautiful dream god is terrifying in a dream. Such an existence is too terrifying. Life, and know the saint. Is this the myth of the Western era? Is that the legendary battle formed by the Tao of Heaven? It couldn't help breathing quickly, as if witnessing ancient history. In the end, the battle was brutal. In order to keep the sky from collapsing, Dao Changsheng returned to chaos, standing upright and blurry. A woodcutter saint who opened up the world, with a terrifying breath, walked slowly. What is that? This time, the beautiful dream god slightly startled, staring at the dream carefully. This is a picture that has never been recorded in history. This seems to have a terrifying secret, but it is a pity that, without a few words with the woodcutter saint, Dao Changsheng's memory is broken here, and he has fallen into a deep coma. Is it the 9th order? That mysterious woodcutter sage, who uses a strange Taoist method, uses wood to make up the sky, Maybe the ninth order exists? It frowned, and suddenly felt that the water in this world is very deep. That was 8. The great beings above the gods are the overlords of several epochs, with tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of lifespans, and they once descended on the 3 realms. And the history of the 3 realms is only more than 4,000 years. Information, it's really a huge gain. By Xiaoxing's plan, every step is very detailed. Just saw a few dreams that exist in front of him. The benefit is greater than expected, and he is looking for it even more. It looked at the next Medusa's avatar again and saw a different scene. In this dream, a tall and vast woman with a snake body and a banshee stood on the ground. And another mysterious supreme and great existence suddenly descended on this world, wrapped in chaotic airflow like clouds and mist, and the world erupted just by bringing it. Abnormal. Whoa! If time passively adjusts the flow rate. In the entire wizarding world, everything changes rapidly. Flowers, trees, sky, clouds, sun, wind, and clouds. There is a strange and shocking aesthetic feeling. That sense of oppression affects the avenue of heaven and earth, the law of time. Let the beautiful dream instantly freeze and continue to rush. What kind of taboo exists? Order. Should be the 9th, right? What is that? 10th order. However, the 9th order can now look forward to guess the power. And what kind of terrifying realm is the 10th order? After all, the 9th order era has tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. Everywhere, every time and space. Body knows. Just like ants, unable to understand the human world. However, when the 10th order light is coming, the aura can passively affect the time flow rate of an entire world. The sky, clouds, trees, the existence of the 10th order existence can passively distort time and space? Impossible. Or is it above the 10th order? It looked solemn. This is terrible information. In the end, the mysterious and vast giant in the picture deduces all things in time for Medusa. Time in the whole world is flying fast. A flower appears from nothing, and a flower is put on Medusa's head, the god of creation. At the moment of leaving, Medusa looked at the back and murmured, as if this was a picture she had hidden deep in her heart. After thousands of years, it had become deeply ingrained, forming an extreme obsession. Creation. God. As soon as these 3 words fell, Mai Mingshen's expression was completely sluggish, and cold sweat broke out. Next, Medusa had a beautiful dream. The 2 of them studied and discussed together on the desk together. It was a very beautiful scene of peace. Kaza. The screen disappears. This existence yearns for the highest and constantly seeks the Tao. Perhaps this is the root cause, and I know the secret of an existence. A beautiful dream always exposes people's truest innermost hearts, but this existence, the beautiful dream god was shocked, his mind was shocked, and he took a deep breath. The origin of the demon god, keen to seek the Tao, this is a well-known thing. But this is a very unimaginable picture, the god of creation. The word creation is too terrifying and amazing. The god who created the world. You must know that the composition of a world is life, time, space, latitude, matter, soul, everything. And this is the oldest supreme being that created the world? If it is really the God who created the ultimate world and the ultimate existence here, you reading suanimsaliumtonital.com, then the shock will be too great. The origin devil, the oldest existence in the 3 realms. Unexpectedly, I have seen incredible horrors before. It forcefully tried to start a calm analysis, and for a moment, it remembered a legend that the Taoist emperor of the ancient era was also ordered by an unknown ancient existence to come to this world, to open up the world. It was thousands of years ago, at this time before the Eastern era, the Western era of mythology. In the Taiku West era, where ancient people and gods lived together, there were congenital ancient gods who lived with the heaven and the earth. Before the Western era, there were even records. Darkness Menghong, heaven and earth are as chaotic as chickens. The god of Yang was born in an egg. After 7 calamities of primordial, he was ordered to come down to this world to open. The sky and the heaven and earth were divided with a sound of anger, burning in the sky, burning in the earth, and the sun rises by one. Zhang, the sun is 10 feet thick. The world opened up, a faint fear and unknown, and began to haunt my heart. The higher you stand, the greater the fear in your heart. It calmed down, and next, it saw the memory of the next existence, Mother Earth, Mother King Empress. In an instant, it saw a dream that made it even more terrifying. Oh, passed by. This is a rural courtyard with high sky and clear clouds, with breeze and white clouds, trees, flowers, old wooden chairs in front of the door. It seems to be a simple and ordinary rural courtyard. This is the dream of Mother Earth. Ordinary yard? Soon, it discovered that there was a terrifying picture beneath this ordinariness. This is. Mei Meng Shen saw the original origin of, in horror, endless creatures. The vicissitudes of life here are constantly changing, extremely fast, constantly evolving and extinct. A tiny single cell in the sea, it has never seen before. It seems to be the most primitive form of life, with infinite possibilities, constantly increasing in value in front of the courtyard, ups and downs. They changed from the original single cell to multi-celled, seaweed, beetle. From marine organisms, they climbed weight to the ground, struggled, and survived the evolutionary hardships of life, began to grow fur, turned into beasts, grew scales, birds, insects, fish, and beasts. In this yard, like a slideshow, the epic of life is constantly evolving, condensing hundreds of millions of years of long and vast time and years, form a scene of the most beautiful and magnificent mythical scenery in life. It felt silently and looked at everything incredulously. This, the beginning of the primitive world, the place where all things originate, the hometown of eternal life. Here, even a ninth order ancient existence, living for tens of thousands of years of the great life of the era, is very difficult to endure such a terrifying time. They will soon die of old age, towards the end of their lifespan. Time can erase everything in the world. Perhaps this is the real eternity. But what is? At this moment, it was almost impossible to describe his heart. This dream actually pointed to the origin of the world? Fear, urgency, anxiety, fear, countless complex thoughts overlapped in my heart. What is the origin of life? Asked inwardly. Miming was a complicated mood, becoming emotional and panic intertwined. Suddenly, I remembered a period of almost unreachable years hundreds of years ago, and I once peeped at the dreams of those dreamers, because it always stood in the deepest part of the heart, peeping into everyone's hearts and dreams. The great Confucian of the Zhou dynasty discussed the Tao on the top of Xishan, day and night, sitting for 3 years, and finally vomited blood and rested. The Alchemy Academy of the Demon Realm, the great alchemists also discussed, arguing, and even fighting. But it didn't come to fruition after all. But, at this time, it may know the terrifying truth. It knows the whole 3 worlds. An 8th order god, the 9th order world, and even the 10th order existence of the unknowable level. The truth of the world, you may not know. A dream. Countless people. A life's ultimate mystery. Of Earth. The truth has already appeared in front of us, and in this mysterious yard, its curtain has been clearly opened. The God of dreams itself is composed of beautiful dreams, and is naturally a special creature that many people dream of gathering. The truth of this dream is revealed in front of us, almost unable to control itself. Mother Kingting is indeed one of the oldest beings, although she has not yet become a god, but in her mind, there are big secrets such as Ermin and Medusa that are not necessarily known. Great horror! She knew the origin of the world at the beginning. The God of Dreams has a stable personality. After all, he has seen too many incredible dreams. But this moment he can't help but be a little absent-minded. If these ancient saints of the three realms know these memories of the Mother Earth, only afraid of being scared to collapse, it continued to watch this big dream in life. Among these evolved creatures, I saw a more frightening horror. Thunder Emperor, God-slaying sword, and even the origin of the wizard civilization Evil Eye, and even the ancient human beings were all born from here and continue to evolve. Even some familiar figures, in which it even saw the Mother Ivy the ontology of, also evolves in it. It shivered. This dream, it turns out to be the origin dream of the Mother Ivy. Under the constant impact, it completely learned the truth step by step, completely horrified, took a few steps backwards in a row, and slammed into this dream. Only then did he stop on the edge. Before Mother Earth came to this world, due to some kind of accident, there were still sporadic memories of her birth. She remembered a mysterious latitude yard where she was born, and she had seen the God of creation. That, it is a latitude courtyard in the gap between time and time, the embodiment of the laws of life in the heavens and the world. The seemingly simple farmyard courtyard is actually a brick and a brick, all created by the supreme law. Where did the rise of wizarding civilization and all kinds of extraordinary creatures come from? The God of Dreams soon saw the dream of the Mother Earth Green Ivy, and the next scene was even more terrifying. In this courtyard, I saw a vast mysterious existence, covered with brilliance, walked out of the room, and was sitting on a chair in the courtyard, as indifferent as a rural farmhouse, holding a special flaming black tea, quietly watching these Thunder Emperors, the evolution of legendary creatures such as the Evil Eye. Every move of his body seems to fluctuate the fate of the heavens and the world, creating thousands of lives, and even the endless world of the heavens. But it is just a sandbox game under his hands. Supreme, great, unique, the embodiment of the concept of chaos in the multiverse. This God of creation, the God of dreams, was completely short of breath, and his eyes were full of brilliance. He lives in this hometown of eternal life, and what he just saw in the origin of the devil is just a tiny mirror image of the endless avatar that descends into the heavens and the world. This is the ultimate in the world. So beautiful. The world, so incredible. The God of Dreams roared, his eyes were wild, and he wanted to look more closely through the hazy, chaotic airflow. It was after all a polymer of dreams, carrying the dreams of all living beings. Want to see him? Dream! The dream is right in front of you! It growled, desperately. All beings gathered into a dream, gathered into it. I want to see the supreme truth of the world. First, a sudden, in my mind, a vast and terrifying icy gaze slowly descended, as if staring at it relentlessly. Boom! It was just a glance. The tidal impact, like a hongjong, made its consciousness crack instantly, as if fine texture fragments appeared in the mirror. And it began to collapse in an instant. Not good. The dream is about to collapse. It roared violently, full of grief and despair. Sure enough, God, you can't look directly at me. My Mengshen's own incorporeal white fog soul body, regardless of gender, is like a crumpled white paper, twisted compression, like garbage everywhere, like being compressed by technology. Quickly. Crushed. It turns out that the clone that descends on the world can naturally be seen directly. After all, it is only a clone, and it is naturally exposed in front of all living beings. But the real body, even if it is peeping in other people's dreams, and all kinds of indirect means, trying to trace back and offend that unknowable creation of the existence, will be perceived in the dark and forcibly obliterated. The careful attack on the three realms plan, which it painstakingly created a dream that trapped the gods, began to collapse. If it is bad, it will also go to destruction. Not good. I'm about to get out of trouble. Death is not terrible. It already had the consciousness of mortal death, and had no intention of leaving the Pantao conference alive. As a taboo existence, demon gods possess an eternal terrifying personality. Even if they are wiped out, killed, and destroyed to pieces, as long as the traces of their existence are still remembered by the world. The world fears them, and by chanting their true names, they will be able to recover from the old time-space cemetery. For these existences, being forgotten by the world is death. They have long been in the Western world, and have the same title as Cthulhu, Old Ruler. It is composed of unknown thinking matter far beyond the mortal world, which is immortal and immortal. I'm going to die now. Chao Wendo, it's okay to die in the evening. It clearly knew that there might be danger, but it still tried to see, regardless of the overall situation of this plan, because it was the same as Bai Xiaosheng, cannot control itself, it carries the dreams and ideas of too many people. It is grotesque, and it is the rules given to it by all living beings. What's more, not really dead. Even if it is really ushering in the death of life, those who have been discussing fanatical seekers, such as Medusa-like ascetic seekers, would rather be moths to the flames when they see this scene. The moment you come into contact with the supreme truth, it doesn't matter if you die. My original intention was to trap these top existences for 7 minutes and watch the deepest dreams of the remaining major existences. Now, not only have I been trapped for 3 minutes, but I have only spied half of them. Later, Liu Wenjian and Hu Renong Hermes, these existences have not been spied on, and this dream has just begun. As a dream, the Mother Earth herself has not yet appeared. It took a deep breath and felt at ease, but suddenly felt a great horror. But a sudden chill seeps into the soul. The body is still in pieces, erasing everything in it, and I begin to feel that it is not death in the traditional sense. How, even my memory, a terrible thought came from the heart gushing out. I will die. It felt that this time it died. It would die completely. No one can kill me. Not even the Ninth Order I have never seen before, unless it wipes out the sentient beings behind me. That is our route. But in front of me, anyone who spied on the God of creation, you read the book www.swantam.com. No matter what life form, ignoring the law, will be forcibly erased. His mind was blank. Puff. Looking at the body being completely shattered, this is a terrifying price. That's even more tragic than imagined. At this time, it suddenly saw the courtyard in front of it, when it was broken, and the dream began to enter the main topic. In the ordinary farmhouse, suddenly a beautiful woman walked out, the mother of the earth, Empress Kingting, dressed like a wife, simple and pure. In the midst of its complete fragmentation, it heard the last sentence of its life, the voice of the Mother Earth. I saw that Mother Earth had also completely started her sweet dream. She walked out of the room, looked at the being sitting on the chair, handed over a red fruit, and said softly and shyly, "My dear, your appelet's washed, the other side." Boom. The sky turned blood-colored. An ancient existence was slaughtered fiercely, and the terrifying shocks fainted in circles, and the Peach Conference was already full of blood donations. Suddenly, the situation changed color. A gigantic origin demon god descended from the sky, and the whole heaven felt some kind of great terror. This was an unprecedented feeling of horror, falling from the sky. Tread. This is a huge and charming beauty, with snake hairs flying in the sky like soft black tentacles, a huge scale snake tail fluttering, a good bag hanging around her waist, endless monsters and monsters, wailing in it, with one sticking on her head, the bronze hairpin of the demon tower. A vast, white arm rolled down. To me, Medusa shot himself. She slapped the 5 people who were fighting with everyone, and was very direct, and didn't say a word. Lin Hongfeng looked at the sky and said loudly to Bai Xiaosheng, who was being pinned down, "Deity of origin, although part of his body is pinned down with the gods, the body of this existence is still outside, not pinned down by you, you lose." It settled. Really? Bai Xiaosheng fell silent, raised his head in shock, and looked at this terrifying evil god. Indeed, Medusa at this time is already in the great perfection realm of the heavenly emperor. Now she can be regarded as the realm of the 7th order heavenly emperor. To the end, the organization of more than 129,000 7th order heavenly emperors has no possibility of improving in this realm. This heavenly emperor, and even those 2 gods' organizations, are likely to produce qualitative changes that can already start to rival an ordinary god, has been able to, in a sense. Of course, this kind of leapfrog battle is very special and difficult to achieve this level, and it is still at a disadvantage. Now, Medusa has restrained his indescribable pressure. Otherwise, all the giants in the heavens present, the Emperor of Zhu, the head of Shushan, the gods of faith in the major churches, the god of war, and the god of mechanical steam, will go crazy, die completely, when they see it. The greatest and ancient immortal life in the world. Bai Xiaosheng looked up and swallowed silently. The 129,000 heavenly emperors are the beginning of a qualitative change, and the road to the gods has officially begun. I am afraid that every week now, there is a body organization that forms a small god. He took a deep breath and lowered his head, his face hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to see. Miracles are not so easy to create, because the other part is an ancient saint, the Tao of heaven, the great emperor of the underworld, the demon god. All of them are miracles of their own era, but, I said, it's the counterattack of the week. He raised his head suddenly, ruthlessly one drink. Time worm. Boom. Suddenly, a grotesque existence that was fighting with people began to stop. This is an old man with a withered figure, a face full of pain that has been pulled and deformed, and it suddenly widened and turned into a black wormhole monster. What does it mean? This sudden change shocked everyone. The terrifying origin devil Medusa, no one in the realm of heavenly emperor can match. even in the terrifying and grotesque Heavenly Emperor. He will be beaten to death by one force, no matter what. However, Bai Xiaosheng seems to have already prepared a countermeasure. Without intentional recklessness. The previous ancient saints were also plotted and trapped. I don't know what the rules of this weirdness are. Stop this monster. Someone shouted, anxious. If the last demon god Medusa was really targeted, and something happened, I'm afraid that the Pantao conference will really be over. It's too late. Bai Xiaosheng raised his head and laughed. The time worm. Start. Whoa! The black hole monster was completely deformed, turning into a terrifying black worm, swallowing the heaven and earth, and rushing towards Medusa's huge body. There was a strange scene. That worm did not attack Medusa's midair. Instead, it began to grow old on its own, like a lushy, quickly approaching old age and yellowing, and died of old age in an instant. Dead? Happened what? Medusa frowned slightly. Suddenly, she felt that her whole body began to enter a state of drowsiness, and she couldn't help drooping her eyes. That thing accelerated the division of my life cells, and took away 2 years of life. Damn! The orthodox immortal bloodline wakes up 50% of the time. And as the bloodline of the snatch, if it doesn't fit itself, the time to sleep is 10 times longer. That is 5% of the time to wake up. Although now, Medusa has been continuously improving the immortal bloodline, her awakening time has reached 20%. That is, in 100 years, the awakening time is only 20 years. However, he has already calculated my sleep cycle, knowing that I have 2 years left. She fell asleep completely, a huge and vast demon, whose movements gradually slowed down and fell into a deep sleep as if transformed into a statue. The surrounding faces were completely shocked. Bai Xiaosheng, is this even calculated? Not only using the unknown god, but also trapping all the saints sitting on the temple in a short period of time, and even the origin demon gods from outside have come back. Have they prepared a way to deal with it? Indeed, the deep sleep of the demon god was her greatest weakness. Forcing her to enter the sleeping period, she will not be able to interfere in this war. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at a celestial giant. The time worm can speed up the lifespan of the other party at the cost of all its own life. Although it can only be accelerated for a few years, it is very tasteless to exchange the life of a heavenly emperor, but it is the best way to deal with the devil. This is the best way to defeat the strong by the weak. With our mere 7 strong men, 1 god, and 7 heavenly emperors, we can create that incredible miracle and defeat the entire 3 realms. He pointed to the 3,000 demons carried by the demon god, said to Lin Hongfeng. Sure enough, as guessed, the demon should be the first to go to the demon world Styx River and the 3,000 demon towers in Shushan town. After all, this is the only way. Then, come here and do it again, which is equivalent to bringing all the demons who want to save us. Lin Hongfeng's expression froze. This man. What? Terrible calculation. They have made various optimal emergency response methods, including the current invitation to the origin demon god to take action, which was already part of the other party's plan. A giant of the demon world opened his mouth, wrapped in black aura, and sneered. The origin of the demon is in a deep sleep, but on your side there is one less grotesque, including you. There are only 5 people. We still have the advantage against us, and can rescue them. 3,000 demons? How long can that god keep all the ancient saints? 5 minutes? 7 minutes? When we delay, you will have to die. No, no! You misunderstood. Bai Xiaosheng spread out his palms and smiled helplessly. I didn't want to rescue these 3,000 monsters, but brought them here, and then kill them directly. Surprised, the surroundings were completely silent. Kill them, they will be free and will be reborn outside. This is why the three realms only suppress and seal them. After these undead beings are killed, they will be reborn somewhere on a random day. This is it the ultimate goal? Someone was furious. Pantao Conference, you heavenly emperor giants, I have begun to feel your fear, the steady stream of strength. Bai Xiaosheng smiled, put his hands on his back, looked at the crowd, and continued. Do you know how we will kill them? Those 3,000 great demons are very difficult to kill one by one. The method I choose is to attack the sleeping origin demon god. You! The surrounding heavenly emperor, at this moment, his face completely revealed uncontrollable fear. At this moment, they were completely panicked. Only then did I realize that all this was in the calculation. Bai Xiaosheng's real goal was lure the origin demon god to come over, let him fall asleep, and then attack her. Attacking the sleeping origin demon will trigger her self-protection mechanism, instantly release the indescribable fear she suppressed, and make a sound. Don't look directly at it. Don't listen to it. All the creatures present, there is no way to escape. They will all die. Not only will the 3,000 great demons be killed in an instant, but these heavenly giants, the 5 Bai Xiaosheng, will also be killed in an instant. There is no living thing in the whole heaven. You are together, because you will be reborn. So, none of you plan to go back alive. Lin Hongfeng instantly revealed real fear, whispering, pursing her pale lips. One link after another, with the help of the origin demon god, kill all the giants of the entire Peach Conference. All silent. This is to instantly kill all the gods under the gods in the entire three realms, killing and emptying them, leaving only the trapped Baiji ancient saints, Hu Renong and other top beings, and a few commanders. And in this way, the fear brought about will completely permeate the world, even provide them to become gods, and when the next moment, when they recover, it will be their era. A ruthless and terrifying plan. Bai Xiaosheng, is this your plan to defeat the strong by the weak? Lin Hongfeng trembled, not expecting that this terrifying man to the limit would have such wisdom, and he calculated the entire. He did indeed. A miracle. With the number of powerhouses that are dozens or hundreds of times weaker than the three realms, the entire situation has been reversed. And they even used strength to attract Medusa and kill everyone. Even she couldn't help but be called amazing. Bai Xiaosheng looked around lightly and pointed to the sleeping demon god of origin. It's useless. You can't kill us in an instant. We just need to trigger it lightly, and no one will survive the whole conference. This is the grasp of people's hearts. He put his hands on his back, stepped forward, smiled faintly, as if strolling in the courtyard, looking at the big demons guarding Shushan and the demon world, and the emperors and monarchs who came later. We are not as good as you in combat power. Wisdom, I am the strongest wisdom given by all living beings. The origin devil Medusa, with her indifferent character, may not come to save the world. She never cares about it. Just concentrate on retreat, hide and study the truth. But it must be the gods, heroes, and crazy pleadings of many of you. So she will come. If you don't come, all of you will suffer heavy losses. But we can't kill you. But now, his voice sounded like a bell, shattering the hearts of everyone. It's you. It's you. It's all because of your kindness. Heaven will be destroyed, and our evil race will be established. Repent, feel guilty, burn your negative emotions, and provide us with nutrients. Those heavenly emperors who begged the devil to take action looked desperate, completely anxious and angry. They gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, full of endless remorse. Very sweet hatred. Bai Xiaosheng smiled slightly, stretched out his palms high, full of domineering temperament. I already feel your hatred. It provides a huge amount of energy and makes a great contribution for death. Not bad. Come on, great origin demon god. Come and destroy, crush, and exterminate us. He raised his arms high. You reading www.sonamtutal.com raised his head. His eyes were red, just like the evil god Cthulhu, who almost destroyed the whole world. Let the world show your horror. Turt. A slight ray of light shot towards the origin demon god. No! Countless heavenly emperors rushed from the sky, but that ray of light fell on the demon god's torso. At this time, everyone was baring their teeth. Some heavenly emperors flashed despair, and the martial emperors of the martial god palace also embraced each other. Click. Furf. At this moment, that ray of light fell on the sleeping origin demon god, hitting a small bright red wound. Talk. Talk. The blood on the demon god slowly dripped, but nothing happened. Everything came to an abrupt whoa. The world seems to hold its breath at this moment. The entire has never been so close to destruction. But everyone opened their eyes. Nothing happened. The indescribable fear was not activated. His face also changed slightly, and he turned his head in vain to look at this sleeping origin demon. The attack fell on his body, and a wound appeared, but he did not kill himself or everyone at all. A terrifying began to breed in my mind. For the first time, he showed disbelief. He couldn't help, but his face changed dramatically. Medusa, you are crazy. Whoa! A cool blows. The sleeping origin demon god was silent, still sleeping, without any response. At this moment, the surrounding heavenly emperors were extremely smart, and they reacted as thoroughly as they did. How terrible is the wisdom of the originating devil! At the last moment when he was about to fall asleep, in the electric light and flint, the whole plan that was instantly understood, directly closed the defense mechanism of the entire body, locked its own characteristics, and was indescribably fearful. In this way, it is completely impossible to use her hand to slaughter the gods of the entire Pantao conference, so as to kill the 1,000 monsters in an instant and realize her plan. Crazy. Really crazy. He growled, his body trembled slightly, his eyes flickered, and he panicked. With Medusa's character, it's hard to imagine that she would choose to make this choice at that moment. This is equivalent to letting the sleeping self be a mermaid. And even without protection now, any heavenly emperor can find her core and kill the sleeping and unresisting origin demon god. That is the origin demon. She is the oldest demon god who lived for more than 4,000 years, with an immortal lifespan. And now she will easily expose her own safety and give others the chance to kill herself easily. And even the surrounding heavenly emperors are incredible. The character of the originating demon, Medusa, will make such a decisive decision at the last moment, closing all defenses to the sleeping self. Hey. Crying and laughing, he seemed to have miscalculated. Miracles, after all, are not so easy to create. It is indeed Lord Demon God. After endless years, one by one, there are rises, and there are loneliness, and they have already been decisively killed, but they have been short-lived. In the last few seconds, I reacted and made a direct decision. Plan failed. Lin Hongfeng took a deep breath, feeling lingering fears. At this moment, The group's plan was extremely amazing, but it failed at the last moment. It is indeed completely lost. After all, it is possible to defeat the strong with the weak, a surprise attack, speak out, and enough to defy the sky. Let the entire three realms recall today, with incomparable lingering fears, in hundreds of years. This is enough to be proud of. However, the current plan has completely failed, and there is no other way. With the help of the demon god, he can instantly kill the 3,000 great demons, and all the heavenly emperors present, creating a great terror in the three realms. But, are you really defeated? His eyes flickered. There was anger, and there was a desperate fight, and he grinned. Killing you and releasing 3,000 great demons is indeed the best way. But, since an unsuspecting origin demon is in front of us, do we have any other options? Kill her. Before, we had no way to kill the demon. If we kill it now, one of the oldest, the death of the demon god, especially the supporter of the entire potion system, in the demon world of potion professionals, is where the dragon veins are like the pillars of the mother ivy. Once she dies, the hundreds of millions of professionals in the entire potion, the entire system, will panic and collapse, right? Lose power, fear, despair. Perhaps the effect we want will not be too bad. You guys. The joy of the heavenly emperors just ignited, and their faces gradually solidified. Do it! While speaking, he and several other grotesque directly attacked the vast giant demon, intending to find the core of the demon in his body and kill them directly. Hurry, and stop them. The emperors of the gods were immediately anxious, and they shot again. The situation turned again, and the situation fell into a terrifying and tense fight again. Bang! Several grotesque people shuttled through it. It seems like two hair-sized bacteria from the influx of the skin opened up the unresponsive sleeping cells, like dense air bubbles, shuttled through the maze, looking for the core hidden somewhere. Wow! Everything around is galloping, and the surrounding cells are constantly changing due to the speed. For the bright red afterimage. Many heavenly emperors began to roar. These grotesque, possessing the will of all beings, are faster than them in speed and strength, and coupled with their immortality, they shuttled through the organization of 110,000 heavenly emperors. There are too many heavenly emperor cells. The breath is chaotic, and it is impossible to sense the breath of the other party. The previous demon gods have never solved their indescribable fear. Before Ermin's protection, no one could approach. And once people approach the sleeping origin demon god, they will inspiring indescribable fear, killing all living beings in an instant. Every cell is burning with indescribable fear. Who dares approach? No one can approach. But at this time, the defense mechanism has been turned off, and in front of everyone, every cell is completely trapped. He fell asleep without any resistance. They shuttled among the red blood cells, fought a battle in the body of the devil, and dominated the future destiny of the entire three realms. Inside the arm, at the arterial blood vessels, the cells of the sorcerer heavenly emperor, the layers of flesh and blood squirming, form a bright red world. The ground is gathered into a bright red, rushing river. The waves are turbulent. There is no end in sight. It is extremely spectacular. A statue exists, and they meet on the edge of this blood vessel river. You can only find each other separately. Original demon god, once he dies, the demon world will be over. The world will panic and completely fall to their side. Manyan. No one can take a cardiotonic to stabilize the hearts of the people, and sooner or later, they will be ruled by them. They didn't kill ordinary cells, because after all, they are a heavenly emperor cell. Even if they are sleeping, their defense is not low, and they have to scrap some means. And there are too many, the time is short. They must have gone straight to the main body. Since we lost it, we will also take the lead in finding the core, take it out, and protect it. And boom! Groups of hair-like fleas, in the entire body of the huge evil god, in the intercellular spaces, shuttled and jumped, constantly groping to find enemies. This battle is related to the fate of the entire three realms. Even the existences of Lin Hongfeng and Sheila, the Valkyrie Palace, also directly into the vast body of the origin demon god, like a huge flesh and blood continent. Ixuji was slightly startled, also found it interesting, and directly entered Medusa's body. Whoa! He walks in the cells, very leisurely. The other heavenly emperor giants have no time to observe the structure, and are eager to wander, because it is related to the fate and future of the entire three realms. But Suji was like traveling, carefully studying the structure of her body, seeing the peristaltic skeletal cell creatures, hematopoietic cell creatures, and the rushing blood of the bright red river, and even walked to the heart. Biffed. Standing in front of the cardiovascular system, Xu Zhizhi saw a huge bright red heart. He opened the heart cells and entered the atrium. It was a red, viscous and bright liquid that was constantly surging and full of power. Like a bright, red hot spring. Is it a spiritual spring? It's quite suitable to soak in. He continued to walk. What a giant, compared to the real body of Pengu. This body is like the real Pengu. It is so huge that it can even live in her body. Xu Zhi was dumbfounded and kept observing. This is a very rare opportunity which can be practically investigated. 110,000 is too large, and it is difficult to find it in a desperate fight. Didn't Medusa think of it? She is hidden so deeply that it is almost impossible to find in a short time. He continued to walk and found that most of the unnecessary human organs had been removed from Medusa's body, including the organs that women should have. Even as the Cthulhu evil god, she can arrange the cells of her body and combine organs at will. As long as she wants, it is possible to grow penis. After all, after becoming the Cthulhu evil god, her body is always changing. Boom! In the distance, there seems to be a fight. It seems that some heavenly emperors discovered the other party and decided to risk their lives to contain the other party and delay the time. After all, the other party included, after a time worm died, there were only 5 people at this time, and if one pinned down the enemy, the chance of being discovered by the enemy could be reduced by 20%. Suddenly, ding! The intelligent vice brain sent a mechanical prompt. In the sand table of the 3 realms, there is a creature trying to spy on the queen of the insect nest. Xu Zhi was standing quietly beside him. You reading www.com for a moment, so he checked the situation and chose to kill to clear his memory. According to the request, forcibly interrupted, obliterated, and erased memory. Unexpectedly, after DK back then, someone is now peeking. The god of dreams? Xu Zhi thought about it, but didn't pay much attention. This is to its nature. It's a moth to the flames. With the power of a god, it is impossible not to take the creation god into account. As an unknowable existence, it is very likely that there is some sense in it, but it still does it, regardless of the overall situation. This is the advantage of weirdness and shortcomings. The Reason why Xuji is so casual is because the god of dreams will still be resurrected. The will of all sentient beings will still recover. After all, it is difficult to clear the fear of sentient beings and mortals about it after this riot. But it is no longer the previous dream god, but a brand new white paper. Without the memory of the previous generation of dream god that came step by step, the resurrection is another identical new dream god who will not remember anyone, as well as plans with ilk. However, there is a change over there, and you have no time. Shu Ji looked at it. Was undeniable that this attack was already the limit of Bai Xiaosheng's calculations. Ghost Knight Palace, which itself has only 7 members, attacked the most prosperous world of the 3 realms, the Pantao Conference, looking for a possibility and creating a miracle in the almost impossible success. At that moment, it was extremely close to success, and it was already too amazing. If Medusa didn't react, and made a decisive decision in less than a second of sleep, he would completely overthrow the rule of an ancient saint that has been developed for 4,000 years in the realms. At that time, the world was completely dominated by ghosts. The evil race heavenly court was established, and it entered the age of darkness. The civilization of the evil incense has been completely opened. Sometimes, the fate of an era is not for generations, but only in an instant. But at this time, the opportunity is fleeting. Bai Xiaosheng and others are finally defeated by the weak. The enemy is too strong, and the victory is getting farther and farther. It is too difficult to find the 110,000 organization. It's gone. Xuji walked indifferently among the crawling blood and flesh. The surrounding environment was reflected in a bright red, like the body of sun of huge ancient life. In this way, why do you always feel that the huge forces of the 3 realms are the villains, Bai Xiaosheng waiting for others, playing the bitter drama of the weak rising up to fight back to create miracles, and to fight for their own race? I have to say, Xuji did not expect that the impression he left on all beings back then condensed into another self. A dark one who was born with 100 dawns, has excellent Taoism, and possesses a world-shattering wisdom and talent. It's all about Bai Xiaosheng. This is the impression that all living beings have of him. In his admiration, he kept whispering, the 3 realms should also have wars. After all, they are too peaceful, and they also need to develop. The evil gods and the righteous gods will never disappear completely. One by one, there are constant struggles and disputes. This is the perfect high-level transcendent world. The 3 realms without enemies has always been peaceful and has no crisis. But it is not good. He walked lightly and came to Medusa's tail. Hurlala. Inside the tail is a very strong piece of bright red muscle tissue. As if it is a steel bar, a spring structure that continuously spirals, and a group of 100 muscles forms a larger giant coil spring muscle. So it has a strong buffering ability and explosive power. This snake tail is her most powerful fighting weapon. It has ever-changing physical abilities and can be transformed into human-shaped legs, a sickle, or even eight-legged form. What a weapon of war and killing! Xuji took a deep breath, and his eyes burst into bright light. The upper half of the human body is a Taoist system, and they are all cells of a wizard and a sea consciousness system, using powerful Taoist methods to attack and kill. The lower half of the snake body is the body repair system. It is the cell of the Wu clan and the martial arts system. The pure power of the tail is amazing, and it can break through all methods with one force. Cthulhu evil god. very powerful, is a more and more complete system. Although, person is a system, but it doesn't prevent me from stealing my studies, after all. I also have the second Cthulhu evil god in the world. Xuji raised his head and stared silently at the world of flesh and blood organizations in front of him. The vastness, continuing to study the structure of the tail. I have some experience in upgrading the weapons of the mechanical armor, which is of great benefit. The harvest is very rich. It's like working hard for a long time in the fields, but suddenly harvesting and getting a great harvest. He left the center of the tail, walked towards the end of the tail, kept walking and finally came to the vertebrae of the tail, which was a dense white hard bone, piled up one by one, like a sky-high stone and white column, fine and dense, neat and orderly stacking. Xuji took out the alchemy platform and test tube and began to take blood samples on the spot, focusing on bone marrow cells to conduct research experiments. Pure bone marrow cells seem to be special structures that integrate major systems and are the source of regeneration. Medusa's body sampling research is also a rare opportunity, this time of chaos, but it is also the time. After all, how do you usually get Medusa's body cells? Like a Rubik's Cube, let the intelligent subbrain reproduce a Medusa's body tissue and take samples directly? That's impossible. It is only the first order, not the seventh order heavenly emperor, that has been multiplied. The powerhouses in the sand table, after they cultivate, their bodies are already unique high-level Zerg life forms, and by throwing spores, they can only reproduce low-level primitive life forms. He is constantly tinkering with the alchemy platform, constantly fishing, collecting data from various eras. The richer the knowledge, and the more accumulated, the more terrifying and potential extraordinary world civilization he can create. After all, on Hui's side, it has all run too far at this time, and the ghost knows what it will encounter. It is still necessary to have the background and more trump cards to feel at ease. Whoa! Suddenly, an existence with a hazy white light came slowly. Xuji turned his head to look. Bai Xiaosheng showed his face in the shadows and smiled gently. Major Messiah, are you also here to stop me? Xuji, stunned and stopped. Test tube in my hand? Don't you see what I'm doing? You found me. Bai Xiaosheng walked step by step. Every step was extremely steady. He had an amazing sense of oppression, as if the whole world of red blood cells was shaking, and the momentum was amazing. Although Bai Xiaosheng is constantly searching in the body, the scope is too large, the probability is too low, and it is almost impossible to find it for the rest of the time. He is not at all desperate and arrogant, and said indifferently, I know who you are. You are my predecessor, another part of the true body of Bai Xiaosheng, a part of the former God of Wisdom Hermes. You have the same status as my body. Bai Xiaosheng's expression was extremely calm. Known as Bai Xiao, he naturally possesses endless wisdom. He wanders the earth, constantly exploring and seeking knowledge. Except for the most advanced secrets, he can know all these high-level secrets. After all, it's about his origins. The reason why he was born is because Bai Xiaosheng disappeared, and he filled his vacancy. Naturally, he had to investigate the real Bai Xiaosheng and why he disappeared, so he investigated the current Hermes and the former messianic monarch, Great Emperor. One of the oldest beings, the messianic monarch. He has been very concerned just now. During the process of communicating with Lin Hongfeng, he secretly stared at him, waiting for him to shoot. But he didn't make a move from start to finish. Worf, the messianic monarch, the great emperor, stood beside him with a faint expression on his face, with an inexplicable smile. It's a little scary. Can't help but make him feel vigilant. This oldest mysterious demon exists, and it doesn't play cards according to common sense? What is he planning? He didn't believe that there would be no secret actions. After all, the god of dreams secretly attacked the ancient gods in the temple, such as Lei Di, Zhan Shenqiangji, Liu Wenjian, Hu Renong, and these powerful ancient existences. It is undeniable that Lin Hongfeng of the Valkyrie Palace is indeed a rising rookie in this era, but she is still too tender. Her IQ is terrifying, but she has little experience and is not enough, and she is still crushed by him. Therefore, in the entire Pantao conference, there is only the last mysterious and unpredictable ancient existence, the Messianic Sovereign Emperor, even more mysterious than the Thunder Emperor, God of War, and the others. Strength, unknown. Whole card, unknown. After I failed, I entered the body of the devil and kept thinking about it for a long time. I didn't know until now why you didn't take action just now. Bai Xiaosheng carried his hands on his back, had the arrogance of a tyrant overlooking the world, and said confidently, "You are very smart. You know that I have no plan, since I have targeted all the heavenly emperors present, and I have not missed a powerful combat power. Why? I miss you?" Without waiting for the messianic monarch to speak, Bai Xiaosheng continued to walk step by step. His expression was full of confidence and arrogance, and his body was shrouded in snow-white divine light. Like an ancient sage of great wisdom, "You must have reason that I dared to come and attack, and I have the means to target the originating demon. And the only way to deal with her is not to defeat her, may make her fall into a deep sleep. Then, since it can work on her, naturally it can also work on you, who also has the blood of immortality." Bai Xiaosheng rubbed his palms and smiled, and couldn't help but exclaimed loudly, "Yes, you guessed it right, Time Worm. I had been guarding against you just now, but you didn't take action after all, which made me very uncomfortable. Time Worm, I actually withheld the information and CC left you there. If you have the time to accelerate, you can do it with both you and Medusa, but you must have been prepared to stand beside you." Xu Ji felt a little admiration when he heard this. Bai Xiaosheng, worthy of being the leader of the villain revolutionaries of the Three Realms, is indeed without a doubt. This plan has almost counted all the powerhouses in the entire Three Realms? He has only been awake for a few days, and it stands to reason that he will not count the Messiah at all. But he also calculated that the Messiah might also appear at the Peach Conference. Did he take targeted precautions? That is to say, shooting and not shooting are the same, although there is no intention to shoot. Xu Ji put down the reagents on the alchemy platform, and Xu Ji praised sincerely, "Bai Xiaosheng, you are very powerful. You are also commendable. As a wise man, you have won my approval." Bai Xiaosheng took another step forward, pressing step by step, with unparalleled terrifying pressure. Everyone thought that Lin Hongfeng was the one who brought me huge pressure, just now in charge of the overall situation, but they didn't know that they brought me pressure. It's you who has been hiding in the dark. I can't count you. You have been standing by to form a deterrent, and I am constantly vigilant against you. Unknown is the most terrifying. He snapped. You are the real, terrifying person. As one of the oldest existences in the potion era of the demon world, are far more experienced than those contemporary young heavenly emperors who know how to roar and flow on the surface in the entire Pantao conference. The real old man. You know that even if you make a move, you must be targeted. At this time, there is no way to reverse it. So if you take a slanted sword and bet on Medusa, you will inevitably shut in your own defense. This is the only chance for you to survive. You also won the bet, and the time worm is completely consumed. I have no way to deal with you at this time. You really shot directly and came to stop me. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly with a hint of bitterness at the beginning. You two are worthy of being the two oldest wizards. Without any communication, you just trust each other's wisdom, can make the response you want, and reverse the entire desperate situation alive and carried out the current Jedi. The big turnaround. I won't be wrong. So it is. Xuji relieved his emotions. His face was slightly condensed, and he did nothing, and a black pot fell on his forehead. Immediately, he no longer had the mood to continue his research. Since the trouble came to him, he silently put away the alclatform. That's right. It's me. The plan I've hidden so deeply will be, I found it. Then, are you going to seek revenge for me, the person who ruined your entire plan? Shuji asked. Bai Xiaosheng said lightly. I didn't mean to look for you. After all, time was running out, but you are now. I took the initiative to stop me. Are you really planning to take action? To stop us from finding the core of the origin demon, since this is the case, we can't escape, we can only compete. Woo! In the shadow, a god of heaven exists, and Pan Xuexian covers the surprised Luo Kaiwai's lips. This girl is so innocent that she was almost discovered. Luo Kaiwai told her not to make a sound, and she also showed a horrified expression. Looking at the confrontation between the two, it turned out that these two were the real masterminds behind the scenes. They had a fierce confrontation in secret at the Pantao conference just now. As expected of the messianic monarch who is in charge of gardens and wine, one of the most mysterious beings. Pan Xuexian's eyes were hot and her breath was short. Not only in those days, but sleeping body blessed the rise of our martial god palace, and now it is also saved. No wonder Sheila is so adored. Even was a little adored. Screenshots. This is horrible. Is this the world of the strong? No wonder my sister. I was not smart enough. But the IQ of the messianic monarch, even my lonely sister, who is a genius with high IQ, can't match it, right? Not only the game forums on the internet, but even the gods of the entire Pantao conference, if they knew about it, it would cause a huge storm. It just seemed that you reading www.sonicponital.com reversed the whole situation. It was a fluke. In fact, it is the messianic sovereign emperor who secretly controls the overall situation of the entire realms and restrains Bai Xiaosheng. Now those heavenly emperors outside, I guess you love it. After all, the messianic monarch has been hiding in the dark. Even now, they are secretly shooting. Maybe as said, these contemporary emperors are too young, not old enough, and scheming. This battle of wits is indeed earth-shattering. The two people in front of them, with all kinds of amazing means, resolved the desperate situation and kept flipping. Pan Xuexian hurriedly pulled Luo Kaiwai and continued to hide. Two giants with great wisdom are actually calculating each other. It turns out that there is such a terrifying deep meaning. It determines the fate and future of our three worlds. We have to find a way to help secretly. Take a attack. Yes. You can't let the Messiah the Great don't want fame and fortune, and now one person secretly and silently shoulders the mission of saving the three realms. Luo Kaiwai waved her small fist, full of admiration. Whew! There are blood cells flowing in the distance. Bai Xiaosheng is an elegant scholar in white clothes, and Xuji is a wizard in black robes. The two are opposite, giving people a feeling of black and white. The costumes of the two different civilizations are very special. I was restrained just now, but that doesn't mean it's really my weakness. Bai Xiaosheng strode forward, full of breath, and instantly blocked his hearing and vision so that he could not hear other people's exchange problems. In a sense, come say, I'm the type of grotesque with the least weakness. Ostrich? Suji, slightly startled. But I can't say, this is the most simple and rude way. Blocking hearing and vision, other people can't ask questions, just work hard. Suji didn't expect that in this huge body of demon gods, so many heavenly emperors were chasing and killing them, and he was studying the behavior of salted fish casually. The black pot. This is the unwarranted disaster of lying on the gun. Before, the Messiah the Great wanted social beatings, but nothing came of it. I haven't. Now, as soon as I entered the society, the beatings kept coming to my door. The last time was Lin Hongfeng. This time it was Bai Xiaosheng, the eccentric leader of the rebellion against the three realms. Xu face was completely calm. But what is this in front of me? I hit me in the eyes of all beings? The second battle. Xu clearly understands that it is difficult for a strong person to not go through a battle. Climbing higher, it is impossible to build a car behind closed doors. This is a necessary process. Try the water with a trumpet, and experience the battle between the same level and the strongest in the sand table world. How big is the gap between the strength of the sky and the self, which can be used as a measure? The Messiah, what is power? Bai Xiaosheng moved forward step by step. In this world, as long as the strong will understand that knowledge is power, there is no emperor who has never learned from the past, and they all have earth-shattering wisdom and knowledge reserves, and they have understood everything in the world. Of course, there are exceptions now. Emperor Wu's lineage is purely for muscle training and exercise. 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 You don't have to think too much. Dark. Pan Xuexian was sweating coldly. Be talking about me? Do not. It's not just me who scold me. He scolded our sisters. Pan Xuexian said, pulling Luo Kaiwai, who was a beautiful lady. Boom! Hover. Knowledge is power. Representing wisdom, are one of the strongest combat powers in the grotesque. The air around Bai Xiaosheng seemed to be distorted, exuding endless, shrouded in the natural Taoism. Every step he took, the terrifying breath vibrated, and the beating flames dyed the area. Pan Xuexian and Luo Kaiwai's bodies began to tremble slightly, and a wave of fear and madness coming from the depths of their hearts wanted to occupy their bodies. It's too strong. Bai Xiaosheng's real combat power is much stronger than the grotesque ones attacked by everyone just now. Such an enemy has already surpassed the realm of the conventional heavenly emperor. How could he possibly win? They shrank even deeper, completely forgetting their intention to sneak attack to help. Boom! Bai Xiaosheng charged fiercely. Bai Xiaosheng, it seems that I have created a good opponent for myself. Xu sank his heart, grabbed hard in the air, and a black delicately carved staff appeared in his hand. This was an alchemist who used to practice alchemy. Masterpiece. Air hammer of war. The staff waved, a skillful startup style, instantly bombarded. A huge condensed air hammer spewed out quickly, like an innate divine hammer, with a terrifying bright red arrogance, scraping the whole piece of air. Xu didn't stop, and started waving his staff continuously, blessing himself, and his breath continued to expand. Guarded by spring rain, advanced power superposition, life activation, defense. Surge. Wind. Escape. Bai Xiaosheng held a wordless celestial book, elegantly turned the page, and a method naturally spewed out, resisting the air hammer of war in front of him. He stretched out his hand again, and the spells were wrought one after another, and he continued to bless him. Everything grows, the mother of the earth embraces, the longevity technique. Boom. The movements of both sides are extremely smooth, as if they are the most elegant mage, which is pleasing to the eye. They even use the Taoist method at the same time, constantly attacking each other, and completing their own spell blessings in the shortest time. Bang! The spell starts bombarding directly. The world has almost turned into 5 colors, and the radiance is flowing. The colliding rays of light seem to be beautiful, but in fact, everything in the world is wiped out. When an ordinary emperor enters, he will be killed in an instant. This has almost reached the limit of the 7th order Taoist method, which is comparable to the achievement of the first person, the heavenly emperor, in the Taoist method of the year. After all, the heavenly emperor is not talented, but is already outdated with the era 3,000 years later. Boom! The two of them performed the Tao method in the air, and the rays of light burst, and the terrifying air wave, the magic of the gods, amazed the whole world, colorful, and impacted the whole world. Monsters. Luo Kaiwai and Pan Xuexian, who were hiding in the dark, were both contemporary new heavenly emperors, and only felt a chill surge from their tailbone. Boom! During the continuous long-range bombardment of the two sides, the distance actually got closer and closer, and even started to get close to him like a warrior. Click. Xu Ji fiercely picked up the staff, his muscles condensed like steel bars, his arms bulged in an instant, and a terrifying acceleration erupted in an instant, as if he was swiping up a hammer, and he slammed it fiercely in the air. Bang! Unprepared, the staff smashed hard on Bai Xiaosheng's chest, causing a huge depression. Ripple. The top of the smashed staff directly took advantage of the victory, and turned into a black ball of light on Bai Xiaosheng's chest. A silent whisper came from behind him. But that's fake. Bai Xiaosheng did not know when, but he had already appeared, behind the Messiah the Great. He combined the wordless book and turned it into a thick book like a dictionary. His arms and hands also showed terrifying blue veins and muscles, and he smashed the head of the Messiah the Great. The moment the book fell on the forehead, the light burst into Taoism. Bang, bang, bang. Fifth. The rays of light broke out completely, and after a ray of light, the two muscle monsters that were completely out of shape. An 8-armed real wizard of the Wu clan holding a staff, with knotted muscles all over his body, tall and indescribably strong. The staff at this time seems to be holding a toothpick. The other one is a Roshan muscle giant scholar holding a book, which is also very terrifying. This, too perverted. Pan Xuexian and the two looked at this scene in surprise. The two ancient beasts collided with each other. They only felt their scalps tingle. This was the horror of the old emperors. Contemporary heavenly emperors have just broken heavenly emperors. They have no accumulation and no background, and generally only cultivate one system. And these heavenly emperors of the old era, over a long period of time, have already cultivated several systems, at least the two major systems of ancestral witch real body, and knowing the Si Dao method, the dual cultivation of Dao and body. This is not as simple as 1 + 1. The combined combat power will assist each other and form an exaggerated explosion. What's more, Bai Xiaosheng at this time not only integrates most of the systems of the three realms, but also the three cultivations of Dao, body, and martial arts. He has practiced the martial Dao that has just appeared. It's horrible. Every time you add one more system, it means that the difficulty increases exponentially. It can be seen that Bai Xiaosheng is amazing. No, Messiah the Great just woke up and didn't touch our martial arts. This is a disadvantage, Luo Kaiwei exclaimed, only cultivating two major systems. Not necessarily an opponent, definitely at an advantage. After all, Taoism and witchcraft are essentially the same system, and they are strictly divided. Now there are only three systems of Taoism, body, and martial arts, and the incense system is not a combat system. After all, the gods who worship incense are also practicing these three major systems. No, we have to help! Luo Kaiwei was very excited. No, you are too young. Pan Xuexian stared at the messianic monarch and hurriedly said, "The Messiah all cultivates the three major systems, the magic core system that we do not have in the three realms, and he definitely has it in his head. Demon core." Boom! Xu breath suddenly swelled, and his whole body began to shatter, bursting with a more terrifying aura than the real body of martial arts. The two slammed into a ball, like two ancient chaotic beasts before the world opened up. Hundreds of statues actually vacated a huge space. This fight seems to be a long time, but in fact, the outbreak was too abrupt and smooth, and in just over 10 seconds, the fight was extremely tragic. Bai Xiaosheng burst into full force in an instant, to quickly defeat and even kill the messianic monarch, knowing that time is running out. But next second, click. A white jade arm in the void descended fiercely into the mortal world and pressed it lightly. Bang! Bai Xiaosheng quickly shattered into pieces. He looked at the sky with a flash of incredulity. The great emperor of the underworld, Ermin, how is that possible? Logically speaking, it can be delayed for about 7 minutes, and now only 5 minutes have passed. Bai Xiaosheng exploded instantly. A faint voice came. That guy's attributes. You reading www.nevinsonemental.com is indeed difficult to deal with. For some reason, he suddenly died out of thin air, but he still used our divine power to weave a dream, and it also trapped us for a while. Time, if it's still manipulating that ownerless dream, it might not even come out so quickly. Messiah Sovereign. The time delay is good, I'll go somewhere else and kill the remaining 4. The voice fell and disappeared without a trace. The gods have successfully come out, and the victory has been completely established. Pan Xuexian and Luo Kaiwei next to them slowly walked out, and were extremely excited. Is this the power of the gods? Xu took a deep breath and looked at Bai Xiaosheng, who was instantly dead, and now he truly felt the horror intuitively. Whoa! The huge witch form shrank, and the whole body returned to its original state. He looked at the broken corpse of Bai Xiaosheng and secretly measured. At this time, with the 3 major systems, I can already play against these next-level top existences, and I can already fight. Emperor Messiah, are you okay? Luo Kaiwei next to her had bright eyes, and the girl's eyes were full of admiration. Xu was dumbfounded. This pot is really mysterious, so that he has not reacted yet. He just replied lightly. Although Bai Xiaosheng is scary, it is not a big problem. It's fine. Beside, Luo Kaiwei and Pan Xuexian breathed a sigh of relief looking at the ruined ground. As soon as the gods came out, the great Emperor Netherland suppressed everything, slapped them all to death, and won. Let's go back to the Pantao conference first. Pan Xuexian said. He said to the two that the injury was not serious. Only Xu Ji himself knew. This body has various degrees of fatal injuries all over the body. Just now, Bai Xiaosheng was not afraid of death at all, and he almost fought for his life, because Bai Xiaosheng knew that since this attack was planned, there is a high probability that if you fail, then, taking the opportunity to kill the deadly threat that sabotaged your plan, the Messiah the Great, is also the best choice. And the reason why I say I don't care is because this body is irrelevant in itself. Now, it's just a serious injury and dying. It's good to leave it there and sleep for more than 10 years. Benefit. I was approached, someone inexplicably, and I couldn't refute it, so I could only bite the bullet and admit it. Xu Ji was helpless, feeling that it was too difficult, and looked at the surrounding body tissues with some regret. However, according to the normal combat power, I have the awakening outbreak, suicide attack. The combat power should be crushing Bai Xiaosheng. As a result, they were evenly matched, which was caused by lack of combat experience. After all, it was the other 3 learning clones who didn't work hard enough, so they had to give them some extra lessons. He silently weighed. And if it goes on, there is a high probability that both sides will perish. Bai Xiaosheng relied on his grotesque immortality, but he also relied on his determination to become a zombie. The 2 undead people fought, leaving only their head and half of their body, and they were still desperate. Basically, it would not be better. Xu Ji stretched his hand slightly. Up. Blows. A heavenly emperor cell was broken on the ground, and some tissues were quickly sucked into the space ring. It was the original target to be found by the grotesque leader. This demon body of the evil god of Cthulhu has not been researched and sampled, but it's not a loss. It happened to be broken, so I can go back and study it again. In a sense, Xu Ji made a profit instead. By fighting, he killed more than 100 heavenly emperor cells of Medusa, and his tail exploded a small part, and the feedback of mass extinction energy was extremely large. Before, Xu Ji was sitting in the yard in the countryside, looking at the pond in the distance, curling up the sleeping Gorgon girl, very jealous. This big fat sheep, the ruthless super energy production machine, can finally lay wool. After the 2 people who accompanied the martial god palace came out of the flesh and blood body of the origin demon god, they saw a statue of heavenly emperor standing on the ground, constantly repairing the palace, the ground, and the entire 3 realms. The atmosphere was very solemn. Almost no one spoke. It was learned from the communication. Other heavenly emperors scattered and explored, and some of them met in the body by chance, directly blocking those grotesques. Because it was no longer the previous siege, they dragged time and sacrificed their lives by themselves. Now counting the number of people, 7 heavenly emperors have died and more than 10 injured, and the atmosphere is dignified and depressing. Heroes always become martyrs. The head of Shushan sighed, looked at the people around him, and said to himself, "It seems that this thought and emotion will converge into the blood realm. Weird martyrs. The incense energy of the heavenly emperors is too huge. Next time, we have to clear it as soon as possible." The great Zhou emperor said, We should report to the Mother Earth. Let them accept the incense of all beings and bring them back to life. Their dead souls are still there. The Mother Earth is merciful and must gather souls to shape the golden body with incense. All say yes. It's just that, although he has been resurrected and has many advantages to become the god of incense, the flaws are also too great. Incense is poisonous. No longer living creatures. Every time I get injured or die, I will use incense to make up for my body, and eventually it will gradually erode and become the self in the eyes of all beings. Now Lady God Zhan Tian Di, fighting God, and his like have almost completely lost their ego, and they all chose to retreat. It is to prevent injury and to reject the incense, so as to delay the incense from completely eroding them. But in this way, refusing energy intake, their realm also stopped. At this time, the people of the martial god palace gathered together. See, Lin Hongfeng's face was slightly startled. She heard the two tell the truth. Her complexion changed violently several times, and she slowly walked over and bowed. Mr. Talent, as expected of the Messianic monarch, one of the most ancient existences. At first, I thought that you have been standing by the side, probably because you are on guard, and you have such a deep calculation. Yeah, it's amazing. Is that so? Guess how deep it is. As expected of an ancient existence, the female warrior emperors of the Valkyrie Palace are chatting. They were bathed in blood, and their injuries were not minor. They all came around and worshipped them incomparably. Actually, that's all I can think of. After all, it is a war of destruction of the three realms, and everyone must take action. If the opponent wins, as long as it is a creature in the three realms, no one can escape this catastrophe. Therefore, you reading www.sonictal.com, everyone thinks that the Messianic monarch, the Great, is standing next to him. It cannot be hanging high. It is likely to be pregnant with something. Even Bai Xiaosheng continued to look suspicious and vigilant, reasoning, looking for the most suitable explanation, and successfully reasoning to come up with an explanation. In fact, it's really just eating melons, but no one believes it. Lin Hongfeng's eyes continued to flicker. Very good response. Bai Xiaosheng targeted the ancient Heaven Emperor powerhouses of the entire Pantao conference, and he must have targeted you, so he chose to stay put. Instead of jumping into the opponent's trap, let him. The other party feels uncomfortable because of it. She kept her thoughts and became more and more admirable. This muscular little hen of the past has grown into a smart chicken. After all, it is not easy to carry a group of muscular girls who do not grow brains over the years. After all, it is not easy to grow muscles without brains. To this day, Lin Hongfeng was completely in awe, and suddenly bowed slowly. Can you be our Wushan Palace instructor? Yes, yes, yes. The crowd was very excited. After all, it was Sister Sheila who took the sleeping body of the Messiah, the Great, to travel around the earth, and then ran into them. A group of goblins finally used the Messiah's body to bless the rising. Wushan Palace is very exclusive, but few after 100 years, he has already had a deep bond with this corpse. So when he wakes up, he will laugh at himself and not be an outsider. Maybe not. Xujuji thought for a while, looked around, and responded, the catastrophe of the three realms may not have subsided, so I should stay here, but I will fall into a deep sleep soon. The surrounding martial emperors flashed regrets. Pan Xuexian, who was next to him, pouted, curious and helpless. This guy, he has thrown it into countless systems and can't get in. It will definitely be like this. It is also expected that the Messiah the Great will continue to sleep. After all, it has been 600 years since the last time he woke up, and now he wakes up again. The great Messiah has the same immortal bloodline as the demon god Medusa. This is a huge opportunity for the god of creation, but it is also understandable. After all, the great Messiah comes from the ninth order existence that died that year, Hermes. Hermes is very ancient, and it is likely that he also received the gift of the creator god. However, according to a rough calculation, the Messiah the Great has not been awake for a long time, and it should not be able to improve. Lin Hongfeng kept thinking, Her face was solemn. About this, you can ask the origin demon god for advice. In this aspect of the use of bloodline, the Lord Demon God didn't sleep for a long time. After all, you have protected her now. Lin Hongfeng suddenly spoke, but became dumbfounded. However, I have already thought, even with such a tacit understanding, taking the initiative to help the demon god Medusa is to take the opportunity to obtain the information on the blood of immortality. In this regard, as expected of you. Exactly. Suji was startled, just smiled faintly, and continued to chat with them. Whoa! Away. By Xiaosheng. This person is too scary. A mere number of people almost overturned the entire three realms. A group of heavenly emperors stood on the spot, whispering and making noise. At this time, an ancient saint returned to the high temple. Whoa! A name mirror emerges from the sky. All over the three realms, everyone saw the current situation of the Pantao Conference. This is to announce the status quo, in order to stabilize the emotions in all parts of the three realms, so as not to panic and be swayed by those grotesques. I encountered some minor changes. The attack was only 10 minutes long, and it was so grotesque that I dared to offend the gods, and I have already killed all of them. Mother Earth Greenvine sat on a high place and said lightly, "But the Pantao Conference will start as usual." The mortal dynasty, the demon world, and countless people looked at the projection in the sky, and people's hearts suddenly soared. Wand! As expected, those grotesques are nothing but charismatic ghosts and pretenses. How can an ancient sage, who is in charge of the order of heaven and earth, and who lives with the heavens, be overthrown? On the earth, countless people are encouraged by their confidence. Now, in order to quickly reply to the situation, stabilize the morale of the army, and continue to hold the Peach Conference, in the eyes of all living beings, it is just a trivial matter. Those small harassment incidents carried out by the bold and grotesque. But the thrilling degree of this moment, only the heavenly emperor present knows that there is a certain meaning. In terms of the above, they have come back from a desperate situation, life and death, almost in the blink of an eye. For them, the other party is just a few people, and they were almost subverted by others, which is a great shame. However, no matter how agitated, uneasy, with doubts, and reflections in the hearts of the celestial giants of the Peach Conference, this feast is still being held. The Pantao Conference is not an instant, but a month-long exchange. For these heavenly emperors, who have a lifespan of hundreds or thousands of years, a gathering and exchange can be calculated in months. The Pantao Conference is still being held, which means that the Earth Mother Kingting will become a god. This is the first deity among the players. Suji looked at the internet outside, and it was all over here. Due to the huge difference in time flow rate, the outside world was still excited. The discussion was raging, and the war subsided. Only then did someone react and start posting screenshots, one after another. Actually, I already a post. Sexy cute girl. Become a god online. Yes, I have grown from a cute girl to a cute girl. Although there is a big change now, Bai Xiaoxing's attack has set off a storm, but it still gathers the focus of the entire game forum. Looking at the screenshots, countless people are a little surprised. In an instant, all netizens saw this wave of operations and exploded on the spot. The whole plan is too much. Attracting the demon god, putting it to sleep, using the demon god's indescribable fear to kill all the giants of the three realms present, this wave of operations can be called a textbook miracle. In ancient wars, it is also a shocking counterattack. Is it better than the empty city plan of the year? The weak overcome the strong and change the whole battle situation. Fuck. This Bai Xiaosheng is too scary, calculated to such an extent. The strongest and most handsome villain in history. The wise man. I have become a fan. Have entered the pit and become a fan group of Bai Xiaosheng. Don't make trouble with the above. Fans return to fans. This villain is handsome. Mengmei and the others are going to get cold. Trapped, they are extremely frustrated. Is this a return to the era of the Western era? Mengmei will definitely not die. She will be imprisoned and treated as a grotesque mother. And Lei Dai and Long Wuming will not die. They will be treated as incense fire gods and suppressed in the Tower of Gods. Offered. Everyone continued to analyze, and players should not be cold. This is the system created by Mengmei, a peaceful salted fish. Even if they are defeated, no one will die. But this is a havoc in the heavenly palace, and the country takes turns doing it, and this year, it's coming to my house. Before, you built a tower to suppress demons, to suppress ghosts and monsters. But now they build a tower to suppress gods, and in turn suppress you, a tit for tat. Xu Ji glanced at the Peach Conference and lowered his head again. Instead of watching the anxious discussions of these heavenly emperors, it would be more interesting to look at the internet outside and flip through their comments one by one. Qiu Mingshan speed. Mengmei said, I'm really too difficult. Go to this day when Jianmu was imprisoned all over the world. Now it has become dragon veins all over the world, and I will be imprisoned. Again, there is no difference at all. It is everyone's shit on the head. Funny. Studying medicine to save another world. Lei Dai and Long Wuming said, I'm so hard. I'm going to be locked up again. Funny. Fun. Next, the incident continued to develop. At the moment when everyone was almost desperate, the three realms were destroyed, and a flip of Medusa shattered Bai Xiaosheng's desperate situation, and instantly rose a wave of fans. Screenshot. The attack fell on the body of the demon god, and blood flowed down. There was no reaction as expected. Screenshot. It was a picture of Zhangbang Bai Xiaosheng, who suddenly looked at the expression of the sleeping demon in shock. This expression simply concentrated everyone's cool points in an instant. From despair to surprise, it was as exciting as a roller coaster. Medusa, bullpen. It can be said that Medusa's reaction and response at this moment were impeccable. She was not ashamed of her identity and fighting talent at all. She deserved to be a well-known fighting maniac. All the plans, you reading the www.pointsonium.com can respond. Some members of the think tank couldn't help but comment. People like Mengmei and Lei Dai have lived for countless years, and their wisdom is estimated to be only above average. Maybe the decision-making at this moment is not as good as that of Medusa, who is worthy of being the top group of existences. Fighting wits and bravery, textbook-like wits, counterattack in a desperate situation, it's so exciting. And Medusa, who would expose her own life and fall into a deep sleep without defense, is something she used to do, and it was impossible for her to do. Many people are full of emotion. Medusa has changed. She never believed in others before, and she was extremely wary. But now she is willing to believe in others, can protect her sleeping self, and put her life in the hands of others. However, situation at this time gradually turned around again, from joy to worry again. Although the giants of the entire three realms were rescued, in turn, Medusa himself was caught in a crisis, and was likely to be killed. Ah! Medusa, don't die. The production team, come out for me. Write this character to death, and give up the tour. The one above, you couldn't get and pick nose. Yes, I strongly recommend that the production team give me a place to enter. And then I quit the tour to show my strong determination. Subaru's resolve Meteor Fist Daichipg. Also, although other contemporary heavenly emperors are very weak, isn't the previous Messiah the great emperor also the great emperor of ancient times? Why hasn't he acted? Yeah, I knocked over someone with a punch before. This monarch is so powerful that he was called a straight man of steel by someone. I'm so angry. I really want to hit him. Not only boys, but even some girls, gritted their teeth and looked at the screen. This game is undoubtedly the game with the most balanced ratio of males and females, and half of male and female players beer, melon seeds, peanuts. In front of the computer, everyone is staring at the screen and is very nervous. At this time, screenshots were continuously sent out. This was a terrifying battle of fate that affected the three realms. At this time, it was quickly transferred from the Pantao conference to the sleeping body of the vast demon god, and countless heavenly emperors began to wander and fight. It's like watching epic mythical blockbuster. This kind of special effect is unmatched by any movie on Earth. Although the Jedi counterattacked, the giants of the entire three realms were not completely destroyed, but if the devil died, it would still cause panic among all beings, allowing Bai Xiaosheng others to gain the faith of fear, causing the faith to burst. Also, when the origin demon god dies, the demon world is almost finished, and the consequences are unimaginable. While everyone was nervous, they drank their drinks frantically and sat in the room, their hands shaking while eating peanuts. Brothers, it's time for a decisive battle. Review shit, watch this wave of key plots first. It's a crisis moment. In the dormitory, a group of students were eating fast boxes and nervously watching the live broadcast. This is not a predetermined movie, nor a scripted exercise, but a live broadcast. Any future on the players inside. Gradually, as the camera of the system issuer shifted in the picture, she took Luo Kaiwai together in a team of two, constantly searching for the densely packed red flesh and blood, like bubbles. Saw Bai Xiaosheng, the Messiah, great, hiding. Seeing that secret conversation, in the dark, in an instant, the second great reversal started. During the dialogue between the two, a kind of enlightenment suddenly appeared in everyone's heart, and they suddenly realized, is the truth? Bai Xiaosheng seemed to be fighting against Lin Hongfeng, but in fact, that was all on the surface. The one who really fought against Bai Xiaosheng behind his back was the messianic monarch who was standing quietly beside him. As the plot progressed, pictures and texts were continuously sent out, and they completely understood everything. Yeah, think about it. Bai Xiaosheng is so smart. How could he not be prepared to deal with the great Messiah? No wonder the great Messiah did not choose to do it. Someone spoke quickly. Indeed, if you don't do it, you have seen through the other party's plan. This requires great wisdom. Countless people commented and thought it was a psychological game, but more people couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck!" Think about it. It's really like this, and then quickly said that they had already seen through everything. This is the charm of natural reasoning. In fact, there have been various clues before, pointing in the same direction. Messiah does not shoot. 2. Messiah and Medusa have the same immortal bloodline. 3. Inevitably, there is a way to deal with Medusa. It's just that we didn't guess it before, and now I feel a sudden realization. There are think tanks who speak. Obviously, they often read mystery novels. He often watches Suspect X's dedication and the like. The charm of this type of reasoning is that the clues are already hidden in it. This is the author's challenge to the readers. As long as the readers are smart enough, they can deduce the whole truth. There is even afterthought. Brothers, you can see from the previous screenshots, it's already obvious that Bai Xiaosheng seems to be talking to Lin Hongfeng, but from time to time his eyes look in the direction of Messiah, and Messiah always kept the wind light and cloudless, clearly confident. Blau GPG 666. It's so cool. Standing there, controlling the overall situation, it's so handsome. Messiah, savior in Western legends. Everyone was excited after being surrounded. This is the second comeback from a desperate situation, breaking the conspiracy to rule the three realms and fight wits and courage. This is a very scary, thrilling, and bizarre psychological game. Medusa, Bai Xiaosheng, and Messiah, if made into a movie, may become the best reasoning and suspenseful movie of the year, with countless box office hits. As for the Messianic monarch, many people turned fans instantly and gained a lot of fans. Screenshot. The next picture was not unexpected. After the battle of wits and courage, the two completely met, and a head-to-head fight broke out in an instant. They all exploded into muscle forms and turned into monsters. This is love and killing each other. Is it inseparable? Pick nose. The best CP of the year, Bai Xiaosheng and Messiah. The two wise men calculated each other and fell in love. Sweetheart, this rotten girl is drooling. Who can draw the book? Happy. Immortal brew, divine fruit, delicacies. In front of the table, Xuji sat on the side table at the Pantao conference, and the whole person was a little confused. Are you going to laugh at me to death, and then inherit the chair of the god of creation that I placed at the door? Not only are they eating melons and watching plays across the computer screen, and they are so addicted and exciting, but they are also eating melons and watching plays across the computer screen. Watching them yell. It's all talents. Xu on the chair, speechless. Shayla next to her seemed to have noticed something. Looking at the program on the top of the stage, countless beautiful fairies danced, and they seemed to be dancing in the pure land of bliss, which was very trendy. This is the most beautiful among the three realms. Fairy Guanghan with the daughter of the seven immortals. Renner. It's still a dance song performed by Mother Earth. Doesn't it look good? Xuji just glanced at it. General. He lowered his head again. After all, beautiful women are dancing. How can it be interesting to watch sand sculptures? Shayla looked at the beautiful people on the stage, and then looked at the Messiah the Great, who continued to bow his head and meditate. His eyes became more and more admirable. He was practicing all the time and never relaxed. Mu Yuling's eyes lit up and said, "Yes, these women are not beautiful at all. When the time comes, our sisters will dance together and show you what real charm is." Online. This wonderful and continuous process of wits made everyone addicted. The next screenshot is that after the fierce battle, a god's arm fell from the sky. During the delay, Bai Xiaosheng's conspiracy was completely shattered. Everyone relaxed. It's just that many people are also worried. Bai Xiaosheng is immortal after all. If he fails this time, he will make a comeback in the future. He is so smart, and the future three realms will be very disturbing. Next, they saw the Messianic monarch and returned to the venue. It seemed that nothing happened, hiding among the many ordinary emperors, chatting and laughing with everyone in the Wushan palace. After all, the era 600 years later is still too far away, and none of the new emperors know the Messianic monarch. Everyone suddenly made a new discovery, not seeking fame and fortune. No one knew that he had just made a secret move. Only everyone in the martial god palace that this person was very charming and completely loved. Fuck! That's not right. Heroes shouldn't be unknown. Some people suddenly felt that this was not worth it, and their mother's heart burst. But people are low-key, that is, this indifferent character. Otherwise, how can you call the monarch in charge of wine and gardens? Listening to the name is a salted fish that does not compete for fame mention. And then look at some past deeds. After ruling the world, he disappeared and wandered the earth. Salted fish among fish. No, I can't see it anymore. I mourn its misfortune and hate it for nothing. Brothers, let's help him pretend. Yes. How about a standard plot to force the face? How? Dress. Well, the messianic monarch, didn't he just stand by the side and not make a move? According to traditional online novels, at this time, there should be some heavenly emperors to mock him, timid and incompetent, sitting on the sidelines and watching the fire. Then at this time, let the guys like Lei Dai and Long Wuming, who are sitting on the high place, take action, come to visit, communicate on an equal footing, and respectfully call out to Senior Messiah. It has been 600 years since he disappeared. The man continued to be extremely excited. This time the surrounding must be surprised. They were all stunned. Senior, even the oldest ancient emperor, can be called Senior? Messiah? Is this the ancient statue? The mysterious wizard emperor? While thinking about it, I was secretly surprised, revealing the identity of the Messiah, and slapped the face of the Tang emperor just now. This is the first reloading method. Everyone, surprised. Is there second wait? There must be. Wave after wave of shock is the true meaning. The ridiculing emperor will definitely not accept it. Even the ancient messianic monarch is timid and afraid of death. Thinking about it, you reading www.sonictel.com must also secretly despise it, which has driven public opinion. And at this time, Lei Dai and others can't help counterattack. Because this is not enough. The impact is not strong enough, and more advanced. A more compelling existence appeared, and the owner of the Pantao conference, the Mother Earth, came off the stage in person and said respectfully, "Thank you, fellow Taoist who just made a secret move. For wit and courage, repelled by Xiaosheng, and saved the people of the three realms. Is this... Wait." As soon as these words fall, the whole Peach conference will be heard, right? Everyone gasped. This is cruel. Too cruel. Hit the face twice in a row. One wave is stronger than the other. Think of that kind of picture. It's not too beautiful. It's even hard for them to imagine what the surprised look of the entire Pantao conference, a giant in the heavens, looks like. Fuck, I want to watch it. Then, the Messiah the Great make his official debut as C. His strength no longer allows him to keep a low profile. I also want to see brothers. Contact a few players inside. Help the messianic monarch, who hides his identity and pays silently. Come to a wave of 666 shocking costumes. Get the reputation you deserve. Yes, in my opinion, I didn't make a move just now. There is a high probability that someone will question it. This plan can be accomplished. Simple small eyes PG. Suji. Thingy. For he directly sucked in a breath of cold air. You are my sweet little padded jacket. I already feel that excellent can't be used to describe this group of guys who are crazy about things. It's just how messed up they are. However, suddenly he was a little stunned, because there was an ancient emperor who looked very young and bloody, and he slowly came forward with a calm face. Just now, Taoist brother, you didn't make a move. I don't know why. Xu Ji was silent for a moment, and the questioning actually came under the shrine. The mist turned into a sea of white clouds, and a famous fairy danced. which was so beautiful and fascinating. In the high place, an ancient existence sat upright, with the terrifying power of tearing the Chuan Kong, shrouded in divine light, and his eyes were cold, like the most ruthless ancient existence in the ancient times. Even Mengmei, Bel, Long Wuming, and others have turned into one of the most ancient beings sitting in high places. Although he is not a god yet, his seniority is too high. At this time, from the youthful period of the innate ancient gods who created the heavens and the earth, sitting and talking about the Tao, it took nearly 3,000 years to pass, and it was only now that they reached the mature three realms. Medusa finally fell asleep again, Elman whispered beside him. She also fell into a deep sleep when she looked at the clone who was participating in the Peach Conference next to her. As for the sleeping body, she was just sent back to the other side of the ocean in the demon world. At this time, the three worlds are constantly expanding. The fairy world, the demon world, and the foundation world of the mortal world are countless times larger, and it can be called a big world, although nowhere near the size of the ancient lava world. Fellow Taoist Kingting, I've thought about it a few times. Just now, the beautiful dream god seems to have died inexplicably in your dream. That's why we can quickly escape, quickly prevent this disaster, and reverse the desperate situation. Ermin sat down. At the heights, a faint dignified sound was issued, and he asked his inner doubts. Mother Earth Green Ivy replied calmly. It saw something it shouldn't see, some kind of unobservable existence. Ermin was startled. Dare to ask. To be honest, it's my fiancé. Mother Earth Kingting looked serious. That's a mark of his figure left in my body, protecting me at all times. What existence? With Ermin sitting on the throne, the emperor of the underworld was inevitably a little shaken. Even just trying to observe this kind of existence, even a god will collapse and die in an instant. Thorder. She was slightly short. The origin of the mother of pearl ivy may really not be simple. She kept pondering and sorting out her thoughts. On the side of the demon world, she and Medusa, the new blood emperor, were paying more attention to the immortal world. Dressed in a tiger's skin, Mengmei suppressed a wave of ermine fiercely. She was very satisfied, and sat in the center. She was constantly calculating. The current forces are roughly divided into 4 categories: the demon world, the immortal world, the mortal world, Xing world. Weird, although they were repelled, they became more and more terrifying. And in the immortal realm, we and Dao Changsheng are the power of our players. It's not strong at all. In the immortal world, the combat power also depends on Dao Changsheng, the only god who has become a god. And under the gods, there are also the likes of Emperor Zhui in the past, and the combat power is very exaggerated. Players do not dominate the combat power status of the immortal world, but players can have the right to speak today, because they've developed the dragon vessel method, so all circles are respected. Her mother, Empress, because she can't be killed, she provides incense for all beings, and her incense system has limited control over others, which is equivalent to renting out intellectual property. I can't interfere with the incense line. He just gave them the tools for farming, and they were well fed and clothed. Even once they broke through the 8th order gods, they began to greatly reduce the possibility of being assimilated by incense. Unless they were completely dead and revived a few times with the help of faith, they would incarnate themselves in the eyes of all beings and start to get lost. But how could the 8th order gods die so easily? Under normal circumstances, the god of incense is immortal. But incense is poisonous, and death and rebirth have extremely strong side effects. No god is willing to bear it, and they lose themselves irreversibly. In normal times, belief is only a channel for them to collect energy. Our players are too weak. After I became a god, it was people like Belle who became gods. Mengmei kept sorting her thoughts. After all, they are about to be unable to bear it anymore. Only by becoming gods can they resist the will of all beings. This group of people, who have worked so hard for so many years, are still the Seventh Order Emperor. And it is impossible to accept the withdrawal of the game. We are almost out of step with the times. Before, the first player, the ancient alchemy emperor, is already a Seventh Order combat power. After so long, we are still a Seventh Order heavenly emperor, and it is time to break through to the Eighth Order realm. She kept thinking, and suddenly, she received a message from a player outside. What the hell is it to help Emperor Messiah pretend to correct his reputation? She was stunned. Long Wuming and the others seemed to have also received the message. It funny. Aren't Saint Sculptures joking? Are we gonna lose face? But he secretly communicated, Messiah, he really wants to win over. According to the system issuer, he may be the protagonist of the era, and he may break through the Ninth Order in the future. He is the protagonist of the era in the main storyline, revenge and fight with super ancient gods. Anyway, you should show your favor and win over. It is of great benefit to our players. They pondered for a while, and now this mysterious heavenly emperor is hiding his identity and is being harassed. This chance to show his favor is just right. Lei Qiandi suddenly came down. The surrounding heavenly emperors were slightly stunned. Why did Lei Qiandi suddenly come down? I saw that he slowly came to the table of Messiah, was about to speak. But on the table, the picture is completely different. See, the ancient heavenly emperor suddenly realized. I am indeed the heavenly emperor who broke through the Wuzu cultivation method. And now I have just started to practice the second system, the martial arts lineage. I do feel uncomfortable. Waist, abdomen, back, finger jan. You can't get it without training in 3 places. The ancient heavenly emperor respectfully forgot to find fault. So, how do you think I can make up for this flaw in my cultivation? Lei Qianji? Fuck! There is something wrong with this style. Okay, how about coming out to help pretend? How did it become a large teaching site? You should be like this. Xuji slowly explained to him that this ancient clan's heavenly emperor was enlightened, and he suddenly realized that it was the same. Thank you for your teaching. This ancient clan emperor respectfully respected. After Xuji entered the Wushan Palace, although he had not yet started to practice, he had already begun to let Hermes start to study the system of the martial arts lineage. Now that he has a magic core gene, his computing ability has greatly increased, and his learning ability has naturally become even more terrifying. It has only been a short period of time, and it has almost touched Lei Qiandi. What are you doing? Xu Ji looked at Lei Qiandi, who was standing beside him, with a half-smile. I like a quieter environment. Lei Qiandi was immediately embarrassed in place, silent for a while, and all laughed dryly around. Just come down and take a walk. The scene was a little awkward. He silently turned his head, returned to the high place, and sat down. Xu Ji's face is calm. Do you want to fuck me? When I don't watch the internet, let me pretend to be slapped in the face. He took a deep breath and felt that it was fortunate he was always paying attention to the movements of these sand sculptures and secretly peeping at the movements of the enemy camp. Otherwise he would fall into a big pit again. Screenshot. I actually ate a closed door? Fortunately, I didn't go down, otherwise the local mother would be embarrassed. Mengmei smiled slightly, took a screenshot and added the text, and posted it outside. The forum outside suddenly burst into laughter. A bunch of question marks were sent out frantically, indicating that he was too shocked. This person did not play cards according to the routine. Ming prepared the scene of the king shattering costume competition. Wave after wave shocked the whole Peach conference. Too much fun. They were still waiting to see the expressions of those stunned heavenly emperors. You really underestimate the wisdom of the great Messiah. People can resolve the crisis themselves. Humph, the face-slapping plots of those online novels are just unrealistic. Then there are so many face slaps for you? Look, people will resolve themselves when they come up, and they are still full of anger. This is the normal way of dealing with people, everywhere. Fighting against the face is either psychologically distorted or sick. Funny. It's just that more people, more surprised. However, could it have been expected that Lei Tiandi and others would help him clear the siege? Did you make this move? Probably. A well-known professor certified in psychology also expressed his own opinion. The expression of Messiah the Great has always been very indifferent. It seems that he had long expected that Lei Tiandi would rescue him, and even planned to announce his move to save the three realms. Let the world's attention. Now it is clear that I don't want to expose myself, saying that I like quietness. It should be something in my words. When everyone heard it, they thought it made sense. They might have guessed that Lei Dai and the others would come to help him clear the siege. This is a prophet of uncertainty. Countless people are becoming more and more restless. And even this is calculated? This Messiah is also too powerful, as expected of an existence that can compete with Bai Xiaosheng, especially the iconic faint smile, which gives people an unfathomable sense of wisdom. That's awesome! So indifferent to fame and fortune, I've become a fan. It's Brainer. 666. So handsome! All of a sudden, the whole forum was very hot, and many people commented. The charisma and wisdom of this messianic monarch is no less than that of the super ancient gods, who changed the timeline, and were overbearing presidents before. Yeah, after all, his previous life was also the old enemy of the super ancient gods. It is the existence of the Ninth Order Hermes, so can it rise? The main plot is likely to be the revenge of the Messiah the Great. Return to the Ninth Order realm and fight with the super ancient gods. Everyone speculated and talked about, but it is estimated to be very long. In the kind of lifespan that exists for tens of thousands of years, Messiah is going to regain its peak, and it is estimated that it will take thousands or tens of thousands of years to rise. After all, it is not even a god now. Everyone frenzied and talked a lot. After all, the previous super ancient gods were too overbearing to close the world line and let them find their own destiny. And the current messianic monarch also has amazing wisdom and indifference. Domineering president vs calm and wise. Both characters seem to have high popularity, and many people are looking forward to it. They can't help but shout that the game production team is too powerful, and the main storyline has begun to unfold. The character of this Ninth Order opponent is too handsome. Xuji paused for a while, then sat on the chair and took a savage bite of the fairy fruit. The sweet juice exploded completely, and said helplessly, "Are you really trying to laugh at me?" He continued to eat the fruit without raising his head. What's the point of the Peach Conference? It's still interesting to see these sand sculptures. You can also collect materials and settings to provide yourself with inspiration. After all, you can better improve the world view by copying the chapter reviews of these forums. Hi. Meng Mei looked speechless. The entire large-scale shock scene was strangled in the cradle before it even started. I know these are unreliable. However, Messiah is really not simple. She thought about it for a while and felt terrible. She stared at the Messiah monarch below and was eating fruit with a calm expression. Whoa! The fairy dance program of the Pure Land of Bliss has ended, and the main program of the Pantao Conference has officially opened. The tedious etiquette begins. Although she is luxurious and magnificent, and she doesn't want it, she still has to be concerned about the status of this mother-in-law. A few hours later, under the onlookers of the three realms, she absorbed the stored energy, and Meng Mei began to attack the realm of the gods. Booms! Terrifying light radiated out. Ermin, the Blood Emperor, and Tian Dao all took action to protect Dao. At this time, in the spectacle of the Heavenly Emperor below the Endless, the entire Mother Earth was hazy in the white divine light, and in Meng Mei's body, there is an ancient ivy dragon, slowly hovering in the sea of knowledge, exuding a huge coercion. In reality, the soul of Meng Mei sitting in front of the computer seems to be taken away. In an instant, slap. She fainted front of the computer. Xuji's eyes narrowed slightly and put down the fruit. Has started yet? Although inexplicably experienced a sudden attack at the Peach Conference, Xuji did not forget the goal of this trip to the Peach Conference, that he was witnessing Meng Mei becoming a god. Before coming, I thought about a few things, and even considered a lot of the future. She wanted to become a god, and she didn't plan to stop her. In this era, when the gods began to appear significantly, the world has risen from the ordinary low world to the high and extraordinary world. The realm of the gods of these players can no longer keep up. If they are secretly restricted from becoming gods, the role of the players will become more and more low, or even eliminated by the times. So why should you them yourself? It is their ability to become gods on their own, and they have no reason to stop them. Meng Mei, Lei Dai and others, who have lived for thousands of years, do have the qualifications and talents to become gods. After all, although they are not as good as Medusa, Ermin and other top existences, they are still outstanding. And for the sake of the whole, the development of the civilization of the three realms requires a lot of effort. I won't kill the donkey in the end. You reading www.sonicandtel.com, everything is up to your efforts. Xuji smiled. The wind was light and the clouds were calm. Looking at the mother-in-law Qingting, who was covered in white light at a high place, the continuous improvement and progress of the sand table world is also my progress, and it will naturally allow you to follow the growth of the sand table world. As long as you have enough abilities, you and the Zerg are on an equal footing and have the qualifications to reach the peak and look forward to the future. Now, you can achieve an 8th order god with a lifespan of 8,000 years. Even the 9th order realm that is still under speculation in the future. Realize what you think is an opportunity that has never existed on Earth, a real advanced civilization, the heavens and the world, and the real the strong has a long road. I have never limited players. It's just, you should understand one thing. Xuji closed his eyes slightly. When you step into the 8th order, you will completely turn into Zerg, no longer human. I still have to ask for your opinion. After all, if you really turned into a Zerg in a sand table, you would have a lifespan of 8,000 years. But in the reality of the Earth, you can only live for nearly 3 months. Yes, 8,000 years in the sandbox is equivalent to only 3 months in reality. What happened? At this moment, Meng Mei suddenly felt unprecedented, terrifying change. in the sea of knowledge in the inner world. Playing this online game by myself, suddenly I can't log off. Reminder. An unknown force has intervened in the system, temporarily unable to go offline. It was all around. Outside, isn't someone guarding the way? It happened. She couldn't even feel herself on another Earth, sitting in front of the computer in the room, as if the ivy dragon who was becoming a god and gathering energy crazily was the real me. Have you really decided? A hazy light and shadow flickered and asked softly, who? Meng Mei was startled in her heart and turned her head to look along the voice. It was an extremely familiar figure walking slowly, shrouded in a hazy divine light, distant, sacred, and vast, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of worship that pointed to the depths of her heart. God of creation. A clone? The main body has been staying in the latitude yard, and there is naturally a clone in front of him. Oh my God! I'm not still having that sweet dream. Her eyes burst into an unbelievably bright look, and she quickly suppressed her excitement. Girl, hold me fast. You are the kindest and gentlest Mother Earth in the 3 realms, and you must not show the perverted look of a slut. A brave girl who is destined to marry the god of creation, become a god, and reach the pinnacle of life first. Hurry up and show your usual gentle, kind, noble and graceful image of Mother Earth to outsiders. She was screaming in her heart, madly cheering herself up. Of course, she is well versed in certain routines, and she has to be dignified, virtuous, and calm in order to leave a good impression. First of all, why did it appear? She became impatient, her whole brain was running fast, and she had to deny that she had the qualifications to be a strong person. The more nervous she was, the clearer her thinking became, and she was calm in the face of danger. She even turned her head faster than usual, becoming extremely witty. At this time, the avatar of the god of creation comes, and there are 3 possibilities for it to appear in front of us. First, because the beautiful dream god just now tried to detect and know the existence of this statue, and any attempt to explore it would be sensed across time, space, latitude. So a clone came. World. Second, because of the upheaval of the world. In the past, whenever the times of the world changed drastically, or there were characters who changed the trajectory of a world, the clones of the creator gods came directly to guide and maintain the order of the heavens and the world. Every time. Gilgamesh in the beginning, the king of heroes, living in ancient legends, and Ermin in the wizarding era, when crowdfunding became a magical method and the whole world was upgraded, which was also the fall of a wizarding era, so the god of creation at that time, and Medusa was able to take the opportunity to talk. Now, it's also my big chance. She took a deep breath and frantically sorted out her thoughts. Every time I look at it, it's a drastic change of the times. Now it's also a drastic change of the times. Once my mother Qingting becomes a god, I will be the incense foundation of the 3 realms, the real mother of the earth. So it is very normal for a clone to come and maintain the orbit of a world. Third, because mysterious and unknown game is also a backward earth civilization, the entrance to the heavens and the world. The first player, a god himself, completely triggered a certain mechanism. It's more likely that it's a 3-in-1. So it's almost inevitable to come and see me, she exclaimed inwardly. I'm so mad at me. I didn't even think about it before. I knew I should get ready. Suji, at Meng Mei quietly. This guy's eyes flickered wildly, and his eyes twitched like hamsters. Although he didn't know what she was thinking, it was obvious that this guy seemed to have as many ghost ideas as before, and he was possessed by the drama. Great Creator, what's the matter with you? The Mother Earth has the majesty and kindness of a mother in the world. Her voice is soft, her skirt is slightly raised, and she has an indescribably beautiful temperament. Xu smiled and said, "Have you really decided? You want to become a god?" Mengmei, slightly startled. Xu continued to speak, with a loud voice, "This will mean a lot of things. You are no longer the person you were before. You have completely transformed your past and integrated into this new life. You have special opportunities and the possibility of reaching the highest level, and you will completely abandon the past." Mengmei thought about it seriously and fell silent. Does it mean that being promoted to a god and becoming a god means that you are completely integrated with yourself in this world? Are you going to give up your body on Earth? After all, Mengmei was very smart and couldn't help but ask softly, "Will I become the mother of the earth? Will I completely possess the power of a great saint? Can I easily destroy a power more than one earth country? Does this also mean that, right? I am the body now. If I die, will I really die?" Xu smiled lightly, yes. For example, when Emperor Qio was similar to the power of the gods who descended into the starry sky, although it was far from insufficient, it was naturally not as good as the emperor who stole the study, but it was still very terrifying. In the current three realms, gods rarely take action, and they don't even dare to fight in the mortal world. Instead, they fight in the extraordinary and huge worlds such as the immortal world and the underworld. And the mortal world can't bear it. I can't human anymore. Can only be a saint. Mengmei's mind was shocked. Although there had been similar speculations before, this is really not a game, but the real world. It is very likely that she will become a powerhouse in another world in the future. But at this time, the impact brought to her is too great. Too big. So big that her mind blank. It also means that after becoming a god, there will be no second chance to die and live again. Unlike other players, at most quit the game, clear the level, turn into a spore and start over and try to find a way to start again. Come in. Dead is really dead. After becoming a god, life is completely only once. It's choice. The choice of your own future destiny. She clenched her fists tightly, as if clenching the strings of fate. Suddenly, she breathed a sigh of relief, her face relieved. The short life of an ordinary person, and the 8,000 years of a saint, is a person who will make choices. She said, ordinary people, countless, mediocre and inactive, and the ancient times, that were born when the world opened up. Existence, the Mother Earth of the three realms, there is only one person. She smiled. Although it was expected to be this way, it was indeed chosen. Although it is 3 months on Earth, they do not know it, and they think it is a long 8,000 years of life. Ordinary life and a high god. Which one do you choose? Living in the world of extraordinary mythology, there are countless possibilities. After working hard for so many years, striving for the highest, I don't know how many thousands of years of suffering, maybe not just cute girls, other players will not give up. The day of becoming a god is coming in front of them. The life of the previous 20 to 30 years was too short for them at this time, like a previous life. And 8,000 years, it seems that there is only 3 months of life in reality. But in reality, it's only been 2.5 months since Suzuzi's development has passed. 3 more months? How will it change in the future? Nobody knows. Because that is a real life span of 8,000 years. Xuji was looking forward to it, smiled and said, "Very good." Xuji smiled and left in small steps, his body gradually hazy in the holy white light, the god of creation. Suddenly, Mengmei couldn't help but let out a cry. Xib stopped. Mengmei hesitated for a moment, opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but she still didn't say it. Instead, she bowed earnestly and said her belief. After all, I believe in my own future achievements. All the sages are from the past. I will also be the future saint. Xuji almost didn't react. What is this person doing? Ambition. But eventually disappeared into the shadows. Mengmei suddenly became anxious, looked at the back, and became mad again in her heart, wishing to slap herself twice. What did I say? How dare I become so timid? But this impression left a good impression, a gentle and kind-hearted person, a mother who has dreams. She was pride, a little happy. When she regained her senses, she had become a god, and the entire Pan Tao conference cheered. She casually echoed Ermin, the guardian gods, and Lei Dai, and hurriedly entered a private room and tried to get off the assembly line on the grounds of seclusion to stabilize the realm. Sitting down with her legs crossed, she closed her eyes. In the darkness, she vaguely saw a black tunnel. There was a light in the distance. She quickly ran along the light. She seemed to see a self who had lost her soul. You reading www. Sonicumtal. The body of Calm, who had lived for more than 20 years, was lying on the computer table. I can still crawl back along the network cable. As soon as she gritted her teeth, her soul slammed into it. Boom. The spiritual power of a god was about to destroy this body in an instant, and he quickly restrained his spirit. Only 1,000th of it poured in, and then he slowly woke up. But not myself after all. She stood up, shook her arms, took a deep breath, and had a special feeling. Before, there was a gap between the mother and the goddess who controlled the characters in the game, like walking through the screen. But now it seems the screen, in turn, controls my own real body. This feeling is very strange, very strange. It seems that in the novel, it is a god of the mythical world who, through some kind of channel, remotely senses and descends to control an ordinary earthling. Moreover, as a saint, it can only be injected with 1,000th of the spiritual power. Otherwise, it may burst this fragile girl's body in an instant. It's just that even if I, an eighth-order god, just pour a little power into this mortal body, I still have stood up. She kept sorting her thoughts in her mind, trying to sense her mental power, and after trying unsuccessfully for countless times, a small whirlwind slowly grew out of her palm, gradually turning into a translucent spiral in the palm of her hand, whistling and whistling. It really is the second-order mental power. I got rich. Her eyes were sharp. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from my mother. Damn girl. Why is it so loud? Is the air conditioner in your room broken? Mengmei was startled. She quickly put out the whirlwind in her palm and shouted at her mother outside the door. It's nothing. I'm watching a disaster movie. Meng opened the door. Girl, don't lie to me. It's not like the sound in the movie, it's scratching. How come it looks like the air conditioner is broken? The mother with a broken face stuck her head and looked in, but she didn't see anything. Could not but say, our family is rich, and we don't need to work, but you don't have to stay in your room all day doing nothing. You know how to play games, watch movies, and a big girl in her 20s, and she's thinking about getting married, you see. See who you like, money doesn't matter. Our family doesn't talk about the right person, but if he can do it, he has to inherit your father's business, join the company to become a high-level executive, and take advantage of your father's. Still young. Mom! Mengmei couldn't help shouting. The old mother, who still has the charm, still said bitterly, "You are the treasure of our family. Since your mother gave birth to you, your father's career has been booming. Your father treasures you, and we do not force you to let you find it by yourself. If it was someone else's home, it would have been appointed long ago. Your dad still wants to find a successor to enjoy his happiness. There are a few talented people in your dad's company. Although they are over 30, they are calm. No, you have to think about it for your parents. It's not forced, you just meet and drink tea." Mengmei's face darkened, and she quickly pushed her mother out. "Mom, I understand. I just had a video call with the other party, and he is handsome and capable. There are a lot of mines at home. The money is unimaginable. Ah? Could it be a coal mining upstart from the mining province? You won't lie to me. If you really want to find a boyfriend, when will you bring him to meet him? Come to the house for a meal. Your dad will slap his eyes." The outside voice is still cracking. Mengmei took a deep breath and didn't bother to pay attention to it. After all, it was not a day or two for her family to urge marriage, and she stretched out her hand. Whoa! A glowing red fireball radiated from the palm of the hand with astonishing scorching heat. Her eyes gradually became brighter, as if there were colorful brilliance. Second-order Taoism. Although it is not as simple and rude as a pistol, and it is more lethal. This is reality. The earth. The real world. Oh my God. She was completely stunned. I have successfully broken through a certain realm and truly become the first saint on earth. One small step for cute girl. One giant leap for the earth. Although this mortal body on the earth is only second order, its actual combat capability is naturally inferior to that of the modern gun society. But it already means too many horrible things. The heavens and the worlds inside are all real. At the beginning, I just kept guessing, and I even had preparations in my heart, but in reality, everyone would be completely shocked. You must know that a true saint can live for a long period of 8,000 years, surpassing the human context for 5,000 years, and even come alive on the earth of real life. The unbelievable shock brought about by this shock is too big to describe. Even with the broken mouth that my mother just described about the daily life of ordinary people, it formed a drastic and surprising contrast. In her mind, she even had the illusion that she was a real giant of the three realms in her previous life. Mother Earth, domineering immortal emperor, reborn the city? Mengmei murmured. At this time, Xu Ji was also observing Mengmei secretly. Looking at her in the room, she is collecting the data of the first player in case anything unexpected happens. At this moment, looking at her shock was a little dumb, but also a little emotional. You are the second, the human being who brought extraordinary abilities into reality on Earth. He suddenly opened his mouth, as if he was having a conversation with the panicked cute girl. Although it's only second order, don't be surprised. Don't be shocked, because as this extraordinary cultivation path also has your participation from the sand table world, together from nothing. Yes, the deduced cultivation system, the road is by people step by step. These players help to deduce the system, and this result is naturally indispensable. Hash, calm down. To calm down first. Sure enough, it's the heavens and the world. Mengmei eagerly returned to the computer. There was no need to rush to test the extraordinary ability of reality brought out from the game, and the consciousness was transferred to the body again. I may very well be the first modern human on Earth to have extraordinary power, and even reach the realm of a saint. I can't stay outside any longer. Thinking things can save time inside. I'm already a saint. Although I climb to the top inside, I'm still the weakest saint. There are still many plans to be held at the Pantao conference. Start the implementation. Whoa! Ope your eyes. The surrounding area is still prosperous. It is an elegant and luxurious heavenly court lounge, with an antique flavor. She waved her sleeves, the door opened without wind, and strode out of the outside world. She just went out to check her body in reality. 4 or 5 days have passed. There is a bizarre feeling of, there is no Jayazi in the mountains, and the year is cold. Whoa! With a slight wave of her sleeves, she reappeared on the throne of the Queen Mother, sitting on a high place, overlooking the entire Pan conference. She was still enjoying delicious food and wine, and a celestial giant was exchanging ideas. This is a rare exchange meeting for hundreds of years, and it is also rare for these existences. 4 or 5 days is very short for these long-lived celestial giants, and even one retreat time is not counted. After becoming a god, it is natural to organize and adapt to the strength for 4 or 5 days, and no one cares. Have you already adapted to strength? The surroundings were slightly startled, looked upward, and the entire venue instantly became quiet. This is the power of the Mother Earth, the existence that subdues everyone in the entire 3 realms. Since the creation of the world, she has transformed into a building tree and dragon veins to protect all beings, and has never killed any living being. Her image to the outside world has always been a compassionate, kind, and gentle mother of the earth. In those days, the assistant Zhu had resisted the catastrophe of the ancient gods, and then taught Tao Changsheng to resist the great catastrophe of the ancestors, and then he personally established the dragon veins to resist the catastrophe of the demon world, completely cut off the catastrophe of heaven and earth, and no longer the gods become a god, a mortal who slaughtered all living beings. Such an existence has almost never once had selfish intentions, and continued to seek blessings for all beings. He is indeed the most authoritative and compassionate sage in the world. At a high place, the Mother Earth slowly spoke, and the holy light veiled that reading www.sonningtl.com filled the world. Since the creation of the world, there have been countless people who have gone against the sky in combat power, and countless people who have amazing talents. Lo, far inferior to Lei Qianji, Dao Chengsheng, De Qi and others, but still follow his own heart and believe that treating people with kindness will eventually pay off. I used to think that those who win the hearts of the people will win the world, so I established a line of beliefs. The meaning of the dragon pulse is to protect all living beings for the gods, and all living beings return in sense. There is nothing more than a sentence. Gods and people are kind, and people are kind to gods. It became more and more silent below, full of admiration. Indeed, it is to establish a system for heaven and earth, guide the gods, do good and accumulate virtue. Today, the Pantao conference is the ceremony of becoming a god and becoming a saint, but it's the first thing. From a high place, the voice was clear, surrounded by mirror images between the heavens and the earth, and this Pantao conference of the 3 realms was already projected in the 3 realms. Ermin, the great emperor of the underworld, once made a big wish. When he became a god, he should establish a world called Underworld, where the ghosts of all things return. May the death of the world be not the destination, can live 2 lives. The mother-in-law talked eloquently. Everyone around was shocked. Could it be that Mother Earth wants to open another realm for the 3 realms? Mengmei, down quietly. Her face became very calm. The figure of the god of creation just now flashed in her heart, as well as her mother's daily thoughts, and her eyes were completely firmed. She smiled slightly, full of self-confidence, with a peerless attitude of the mother world. Today, when I become a god, I should also set up the next realm. This time, I will complete the rules of the three realms and improve the outline of heaven and earth. This realm is called the Void Realm, and it is also the return to the ruins. Boom! As soon as the word Gishu came out, there was a thunderstorm in the world, as if there was a certain number in the dark, and the world shook. There was a commotion below. The Valkyrie palace next to her was also whispering, secretly communicating. They were shocked. It turned out that the Mother of the Earth held a peach conference and became a god with great fanfare. Not to become a god, but to establish another world by becoming a god. It's natural, I should have thought of it, this time, the Pantao conference. Inviting all the giants of the three realms, there must be an earth-shattering major turning point. Beside, Lin Hongfeng whispered, in the three realms, there are countless ivy of the mother goddess. Stretch out the roots, cover the entire earth, turn into dragon veins, and collect incense from all living beings. And once the mother of the earth is transformed into an eighth-order god, her own, vines and dragon veins will inevitably undergo a qualitative change in dragon veins. Is this your plan? As expected of a player who is crazy about doing things, how to mess around. Xuji just smiled and sat below, looking at the majestic and graceful mother-in-law, bold and terrifyingly ambitious. When he became a god, he would establish a realm for heaven and earth and rebuild the gang system. This is not something any god can do. Not only have that strength, but also catch up with the tide of the times like Ermin back then, but also have the power to convince all living beings and have a strong prestige. And these cute girls have it. These players are indeed very smart. It should be Mengmei who came up with the idea, and then other people helped to study the dragons, implement. Lowered his head and thought for a while. This is a brand new version of Dragon Vein. Mengmei continued to study the formation and the totem, and finally updated it, version 5.0. At this moment, the entire heavenly court was amazed, and unbelievable voices spread throughout, as if witnessing the opening of a new era of the three realms. The sound of the gods faintly came from the sky. This world is not in the sky, not under the feet, not in the material, not in the reality, in the thinking of all beings, in the beliefs of all beings. It is gathered in the void. It is the void world. Thousands of years ago, I used to set up dragon veins all over the earth, like a river of roots surging, gathering the creatures standing above the dragon veins, beautiful thoughts and wishes, forming of incense. But the negative impact of terror also broke out. The remaining evil thoughts that were stripped were not collected and scattered into the earth. They accumulated over time and gathered into a grotesque thing with nowhere to hide. She was extremely calm, since the rivers and rivers were gathered to guide the gathering of good thoughts and beliefs. Then today, evil thoughts should also be gathered in one place and poured to the void world. Xuji suddenly understood the meaning. Void world? Simply put, it's a garbage dump. The dragon veins are pipes. Now they not only collect thoughts, but also start to use pipes to collect the evil thoughts emanating from all living beings. Through the pipes, they are gathered into the void realm and thrown into this garbage dump? At the heights, Mother Earth Kingting still said lightly, the void realm has no substance, and a special space is formed by the thinking of all living beings. Those who have accomplished cultivation can sense the void, and their souls enter the void realm, slaying demons and eliminating demons, hammering and forging, fighting skills to prevent the grotesque from arising and becoming stronger. You can even look for all kinds of strange opportunities in the void realm. But be careful, if you die in the void realm, even if it is a soul. The light ones will be severely injured by the spiritual sense, and the heavy ones will be killed directly by the weirdness of the special rules. Die. This. There was a lot of discussion around. In the Spore Evolution Forum, screenshots of text and pictures were continuously sent out, and everyone shouted. Mengmei's Peach Conference gave them a huge surprise, although they were raided by a wave. Sexy Cute Girl updated the Dragon Vein version again, starting to find a way to solve the hidden danger of grotesque. Oh, this method is not bad. The negative emotions before are not sucked away by the pipeline dragon veins. They are equivalent to useless garbage, and they are thrown on the ground, causing them to gather into grotesque murders everywhere. And now they are all sucked away. Throw them into the trash in the field. Let those strong men automatically enter and turn into garbage disposal workers. Yes, in the future, there won't be so many weirdness in the mortal world, and it will be much safer. For example, the Bai Xiaosheng incident this time, it almost subverted the entire three realms, and I had to find a way. And this is the disadvantage of talking about littering, those thinking garbage, wandering around, leading to a world disaster. It is everyone's responsibility to take care of the environment. Funny. As expected of a game that loves learning, it still teaches us environmental protection. Pay attention to garbage sorting. Funny. There are discussions outside, and the three realms are already boiling. And at the Pantao conference, a new world is officially opened. Boom! A mirror hangs in the sky. All sentient beings in this era, the deceased in the demon world, the mortal world, and the underworld, looked up and Pantao conference of the three realms, and a new era had begun. I vaguely felt that the dragon veins of the earth were stirring. And it seemed that some ancient wild beast was slowly awakening and opened its long dormant eyes. The moment I opened my eyes, a vast and magnificent world quickly unfolded. Nothingness, darkness, emptiness. The unimaginable black mud is solid, and the sky is covered with 5 colors. Like a twisted and splashed oil painting, this place seems to be one of the 2 converging ends of the 2 dragon veins in the entire dragon vein. This is the homeland of dark fantasy. All the indescribable, fearful, and old rulers are all nurtured here, symbolizing the dark abyss of the world, the ultimate void, the ultimate abyss, and the place where everything returns to ruins. A clear voice sounded. In the land of the 3 realms, there is a return market where all living beings have no roots and evil waters converge, and there is no bottom under them, where all things end, return. Whoa! A world in the middle of the world fell with the sound, making a muffled sound of shaking the cornerstone of the 3 worlds, sinking fiercely. Another voice sounded, "You reading www.sonic.com." At this time, 15 days have passed since the Pantao conference, and there are still 2.5 months left. The giants, you can sense the void, and your thoughts can enter the ruins, exchange and explore with each other. Void world, obsessed with all things. You can hammer and forge spiritual sense. The gods said yes. They sat cross-legged one after another, sensed the countless void entrances that were absent, and entered them directly. Let's go in too! The people around the Valkyrie Palace were very excited and felt that this gathering was too worthwhile, witnessing an era of ancient times. It can make up for the shortcomings of our martial arts. Excited, they silently came down, their legs crossed, feeling inwardly. Void realm? Returning to the ruins? It can even be said to be the demon realm. Suji couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is a complete approach to the three realms. The extraterrestrial demons, invisible and intangible, are created by the gathering of all beings' evil thoughts. Isn't it weird? From now on, weirdness will not be born on the earth, but it comes from the void. Maybe it should be renamed the extraterritorial demon and the West, called the void monster. Xu Ji just pondered. The specific name still depends on them. Whoa! Xu Ji's spiritual sense sensed slightly, as if he saw a large net of dragon veins covering the sky and the earth, with energy lines and channels, densely packed and extending in all directions. Along this big tree of emptiness, he gradually came to the source, a place of emptiness, the endless world. Here is the gathering of evil thoughts, pure evil thoughts, gathering all kinds of weirdness. Xu Ji thought for a while. Walking in this newly established idealistic world, it can indeed be used as a battlefield in the void to train generations of strong people. Fighting power sharpens skills, and by the way, continually kill and obliterate each other, preventing them from constantly gathering to form more terrifying evil spirits. New world? Whoa! Xu Ji stepped into the extremely dark void, looked at this new world with curiosity, surrounded by dark mist, and praised softly. Mengmei, you really gave me a big surprise. The sand table of the three realms. Each world takes a long time to evolve. The demon world is a wizarding world. The immortal world is a world of 9 profound arts. And the mortal world is an ancient world. Every one of them has spent a lot of effort. Now a new world has been picked up out of thin air. Moreover, the rules of the world are completely different. The creatures here are invisible and intangible. It can be said to be the soul realm, the 9 secluded realms, and random all kinds of terrifying demons are born, evil and dark, and there are infinite possibilities. After all living beings, infinite thinking. Endless. This world is a void creation. Since all sentient beings fear and dark thoughts thrown into this void graveyard, all sentient beings fear of Bai Shaosheng, and his party will also spread in. In the future, they should be resurrected here. Xu Ji kept sorting out his thoughts. After all, even if Bai Shaosheng and his party failed, they also became famous in the eyes of all beings at the Pantao conference. Many people's fear of them continued to spread, and they should recover quickly. In a sense, Bai Shaosheng and his party have seen a surge in the belief of all beings, and their mad believers have continued to spread. Even in the future of the mortal world, there will continue to be some evil sect believers who secretly worship and summon these evil gods and outer gods, the rulers of the old days of death, from the void graveyard, to come back to this world and bring disaster. In fact, most of the weirdness can be trapped here, and it can indeed greatly reduce the crisis of mortals in the 3 realms, but some special ones can still leave voluntarily, bringing disaster. But the grotesque has been largely limited, and the defects have been greatly reduced. Xu Ji, dumbly. The 3 realms are still the previous 3 realms. There are only 3 worlds, and the void realm covers every corner of the 3 realms. It does not exist in the material world, so naturally it cannot be counted. It belongs to the double thinking of sentient beings. Abstract, distorted time and space. Abbreviated? 2-dimensional space? Boom. Xu Ji lightly stretched out his hand and killed a grotesque. In the distance, there were also those female martial emperors who were so excited that they dragged a group of sisters everywhere to fight. Xu Ji didn't worry about their safety either. The Gishu had just been established, and it was just some little monsters that were formed. On the contrary, Lin Hongfeng was very excited. returning to the ruins. This is a training place tailored for our martial god palace. Our consciousness is relatively weak. Before these girls had no opponents, they could only be bored to play cards and chat. I guess here, it can be transformed into a cultivator, lingering incessantly. The body is constantly exercising in the inner world, while on the other side, it controls the arrival of divine consciousness and keeps fighting. Indeed, once the void realm is established, martial arts will inevitably prosper in line with the times. Xu lightly stretched out his hand. These grotesques have special attributes. If you can develop a method to make them into magic tools, it seems that the void world will be more valuable in the future. Lin Hongfeng's eyes lit up, and she reacted instantly, meaning, can you still obtain resources? Hunting and killing these grotesques in the future, harvesting their materials. May it be embodied in reality and become a sealing weapon? Xu just smiled and said, even some weird, similar to Xiao Wei, kind, can control, and even have the attributes of relatives, can also capture, survive with humans, become a void pet? Help fight? Lin Hongfeng was completely shocked and heaved a deep breath. It is indeed diverse, as expected of you. Xu didn't answer, just making a fuss. As an indigenous person, Lin Hongfeng has not experienced the explosion of knowledge on Earth, and her brain is limited, of course. The void realm has just been established. You and I are both witnesses of the times. What will the future evolve into? Is still looking forward to. Xu understood. Although the void world is a garbage dump, solve the problem in a short time, but not from the root cause. Because every incense fire god is produced, the corresponding huge evil energy is still produced. Even if it is collected in this garbage dump, even if people continue to defeat their cohesion, the energy accumulated by the sun and the moon will still be more and more. Because defeating them does not make these energies disappear, but will recondense, and as time goes by, the accumulated evil thoughts will become more and more, and they will thicken completely in the entire void world, and eventually form a dark world of high energy. This is a cure for the symptoms, rather than the root cause. At present, the only fundamental solutions to reduce the constant accumulation of this garbage dump are only two. First, make these void creatures into magic tools, magic treasures and the like, seal them and use them. Second, wash and purify the energy of these dark and evil attributes into a kind of pure energy without attributes. After all, evil thoughts are also a kind of energy in essence, but how easy is it to say? It's a deeply ingrained dark energy, and it's too hard to strip away. In the future, who knows? Xu turned his head to look and saw a ghost slowly condensing, hunched all over, like a calamity beast in the ancient prehistoric mountains and seas, standing and blankly, converged by incense, different properties and grotesque attributes are already somewhat close to law creatures. This is a high-level, extraordinary civilization. Peach conference. In a private room, Mengmei took a deep breath and looked at Lady Yi Yian Turtle Breath, God of War Tiandi Long Wuming, Zuwu Fighting God of War Bell, and even next to him, the system issuer who had come in not long ago. The players in our three realms are all here. As for the other two famous players from a long time ago, they all already quit the game. One was the invasion of the demon world in the three realms. At that time, too many deaths were completely assimilated. The other was hundreds of years ago, also assimilated out of the game. Next, the three of you have become gods, and the three of you can't stand it anymore. Mengmei whispered. Do you know what happened when I broke through the Eighth Order? I met the god of creation. What? Everyone around was shocked. Even the cute new Pan Xuexian next to him was stunned, because from the beginning to the end, the god of creation is the background setting of Latitude Courtyard. He has not said a word to the player, and has had an exchange, and now, does this mean that this is the first time to have a conversation with the player? How is this not shocking? Next, Mengmei did not hide it, and told the whole experience. Everyone fell into silence. Second order. In reality, can you already use the strength of second order? Long Wuming's eyes widened. Second order mental power means, even if you don't have blood, in reality, you can look inside yourself, completely follow the line of martial arts, become a muscular person, constantly improve your realm, and even arrive at Emperor Wu. This terrible message. This means that there will be a devastating single-soldier combat capability on the Earth. In addition to being hit by large missiles, nuclear bombs, etc., there is almost no means to break a seventh-order peak martial emperor. That's not important. What's important is, reality can only live for 3 months, and the 3 realms can live for 8,000 years. Bell opened his mouth and said slowly, "It's only 3 months. What level can one cultivate in reality?" Emperor Wu's the speed of cultivation is slower than other systems. Heavenly Emperor. At least 200 years of cultivation, right? Everyone went for a while. Lei Dai suddenly smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, the 8,000 years of the saint's long lifespan is naturally true. But the flow of time between the 2 realms is too great, and when connected with the 3-month period in reality, I always feel like a short-lived ghost. Mengmei pouted. Simply put, the 8th order is a watershed. Breaking through to become a god will completely bind the character. You can't be like other players, can read the file again, become a spore and then re-evolve. You guys, do you want to become a god? I just save energy to cultivate my team. The other 3 turned black. Are you killing the donkey? You have worked so hard to help you until now. Aren't you just waiting to help us become gods? Now I have to bite the bullet. Can it be turned into a spore and come back? Even if it becomes a spore and comes back, sooner or later, it will face the hurdle of the 8th order, and it is impossible to escape. Moreover, if you come back, you may not be able to reach this height, and there is a chance to become a god. Bell coughed. Cuff. There is no problem with becoming a god. You must know that the oldest god, Ermin, is only over 4,000 years old, and has only passed half his lifespan. We have just broken through to become a new saint, 8,000 years old. Life, what are you afraid of? 8,000 years is too long, enough to happen a lot. Lei Dai said with a sword and turtle breath. 8th order, it is not impossible to try to break through 9th order. Fight for your life, race against time, and keep breaking through. Long Wuming said, 3 realms, the future is also very unpredictable. First of all, the return market just opened. There are endless opportunities, and in our 3 realms, we can also start to open up other worlds, try to contact other heavenly worlds, even start wars, with endless potential and future. As a saint, contact with other worlds is naturally the king's way. Mengmei smiled, and suddenly said with a smile, "It is worth mentioning that I have dared to expose my body in reality. It doesn't matter, because it is just a mortal body, just a trace of the spiritual of a saint. Just enter. I can even feel that I can change other bodies at any time, go to the hospital, find a few vegetative people, or replace some corpses that have just died. Checking the water meter can no longer limit me." Although Mengmei said that, she has detached herself from the real world, but she has no intention of revealing her true body at all. The 3, silent for a while. Mengmei's consciousness is obvious. At first, The three of them served the country behind their backs because their real bodies were in each other's hands. But now, they are completely free and can give up. I am a true saint of the three. An ancient giant. How could it be restricted by a small country? Cuff, this is very good. We are free, but it is time to serve the motherland, and we still have to serve it. Bell hurriedly called a haha. After all, although we have got the opportunity to become an ancient saint, we can even go to the heavens and the world. Eternity, but not forgetting the source. Mengmei glanced at him. Did you think that, in the heavens and the world, sooner or later, we will find the civilization on earth, and then bring the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to go back and pretend? Several people. Dryly. Mengmei couldn't deny. When we enter the Eighth Order, we are the real saints. Like other ancient giants in the entire sandbox world, we must completely bring in the characters and break through the Ninth Order. Several nodded. There was no sense of crisis before, because I would not really die. I could come back, turn back into a spore, and start the game again, but now it must be as urgent as other saints. A journey of cultivation, fighting with time. Just like other giants, before the deadline, he made a crazy breakthrough and explored the next realm. On the contrary, Pan Xuexian was more nervous and said speechlessly, "You are the youngest saints, with a long lifespan of 8,000 years, and 2 Chinese civilizations for 5,000 years, and you have already started talking about the pictures of your own old age and death. Because the further back you go, the harder it is to break through. It's like a single plank bridge. I don't know how many people fell to their deaths." Mengmei glanced at her. The Ninth Order, not only to gather more terrifying energy, but also to constantly make the consciousness strong enough to perfectly control the 100 trillion cells in the body, and completely control the mysteries of the body, which is also a way of computing power. Those of us who are present are most likely to break through. But it is the system manufacturer. The system chip becomes refined, and the state is constantly improved, and the computing power will continue to rise. Pan was stunned. Fifths. Yeah, you are full of muscular girls. I don't know who is standing behind you, but you can actually cheat you in, but you are indeed very terrifying to fight. We have the best fighting talent on the field, and that's you. Mengmei became speechless. Although Long Wuming and Lei Dai were secret agents, they paid attention to a comprehensive average strength, who could fight, study, and play yin. Naturally, it is not as good as a deformed fighting madman, in some aspect. Mengmei continued, "You are the most promising to break through the Ninth Order, and the second one is me. I may be able to use the dragon veins of the earth, like a 3-pillar god, to walk the path of the computing power of all living beings," Mengmei said. The three of them glanced at each other. "What about you?" "There is no shortcut. Like other traditional saints, you can only take it step by step, pending on your personal efforts." 3 people. "I always feel I've been hit," Mengmei continued. "And then you have another chance. It is the god of creation. The blood of immortality becomes other Medusa, so you don't have to worry about lifespan. The blood of immortality is definitely the most powerful treasure in the world. You reading www.sontimtimsonitim.com. But it is not impossible to obtain. After all, Hermes had the blood of immortality, and it was passed on to the Messiah. We are 8,000 years of life. It is likely to be obtained by chance. Although I fell into a deep sleep with this, only a dozen% of the time I woke up. Most of the time I was in a deep sleep. But I was not afraid of being killed at all. No one would kill me. All of them were to protect me. Even the grotesque would not kill me. I am the mother of good and evil. I have been bound to the three realms. It is good to lie down while you are asleep. There is a high probability that you will instantly cool down. A sleeping saint, heh. 3. Their teeth hurt instantly. Is this person here to hit them? Indeed, the current Medusa, who has studied for so long, can only wake up for 20 years in 100 years, and is asleep for 4/5 of the time. It is the origin of the devil, and he is not afraid that someone will do it, and protect her for the sake of the devil. Like Mengmei, she is bound to a world of people. And what about us? Their complexions changed drastically in an instant. They were asleep for 80% of the time, and it was impossible to protect them by alternating shifts. In the future, if there were more than one god, they would surely die. After all, with the energy of the three gods on your side, only one awakened the combat power of the god, and everyone was jealous. They looked at the system issuer next to them with fiery eyes like a wolf. Look, for what? Pan Akshukshin was stunned and muttered inwardly. Mengmei patted her on the shoulder. Because you can fight. Look at the muscles all over your body. It has grown into your brain. Among our group of researchers, you are simply an outlier. And future mates, our players. A battle strength. When they are sleeping, I want you to protect them. Of course, everyone is just an idea. Whether the blood of immortality can obtain such the strongest treasure is still unknown. For several people, the discussion was too meaningful at this point. Mengmei already has a second-order realm in reality, which means that all kinds of Taoist methods can be used and put on major countries, which will cause huge storms. A living transcendent living on Earth. Are you afraid? Would you like to tell the rest of the group? Pan Xuexian couldn't help but ask. She is still a newbie, not as good as these old fritters. Mengmei thought for a while, then shook her head and said, Don't worry, let's explore the way. At present, we people in the world of the three realms know first. After all, they have not yet had the opportunity to become gods. And the highest realm is the krypton gold in the ancient wood world. The great Emperor Qiu Mingshan's speed, and another balloon fish, have reached the realm of the Emperor of Heaven. The realm of Heavenly Emperor seems to be only one realm away, but in fact it is too far away from the gods. The Heavenly Emperor does not know how much, and there are only a few gods. Everyone discussed it for a while, and decided not to announce it first, so as not to cause some kind of panic. So, how is Gishi World? Long Wuming couldn't help asking. After all, this is the force that belongs to Mengmei. Although the three worlds seem to be in harmony now, the mortal world and the demon world have their own giants to rule the world. Liu Wenjian and Hu Renong control the mortal world together. And the devil world is Ermin and Medusa. In the heaven they live in now, although Dao Changsheng is their apprentice as the Dao of heaven, although he will bless them, his main purpose is to protect the common people, not his own power. Good. Mengmei took a deep breath. Returning to the ruins world, the weirdness in it doesn't seem to be managed by me. But it is still my biggest trump card, and I will rely on it to hang Medusa. Ermin, others in the future. Ready. Pan Xuexian next to him was shocked. This world is so fierce? Busy. Fking why? Mengmei suddenly laughed out loud, pulled her hundreds of kilograms of white tender and slender hands, and said a little proudly, Girl, do you think that this void world that condenses the dragon veins of the entire three realms and floats above the heads of all beings is really a world? That is a weapon of the law of karma that floats above the heads of sentient beings and absorbs the evil thoughts of sentient beings. It hangs above the heads of all beings in the three realms. A sword of Damocles that belongs to me. Absurdity is originally the accumulation of endless evil thoughts of sentient beings, so a bunch of bizarre together. Naturally, agglomeration is the biggest bizarre. Gishu itself is the largest aggregated bizarre in the world. Pan Xuexian's mind went blank, completely shocked by this terrifying truth. Returning to the ruins world, itself a huge grotesque. The world inside its body contains countless parasitic grotesques, like little bug. Whoa! Look. As soon as Mengmei stretched out her hand, a structural map of returning to the ruins appeared in front of her. This is my biggest secret. At this moment, the world of Gishu has completely revealed its true colors, like a vast, mysterious, and huge black snake condensed by a dark fog, carrying a snake with its tail, forming a mysterious ring, slowly suspended in the minds of all living beings, covering every corner. Snake? Pan Xuexian's eyes widened. This causal weapon? Mengmei laughed, her eyes bright, containing the endless evil thoughts of all living beings. This world is like a whip of God, a holy sword of karma. All things come to an end, and the number one, killing treasure in the three realms. It is difficult for anyone to hold it. If you hit it all at once, it is very likely that the five degenerates of heaven and human beings will be assimilated. Alive, who can bear the heavy malice of a world that accumulates endless years. Pan Xuexian, shocked. Mengmei continued. This weirdness is the natal weapon that I spent a long time gathering with my own thinking and constantly visualizing. The natal weapon that I created, the Snake of the Void. She took out a record book. Grotesque number 00. Name, Void Primordial Serpent. Aliases, the Snake of Returning to the Ruins, the Snake of the Law of Cause and Effect. Origin, the grotesque is caused by the fear and hatred of all beings for the grotesque, and the strong hatred to destroy the grotesque. It is the source of all evils, far above the ultimate abyss, above the three realms. Its essence cannot be described, incomprehensible. It is absolutely unknowable, incomprehensible, inconceivable. Features. The form is a huge space cage, infinitely high, infinitely wide, and infinitely long. It constantly instinctively wants to swallow and suppress any evil thoughts in the world. It is called the Void Realm by the world. The consciousness is huge and chaotic, and it cannot be born by itself. Self, only obey the mother of one's own creation. Empress Qingteng. Pan Xuexian was so pure. Holding this document, her palm couldn't stop shaking. She was stunned by the cute girl. She looked at the smiling Earth Mother. In fact, this person has already used his position to steal a lot of evil energy and secretly researched and created an eighth-order grotesque god? No wonder Bai Xiaosheng said that the gods on the grotesque side had so much energy, not only because of the suppression of 3,000 demons, but also because as they stole it here. This person is actually himself. This is the true face of the Void Realm. It is called the grotesque of the snake returning to the ruins. The effect is actually very simple. It is only equivalent to the world of the huge Demon Town Tower. Formed a qualitative change, this Demon Town Tower is smashed down. Who can stand it? This operation is too showy. Pan Xuexian was so excited that he was incoherent. The truth was this. It was too simple and rude. I really thought that you could really create things out of nothing, using some unknown and supreme means, to be able to make things out of thin air. Create a world of such lofty void thinking. If it spreads out, those netizens will definitely be shocked to death. But now is not the time. I will live and develop for a while. Mengmei laughed. This grotesque is just a container space world. It cannot restrict the powerful grotesques in the body from going out. or even shut down some low-level grotesques. It is really equivalent to a garbage dump for the evil thoughts of the three realms. Of course, this is not the most important role of the Void Realm. It develops new businesses and becomes the god of contracts, enough to make mortals and even saints sign contracts. She speaks eloquently, full of confidence. People must not be unbelievable. But for the three realms, promises have no binding force at all, and betrayal is commonplace. Now this contract, as long as both parties make an oath to the void, they must abide by. If you don't abide by it, the heart of the Tao will be destroyed. Now, pulled into the deepest part of the void realm, surrounded by the top extraterrestrial demons, and being mutilated to death. Constantly cleaning the garbage dump at the last moment of life can be considered utilization. Breaching the Dao Xin oath, to be besieged by extraterritorial demons? Too cruel. Pan Xuexian looked at Mengmei as if she saw a profiteer who farmed, and couldn't help shivering. Then, what about the gods? No matter how strong the demons in the Void Realm are, there is no way to surround and kill them. Those gods, who violated their oath, were contaminated with karma, and the Void Realm directly took action to suppress them. The black flames shrouded them, and the karma burned to death. Indeed, apart from the top gods like Ermin, the new gods born after Mengmei will definitely not be able to withstand the justice of this holy sword of karma. Even with the continuous accumulation of the three realms, the energy of this garbage dump will become larger and larger, and the future is very exaggerated. It is estimated that no one can resist this monster suppression tower. Now, not only in the dragon vessel businesses of the three realms, I have incense rebates, and I have also started a second oath business. All the people in the world swear to trade with each other, and also have rebates and cheap profits in it. Pan Xuexian was completely speechless, looking at the graceful Mother Earth, who was sitting on a high place. This person is poisonous. All day long, he thinks about taking kickbacks, lying down and collecting interest, and being a charter wife. Is this person addicted to farming? Enjoying the moment. Mother Earth, lie down and rebate online. Pan Xuexian sighed. Is this the true face? She murmured inwardly. This cute girl's family isn't the kind of rich girl who is particularly rich, and she still works in real estate, right? Occupational disease? This rental package has come to the three realms. Young man, you will soon know her character. Was also speechless, but she was used to it and patted her on the shoulder. This person is a salted fish, but in order to lie down better, in some ways, there will be an explosion of passion and talent that surprises even us. But no matter what, once returning to the ruins, the rules of the three realms were completely perfected. Apple pie order. Mortals worship gods. Gods bless all beings. Both sides are full of trust. And the only thing that was not full of trust before is the betrayal of promises between people, constantly guarding against each other. And there is no solution. After all, in the high transcendent world, the law cannot reach here. There is no mutual trust between people. With a serious face, Mengmei suddenly looked into the distance, as if she saw another distant, ancient lava world, and compared them with them as a standard. Back then, Caroline used the shame and death mechanism to build a firewall, swept away the high walls of people's hearts, and formed laws. I kept thinking at the time that there are no rules in our realms. After all, fighting each other, beware and vigilant, it is very difficult to reach its peak. It was the age of beast mythology that drank hair and blood. The Ishtar people were able to achieve glory because of their unconditional trust and knowledge exchange. After all, individuals study alone and become isolated islands. If they do not join forces as a whole, then the advancement of the times will be very slow. Now, the three realms can do it too. The powerhouses can sign some confidential contracts to exchange secrets and exercises with each other, without worrying about the other party revealing their secrets and secrets. With sinister intentions, the strong can communicate and the world can progress. Pan Xuexian looked at Meng Mei with a speechless expression and immediately understood her character. She is very kind, and her nature is not bad. After all, she has never killed a chicken, which is worthy of the compassionate name of Mother Earth. But when you always want to help others, you can't treat yourself badly. But no matter what, as soon as the Gishu world was established, the three realms were completely perfected. And this drastic change in the Pantao Conference had happened so much that it even entered a completely new age mythology. Even in the future, it has left a strong historical legacy. The official history of the virtual era records. In the 171st year of the Eastern Era, the Pantao Conference was held, the mother of the green vines became a god, and she was established in the ruins, perfecting the system of heaven, and her merits were boundless, and the world began to enter the era of virtual era. For the first year of the virtual era. At the Peach Conference, Bai Xiaosheng attacked, and then the Mother Qingting was sanctified and established the return to the ruins world. 10 years of the virtual era. As soon as the void world opened, martial arts began to flourish. Even because of the establishment of the Dao Qin Oath, the powerhouses were able to communicate without fear of the other party leaking secrets. All of a sudden, all kinds of amazing skills began to be perfected, and they were born out of nowhere. The Wu clan, the ancient clan, the great Zhou dynasty, and the sword immortals of Shushan are completely rejuvenated. The emergence of the contract, the grotesqueness has been greatly reduced in the folk, and the powerhouses are constantly fighting and training in the void battlefield. All kinds of factors, the three realms have entered the era of terrifying eruption. Countless powerhouses have emerged, and the most prosperous era in the history of the three realms has arrived. 30 years. The virtual era. The Gryffindor Academy of Demons in the demon world took the lead in establishing new discipline void demonology, demon alchemy, and second-year students. Going out for trials is no longer limited to the major forests of monsters and various terrifying monsters and plants. We'll think into the void battlefield and hunt void monsters. The following year. In the demon world, the half-orc emperor of Midsa, the half-orc god of war of the Jagged Church, saw Bai Xiaosheng and his party recover, and actually walked on the earth of the demon world. In the dense woods, it was gloomy, and the air became more and more gloomy and cold. Monster! It's a monster! The Emperor Midsa fled like a madman, a large amount of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of deep despair. How could there be such? This is human beings, or as long as it is a living creature, it has fear, hatred, resentment. In the hazy white light, an elegant and handsome scholar in white came slowly. The stronger the strong, the weaker their hearts are to a certain extent than the mortals. Because their hearts are countless times tougher than the mortals, but once they are completely defeated, they will be more easily collapsed than the mortals, leaving a deep shadow. It's easy to fold. In a sense, living beings are really sad. Bai Xiaosheng walked in front of him and grabbed his hair. In the painful struggle of the great Orci Emperor Midsa, he seemed to be holding a chicken, domineeringly lifted it vertically in the air, and said lightly, "However, we are eager to become such real living creatures, breaking through to become gods, and only then can we have ourselves. Feeling fear, joy, anger, sadness, and joy, we are not like living beings that can produce sense. We will not despair or fear. So in the face of the entire three realms, an ancient sage, an almost impossible, terrifying enemy at the Pantao conference, and an enemy 500 times stronger than the sum of our enemies, we still move forward indifferently. His voice was heavy and powerful, and he grabbed the hair of the great monarch Midessa with one hand and raised it, his eyes showing more and more disappointment. Such a creature is too weak. It's so weak. It's so weak! At this time, this man was like a chicken in soup. His arms were drooping. His head was deeply buried in an invisible shadow, and he was softly held in the air. His eyes were gray. I saw your total despair, and didn't even try to struggle? But only despair. It's so boring. I want to have a variety of emotions about me. Despair, hatred, revenge. Yes, revenge. Your resentment is the sweetest emotion. Your eyes are full of silence, and you dare not take revenge. Is it because your hatred is not enough? If it is not enough, I will give it to you. Remember, this is a deeper grievance than death. He raised his other hand and turned it into a knife, stabbed into his heart. Puff. Blood splashes. Grabbing his bright red heart beating frantically. Listen, I feel its intense fear. This is the weak voice of the weak. Pfft. Bai Xiaosheng casually threw him to the ground, shaking huge gray smoke and dust, letting his bright red heart be exposed and thumping wildly. He turned and strode away, disappearing into the jungle. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Remember today, it oppresses your nerves every day in the future, making you go crazy. Fear, accumulation, brewing, explosion. This is a process. Let you. Remember, stay with me and let you come to me. I survived. The monarch of Midsa was lying on the ground. His eyes were scarlet, and he was gasping for breath. In the face of the fear of death, everyone was just as weak and powerless. Even as a monarch, with a long period of time, he would fear death more than mortals. I'm not a slave of fear. I'm the great Midsa orc who is in charge of iron blood and toughness. From a fugitive slave in the Colosseum to this day, it's my toughness. He tried to stand up, wanting to forget the person he had seen with his eyes, but that figure was deeply imprinted in his heart. It's not that you won't want to be afraid. You won't be afraid. He splattered a lot of blood, stumbled, and pulled out a cruel blood trail on the ground. One hand suddenly grabbed his bright red heart, limping forward, opening his mouth to laugh. But again, he couldn't make a sound. Just a blazing hatred flashed in his eyes. Then I won't reject it. The best way to deal with fear is to face the fear. Right? You have succeeded. My fear and hatred are born for you, and I will find you again, kill you. From 31 years of the virtual era. The news spread in the demon world. People were panicking, and the major churches were about to come. Everyone knew Bai Xiaosheng came to the devil world. He did not choose the other two, because it was difficult to spread beliefs in the immortal world, while the mortal world was ruled by the great Zhou dynasty, and the beliefs were unified. The best place to start is the major professional churches in the demon world. In this multi-belief land, people are used to becoming believers, and Bai Xiaosheng is a weirdness in the Eastern world. There is no legend about it in this land. It is missionary. New fertile soil. A monarch worshipped by the church whispered, "Recovering so fast? It's only been so many years. All beings called him from the cemetery of the old time and space, and returned to this world." Sure enough, the disaster created at the Pantao conference, the impression and fear of all beings on him, let him have it. Too many fear fanatics. And now, he doesn't kill Emperor Midsa, because this emperor has become a fanatic of his fear. He's making so much fanfare to frighten us. Not only that, he is also deliberately exposing his position, and he is attracting other recovery partners at this time. Where's the god? What about the Netherland Emperor? We should start searching for his whereabouts and kill him. Some radicals said, no, that might be one of his plans. It caused the underworld emperor's shocking action. It was exactly what he wanted. If only gods could kill him, all beings would tremble even more at him. The best way is for our group of heavenly emperors to join forces and seal them into the Styx River. After all, the same is true for dealing with other powerful demons, but this type of demons generally respond extremely quickly. Give us a chance to seal. And Bai Xiaosheng should be even more so. He's ready. Countless strong men began to be afraid, constantly analyzed, and felt Bai Xiaosheng's incomparable wisdom, and even they had realized that they had begun to be afraid, which meant that they had become his mad believers and provided him with belief. He is making all opponents fear him because of his wisdom. People in the demon world began to fear him and spread his deeds, calling him Taunus, wisdom on the mountains, the image of a king in white with a book without words in his hand, wearing a veil of shimmering light, whoever sees it. Humans who have passed him will go crazy, because they feel his vast wisdom like the vast and vast universe. The demon world, the city of Miasas, is called the City of Winter. As the front line of the bridgehead for human beings, they resist the distant Orca Empire. Orcs are nomadic hunting tribes and do not know how to grow food. In such a midwinter weather, they are hungry and hungry. Although their physiques are strong and can withstand the cold also inspires them. The madness, almost every so often over the years, there were half-orc cavalrymen who attacked the border towns and seized food. This is Tao Heart Demon? Xuji was speechless, walking on the street. He doesn't plan to kill anyone this time. The time for one-shot killing has passed. For him, it is best not to kill, but to bring a shadow of fear. Choose. Wearing a thick winter black coat and white gloves, he looked at the office workers in tall suits on the edge of the street, carrying black briefcases, rubbing his palms and blowing white air, waiting for the bus at the bus stop. I went out for lunch, and it was easy, but 30 years later, my original intention was to take a look at how cold this world is. But I didn't expect Bai Xiaosheng to actually recover. Lunchtime. Sure enough, the battle of the old enemy cannot be contained. The evil god of incense is too suppressed, and the recovery in the early stage is very fast. However, he is so fanciful that it is likely to attract other partners. But it will not attract the beautiful dream god, because the beautiful dream god has not remembered. It will take a lot of time to win over and get acquainted again. Xuji looked into the distance, as if he had seen through most of the demon world, and he saw a boy who was going to school on his back. In his shadow was the god of dreams. A while ago, this teenager in the subway station, after school, accidentally rescued a grotesque girl who had just been born with amnesia from an amateur witcher who dealt with grotesques, and then let her hide in his shadow. It's also a talent. Although you haven't recovered the strength of the gods, you don't know that the one you saved is the king of weirdness. Xuji was stunned. However, after he obtained the god of dreams, there were some interesting and weird people around him. After the god of dreams became a god, the quality changed, and he passively allowed his friends, classmates, and others to appear. With the darkness of personal inner thinking, the birth of a unique grotesque, the heavy crab, the fan cow, and even himself, have begun to split part and form their own grotesque personality. It's incredible. In a person's heart, because of his own emotions, a grotesque is born. Devil in your heart? Suji found it interesting. I didn't expect that I had slaughtered the memory of a grotesque deity, and such a characteristic would appear. Now a group of classmates over. There are breaking out. Very interesting story. After all, the god of dreams is the god of dreams after all. The nature is simply too strong. You must know that the god of beautiful dreams was the only existence that could trap the ancient sages after being able to choose from countless weirdnesses under Bai Xiaosheng's calculations. What will happen to that boy? The protagonist of the next era? It's an interesting era after all. In the distance is an old-fashioned black church next to a dark building. At this time, there are some motorcycles on the street. An alchemy has redeveloped, which is similar to the background of the European Industrial Revolution. Cars, motorcycles, and mechanical magic cannons. But there are also various professional churches with different magic potions. For example, the Church of Magic Swordsmen and the Church of Mechanical Popularity. Practitioners are basically believers. They enter the church to receive tasks, pay gold coins, and learn skills. Suji continued walking and walked across the corridor. The whole room is a bit old, 5, and there is a brass letterbox with a door number engraved at the door. Click. Then the door. The room is heated by a hot air pipe. The hot air pipe is a residential facility and is provided by the believers' church. As long as the people believe in the church, the strong of the church will bless them to survive this terrifying era of ice and snow. It's been so much better. Everyone in the Valkyrie Palace was in the room, next to the big bags of vegetables bought from the vegetable market, and they kept mumbling to each other. I remember the last time I came here, the towns and communities here are often terrifying and weird. All kinds of evil gods, what ghosts, buses, midnight parties, and some stupid and blind gods, ghost footsteps, strange shapes. Wearing summer clothes in such a cold weather, they still show their fair skin, and they will definitely attract attention when they walk on the street. Yo, tactical instructor? You're back. It's cold now. I just went to the vegetable market next door to buy something and started making hot pot. Pan Xuexian looked excited, so she didn't care about you, and called the instructor first. Besides, pointing to a cauldron in front of him, we'll be waiting for you. What? Suji smelled an unprecedented fragrance, even sweeter than the food world, and couldn't help but say, "What are you cooking?" The first delicious hot pot in the sky. The delicacies of the mountains and the sea are cooked in one pot. Even the saints have never eaten it. This is a unique benefit of our Wushan palace. We eat it often. Ixuji couldn't help sitting down and saw that in the cauldron, in the boiling hot water, were white rabbits, little hens, larks, little foxes, old ginseng, carp. It is indeed heaven and earth, and the delicacies of mountains and seas are cooked in one pot. Xuji's mind went blank. Is this an operation? Pan Xuexian thought it was unhygienic, so she quickly reminded, "Don't worry, they are all stripped in the kitchen and washed carefully before they are put into the pot. After simmering for a long time, the smell is gone. Is it fragrant?" As soon as she finished speaking, the little hen in the pot, you reading www.sonicmtl.com, seemed to feel a little uncomfortable lying down and secretly turned over. Don't move. Hundreds of years old hens are the most important, and your presence is the most important. Pan Xuexian glared at Lin Hongfeng next to him, picked up his chopsticks and straightened the hen in the pot. He kept muttering, "We are sisters together. Fat and water do not flow to outsiders. And of course there are good things to share with everyone. Anyway, I just finished exercising and did 10,000 push-ups, just in the hot spring to relax." Xuji was completely shocked and looked at Shayla next to her. Do you often eat like this? Shayla was a little embarrassed and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After all, they are all spirits of heaven and earth. Stew some soup, make a hot pot soup base, and then add a variety of vegetables. The taste is very delicious. Mu Yuling hurriedly smiled. Sister System is a slate. Over there, she is also contributing to us, and she usually contributes the most to us. Look, she's hot beside her, making teppanyaki. After all, it usually starts to heat up as soon as it is calculated, and our sisters use it to bake something to eat. Xuji turned his head to look, and sure enough, a square hard disk was heating up, and he was frying a poached egg. The white mouse said, only Sister Luo Kaiwai and Sister Shayla are useless and have no body. We also tried to wash them, and then boiled them in the pot. As a result, the weirdness and the human beings can't be cooked. As these guys talked, they didn't sit still. Seeing that the hot pot soup base was almost ready, it was as fragrant as a pot of heaven and earth elixir. Xuji was completely speechless. He had already seen that these people could play cards and chat, especially to pass the boring time. He didn't expect it to be so exaggerated and developed this way of eating. While thinking about it, Xuji sat down and picked up the chopsticks. The room was hot. A lively atmosphere, like a big New Year's Eve. A dozen people gathered around the big table, with a super cauldron in the middle. If it hadn't been able to block the outside world, I'm afraid that the entire city of Miasas, hundreds of millions of city residents, will smell the delicious smell, and even all kinds of nearby magical beasts, strong people, will swarm. 2. Produce an instinct of evolutionary desire from the heart. Stewed in a pot of delicacies from mountains and seas, they are all the top demons of the three realms at the level of the Emperor of Heaven. This tyrannical top giant of the three realms has already evolved into an extraordinary bloodline, such as hens, little wybrets, carp, and even old ginseng. More than a dozen ingredients. This hot pot is simply not too filling. After all, the more high-grade ingredients and treasures with spiritual energy, the better the taste. Xuji has known from a long time that no matter how delicious the mortal ingredients are, the taste buds perceive them, and these spiritual materials penetrate into the soul pleasure. Even Xuji felt that the people of Wushan Palace were too good at eating. It is estimated that the dishes and delicacies of the mortal world have long been the same in their eyes. At this time, Shayla next to her got up and went to the kitchen to clean up rabbit hair, chicken feathers, fish scales, and smiled. The weather here is getting colder and colder, so I can just make a wool coat. After all, it is very good for refining magic weapons. Heavenly Emperor materials can resist most of the attacks below the Heavenly Emperor. Put it aside, let alone other legendary powerhouses. Even the epic monarchs will be extremely jealous. That's right, except for the gods. You are the strongest in the world. Treasures of heaven and earth, pure flesh and blood, and even the Wu clan of the realm are far inferior. Xuji sat down and was full of emotion. It is also good to come to Wushan Palace for vacation occasionally. These little goblins are living a comfortable life. After all, Shayla has been taken care of by them all these years and has her own life. When she falls asleep in the future, she can leave her body with them, which is not too convenient. Whoa! The whole hot pot is filled with rich spiritual energy, shining like clouds, even with a trace of sacred aura, bright golden, as if this is not a hot pot, but a pool of spiritual liquid, a cauldron. Alchemy. It seems that countless kinds of spiritual materials actually nourish and fill each other, forming a kind of qualitative change. Lin Hongfeng pointed to the hot pot while brushing the meat rolls. The spicy taste in this Mandarin duck pot is very strong, especially fresh, and pointed to a girl next to her. Little Chili is also our sister. A chili tree becomes the essence. Back then when there were only 5 sisters, the system sister said that the taste was not strong enough. We roamed the mountains and rivers, and specially found the chili goblin as a seasoning. The ginseng goblin next to me, the little sister Xuelian, all came in the same way. He was fascinated on the spot. After sitting down to eat and chat, he realized that the real selection threshold of Wushan Palace is all selected according to taste. Delicious, as a hero. Whoever tastes better will be allowed to join the Wushan Palace. This guy Pan Xuexian has a very special idea. I don't know who he learned from such an excellent showmanship. While eating vegetables, Lin Hongfeng slurred her speech and looked a little naive. Our martial god palace did not reveal our true body, but it was also because our demon clan was too tempting, and many people regarded them as natural treasures and spiritual birds. Lingxi go on a frantic hunt, and we are also transforming our demon clan advantage. It seems, but we are actually cultivating. This pot of spirit medicine is very nourishing. Our daughter, the human form of the martial god palace, can cultivate to this level. The reason is that we eat such nourishing elixir every day. Yes, Luo Kaiwei next to him said. There is no elixir to nourish the human body. Pure martial arts. It is difficult for us to cultivate. To this extent, after all, the poor and rich are rich in martial arts. For the fairy sisters, the kai and blood of daily practice is too strong, full of energy, and there is no place to vent. It is also a good thing to soak in the hot spring and release a little kai and blood, but the realm more stable. No one knows that all the fairy sisters in our martial god palace, stewing together and refining, is a pot of heaven and earth medicine. Mu Yuling said, very proud. No, I never thought about condensing it into a pill. But we found that the medicinal pills are meant to be more convenient to store and lose a lot of medicinal properties, but the condensed medicinal liquid is better absorbed. We do not need to save it at all. Medicinal liquid is our first choice. A group of people chatted on the table, but they were very talkative, twittering. Pan Xuexian continued, with a serious face, even more bluntly said, It is said that among the heavens and the world, there is a world called the food world, and the creatures in it nourish each other, become ingredients for each other, and turn into elixir to advance. So I came up with this idea. This formula is the strongest medicine that has been perfected after hundreds of years of continuous sorting, debugging, accumulation of computational data, and continuous addition of new sisters, and 13 sisters, all of them are indispensable. Our sisters are a sister community of destiny. If one is missing, the efficacy of the medicine will be greatly reduced in an instant. So, if it spreads out, our sisters are likely to have a major incident. I'm afraid those from the 3 realms, the top powerhouse, can't help but attack us. He wants us to catch all of us, lock them up, take them into the back garden, and eat us. Xuji was surprised, and then praised, everyone is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Treating other people is the real fool. The Valkyrie Palace can rise in the 3 realms, among billions of beings, and become a brand new giant. There is indeed an admirable place. I eat myself. Since other human beings, the powerhouses, are hunting us for these treasures, so why don't we eat ourselves? After all, fat and water don't flow to outsiders' fields. It is true that only players who are imaginative, who travel through different worlds, can have such a sand sculpture idea, and thus lead the demon clan to rise. However, Xuji felt that Pan Xuexian had never imagined this plan. Taking the collection of spiritual materials as the standard, absorbing other fairies and building a Wushan palace, it was definitely her sister Pan Yuxian, who was a military advisor behind her, and that was why the Wushan palace rose. The hot pot is boiling hot. Xuji's appetite was wide open, and he couldn't help but chat about the ingredients. The human body cultivates the inner world with the rich spiritual energy in the body, nourishing the body's demon body to cultivate, and the demon body feeds back on the human body, benefiting each other in the form of elixir. I took another bite. The fat beef rolls were delicious and tender. I just ate lunch in the food world, and I was so weak. It seems that the food industry still needs to be motivated. Their development is too relaxed. This private chef of the creator god is not as good as the rising star Martial God Palace chef team. Actually, we are still groping for this system. The human form and the demon body are mutually beneficial, and it is the demon cultivator. At this time, Lin Hongfeng next to him stood up, but began to be serious. We, Wushan Palace, actually want to borrow it. With this dinner party, we officially invite the Messianic Monarch the Great. As the instructor of our Wushan Palace, let us become stronger and find a way to defeat Bai Xiaosheng. After all, people in the demon world are panicking, and only you can have him and him at this time. The wisdom of confrontation. After the Pantao conference, we have this idea completely. Please guide us. Jiji, Pan Xuexian, also looked forward to it. This is his sister's idea, and it is the only way at present. After all, this is the biggest trump card of the Martial God Palace, the strongest and most delicious elixir in the three realms. Xuji was silent, sorted out his thoughts, and let him fight against Bai Xiaosheng, who is now everywhere, and the focus of the demon world. It is impossible, it's just... Xuji looked at the hot pot, was silent for a while, then put down his chopsticks gently, and said calmly, "You are too worried about Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng seems to be arrogant, and the devil world is in chaos. But in fact the devil world is not no one. Even only in the devil world has the wisdom to compete with Bai Xiaosheng. That person is the god of wisdom, Hermes. You should also know that this is the most primitive Bai Xiaosheng, and in the eyes of all sentient beings, he is also the most wise person." Lin Hongfeng nodded, already thinking of Hermes, the battle between the true and false Bai Xiaosheng, the wisdom in the eyes of the two sentient beings, the most strong collision. It's just that we, Martial God Palace, don't want to resign ourselves to fate and put our lives in the hands of others, and also want to contribute to the tide of the times and rise up. This is a disaster and an opportunity. If we defeat after Bai Xiaosheng, he will surely gain the belief and worship of all living beings. Many times, the greater the fear he brings, the more belief he gains after defeating. We are likely to have the qualifications to become gods. Xuji instantly understood their intentions. He smiled and looked at the group of goblin girls around the table. It turned out that this was their real goal. At this time, how many heavenly emperors have accumulated in the three realms? Regardless of other forces. In the Martial God Palace alone, there are more than 10 peak emperors with exaggerated combat power, seeking the opportunity to become a god. Heavenly emperors are like carps crossing the river. There are countless people with amazing talents. Almost every 100 years, a new batch of heavenly emperors will flock to the three realms, each with a legendary rises experience that can be written into books, and the chance to become a god at this time lies in the belief of all beings. It's not like it was in the past, slaughtering all living beings, creating a catastrophe, and absorbing too much energy. You can become a god. Collect enough beliefs. It is enough to become a god. So the Blood Emperor of the West, he became a god. Because he is in the battle of beliefs of many churches in the demon world, the vampire church, collects too many beliefs, and bigger the Church of Light, Hermes, did not become a god. It is because he himself is Xuji's clone, and the realm of the clone cannot exceed the main body. So the energy of becoming a god is handed over to Medusa for preservation. So Medusa has also formed several gods over the years. As for Dongfeng, Liu Wenjian and Hu Renong, the two of them shared the beliefs of the mortal world. After countless years of accumulation, they have almost become gods. The biggest beneficiary in the belief system of the three realms is Mengmei. She keeps taking rebates, directly creating Dao Chengsheng and becoming a god herself. In the 600 years since the birth of the grotesque, there have been 5 people who became gods: Dao Chengsheng, Shengsheng, Xiangshueji, Mengmei, Mai Mengshen, the Snake of Gishu, and Liu Wenjian and Hu Renong are. Also, soon, the energy efficiency that surpasses the previous catastrophe and destroys all living beings is sustainable. But this amount is still too rare for the huge group of heavenly emperors in the 3 realms. I understand. Xu Ji put down the bowls and chopsticks. The oldest of you present is more than 600 years old, and there are only 200 or 300 years left before the deadline. You have established a martial arts religion to spread all beings. In the future, the martial arts experts in the 3 realms will all be your followers. You are the ancestors of martial arts. As a rising force, you already have a lot of faith. Identity becomes the protagonist of the era, creating an era of great prosperity in martial arts. Open up a prosperous world for the 3 realms and take the opportunity to become a god. Xu Ji took a deep breath, kept sorting out his thoughts, and finally put down on the chopsticks with a green vegetable in it and fell into the bowl. You have to defeat Bai Xiaosheng, who promotes martial arts as the strongest in combat. The best way is to ignore tricks and defeat him directly. Martial arts is known for breaking all methods with one force, and conspiracies and tricks can be broken with one punch, but it's easier said than done. His wisdom is huge wisdom. It has turned into a terrifying combat power, and various systems are readily available, and you are far from his opponents. At this time, I will not directly help you, but I will give you the means to defeat him and help you improve the system. Pan Xuexian, standing next to her, suddenly stood up and was so excited. Isn't really going to be their instructor? Teach them how to increase their power. This is a great opportunity. After all, the predecessor of Messiah the Great is a real Ninth Order statue. They were born in a wild way, and they explored and moved forward on their own, but there were still many deficiencies. Meet the master. Several people said in unison. It's not a master. Xu Ji just smiled. You should know that I'm a wizard, and I follow an equivalent exchange. I seem to be helping you, and I'm also researching my alchemy. After all, this kind of in a sense, it is also a kind of alchemy. Alchemy? Should we start with our big medicine? Lin Hongfeng's face condensed, and she thought seriously. I also thought about it before. No matter how crazy we exercise, our strength is still the same. Slow improvement. This is not a problem of training volume. Is there an elixir that nourishes us to improve our cultivation speed? It's just that our elixir, continuous improvement, is still slow progress, and you as a wizard, alchemist, and refining medicine must. Lin Hongfeng took a deep breath and was very serious. Xu Ji, quite natural. After all, when I came in by myself, I originally wanted to take out the alchemy table, study the bloodlines of extraordinary life in various sandboxes, and suck knowledge, as was the case with before. There are a bunch of monsters and martial arts emperors here. As experimental materials, I can just study the structure of a new system for myself. Perhaps it can be transformed into a real Dan Dao, modulation and fusion of energy to form a special system, can quickly improve the realm. Suji pondered silently. At present, there is no alchemy in the three realms. The current martial god palace has made a corresponding prototype of alchemy. You can try it. Thinking, to this point, my special training will be very hard. You have to be prepared. Shuji did not stand up, but was still stirring the chopsticks in the bowl. This will be the devil's training camp. Yes, master. We are not afraid of hard work. In order to become gods, for the spirit of martial arts. Self-improvement. She was too lazy to think so much in her mind. After all, what her sister said had already succeeded. Now that the Messianic monarch has joined the team and taught them to improve their martial arts, it is definitely a qualitative change in the combat power of the martial god palace. Days later. In a dense forest, the cold winter completely invaded, the trees began to wither, and the ground was covered with broken leaves. Suji stood quietly, looking at the small animals in front of him, as if in military training, with a square chip standing in front of him. Recently, the weather is getting colder. 2 days ago, a cold wave came to Dongcheng, and now it's 7 or 8 degrees, and the temperature has dropped so fast that the sand table in my orchard is all over the place. After a disaster, it is even said that in 2 days, a typhoon may come. I hope you don't come to Dongcheng, otherwise it will be bad. Suji looked at the withered trees around, and it was not that he did not read the weather forecast for the past few days. The temperature dropped sharply, the fear in the wizarding world deepened, and Bai Xiaosheng's appearance made it even worse, taking the opportunity to attract more fear. Look to the present. Whoa! A cold wind blows. This special training is very hard. You have to be prepared. Suji looked solemn, patrolled for a week, and finally stared at the black chip standing in front, and said coldly, "You actually know the system of the magic core lineage. Their racial characteristics are that they can open the genetic lock and achieve instant explosion. I don't care. The burning body of their gene locks is indeed very suitable for the martial arts. You have a system chip, which can simulate the structure of the magic core, so that people in the parasitic system can realize the ability to open the gene lock." Pan Xuexian was very excited. Finally here? Before her sister, she had been trying to tinker with her gene locks. After all, the supercomputing power of the system chip is similar to that of the magic core. Since the magic nuclear creatures can open the gene lock, there is no reason why they can't. And now, she can finally learn to let the system attach itself to a person, act as a temporary magic nucleus, and unlock the genetic lock. This is system skill. She listened with serious eyes. Suji continued, "Gene lock, in essence, is to open the genetic sequence. A creature, in order to prevent self-destruction and cause terrifying body damage, is locked with 80% of its power, and the gene lock is to open this restriction and explode. Use 100% of your physical strength, even burn your genes, explode your life potential, and reach 200% or more of your combat power." Pan Xuexian nodded. The previous Subaru gods, like this, strengthened the genetic lock through the supercomputing power of the body, and even broke out 10 times or 30 times the power. The Messianic monarch. The teaching is so simple and easy to understand. He is very serious and very suitable for the job of a teacher. After all, not every strong person is suitable to be a teacher. In front of them, more than a dozen members of the martial god palace suddenly became more serious and solemn. This special training may change their lives and completely improve their combat power. Xuji said again, "And you have to open the genetic lock. First of all, you need to understand the genetic sequence of an organism. This is a string of passwords. Only by understanding and establishing a gene bank can you open its shackles." The Ishtar people of that year also went through this process. The Human Genetic Project. Only by understanding all the genetic codes of the body can they unlock the genetic shackles. He glanced at these animals for a week. Because of different races, the genetic sequence is also different. Hens and each biological gene are different, and they need to be analyzed separately to unlock their ontology's genetic lock. You can first analyze the genes of human beings, so that the humanoids of your martial god palace can enter the gene lock explosion. After that, I will study the various members of the martial god palace. Pan Xuexian's mind was blank and couldn't help asking, how many genes does a person have? Depending on the difference in the bloodline of the race. The average human being has a genome composed of more than 3 billion base pairs, Shiji said quietly. And hens, rabbits, these exist alone. Small animals. It is estimated that there are also more than 10 or 2 billion. What the hell? Pan Xuexian was completely stunned. She began to tremble all over, as if she saw an extremely dark future. This number is simply a devil. One person is more than 3 billion. If it is the total sum, it's fine. Let's analyze it slowly. But in the martial god palace, there are all kinds of animals. They have to be analyzed separately, so that their bodies can explode with the power of gene locks. This workload has made people desperate for a moment. Let's get started. First, analyze the human genes, so that all humanoids can explode. Xu Ji asked for a drop of Lin Hongfeng's humanoid body and handed it to Pan Xuexian, earnestly instructing, 3 billion genes, slowly decipher after. All feasible. I see. Pan Xuexian was stunned in place, and could only start researching and calculating frantically. Xu Ji waited for a while, touched the square chip. It had already started to heat up wildly, with the terrifying amount of computation, and could not help but slowly set up a cauldron on it, looking at the small animals in front of him. I also start your special training. Your level of alchemy is very rough. You need to readjust and improve the alchemy recipe. The water. You all to the pot. Puff. Pet. Pan Xuexian continued to heat up, staring blankly at the small animals who had jumped into the pot, and jumped into the pot for special training. Heavy. It must be tens of thousands of pounds, and no one can bear it except me. The Messiah Sovereign is worthy of great wisdom. While making me do crazy calculations, I can still do such high-intensity body weight training. Sure enough, life is endless, and movement is endless. My name is Pan Xuexian. I never imagined that the training of the devil to improve and become stronger would be so terrifying. Sure enough, if I want to become a god and make a breakthrough, I have to pay an unimaginable price. For example, before my path to becoming a god first turned into an induction cooker. Regarding the structure of this martial god palace, 13 great demons gathered into a pill. Ji was very interested after all. because the food world he opened up, although cooking food and enhancing strength, was essentially a pill concoction. It's just a difference in surface form. Alchemy has the order in which the main medicine and auxiliary medicine are put in, and various medicinals with comprehensive medicinal properties are also added. Cooking has the order of serving main dishes and side dishes, and adding various seasonings. Perhaps you can get some inspiration from here to completely improve the food industry. After all, it was just thrown away before, and it doesn't matter where it is created. Let yourself play. After all, the inner world at that time was too small, and the potential was very small. But it's different now. Breaking through the heavenly emperor, the inner world has expanded countless times, and it's considered a side of the world, so you may have to thoroughly study some systems and rules of the food industry. You must know that one of your 3 clones has been in the food world, cooking for yourself. As a chef, the level at this time is naturally extremely good, just enough to comprehend research. Xuji looked at the cauldron and said, "Increase the ignition power, don't cut corners, or when will the calculation end?" "Yes." Boom, boom. The whole square, like a hot, soldering iron. It's also the delicacies of the mountains and the sea. The ingredients without aura are called cooking. The materials rich in aura are called alchemy. Xuji, look the crowd in this cauldron. Don't be in a hurry to release the blood of these heavenly and earthly treasures. Soak quietly first. So quietly soaking in the hot spring? Little White Rabbit blinked. His arms lay on the edge of the pot, twisting enchantingly, looking at the hot red square below, constantly cheering. "Yes, let me feel it." Xuji shook his head, looked at the small animals that were jumping around inside, and said, "You teen, there must be no problem in matching materials. After all, it has been studied for hundreds of years, but some details are very rough. The simplest, yes, it is a pot of simmering. There is no sequence, and the pharmacology is very complicated. But I have to say that the martial god palace is really a perfect combination of alchemy. A chip alchemy furnace constantly emits special spiritual fire heat, and the 13 demon clans above make up the 13 main materials. The martial god palace is just a whole world of medicine. If other people know, I am afraid that they will do whatever it takes to arrest these monsters. This the huge temptation of the big monster." Xuji picked up a spoon, kept stirring, and thought, "No doubt, there are no such powerful existences in the food industry. It's time to test all the cultivation achievements in the food world. That is, the knowledge of alchemy. This, the main ingredient of an elixir, should be Lin Hongfeng's body. Little Red Chicken. It was the first monster possessed by the system. As the first main ingredient of the medicinal material, any subsequent additions should be based on it." Xuji pondered for a while. "Lin Hongfeng, you are the first to release the blood." The little hen turned over in the boiling cauldron, and a strong spiritual energy gradually spread. "Next, what should it be?" "It shouldn't be a demon. It should be filled with spiritual plants, and the clear medicinal properties blend with each other to ease the medicinal power." "What should it be? Would you like the snow lotus first?" "White lotus," she said. A snow-white lotus flower slowly turned over in the pot. "There's thing wrong with the breath." Xuji. Silently. He is extremely knowledgeable. Hermes is constantly learning, and there is also a cooking chef clone. These 2 medicines are not fused now. Don't rush to release the 3rd medicine. Otherwise it will be the same as before. It's just that 13 medicines are entangled with each other, but they are not all integrated into one. You should something extra to buffer the breath of the two, fuse them, and then. The third one. You can try it. The Narcissus Vines, in the North Island of the Demon Realm. Xuji was like a chef turning up a spoon, took a sip, picked up the pen, and wrote down his handwriting silently. Pan Xuexian, who was hiding below, blinked her eyes and said, "This action is so easy to use. Why is it so like an ogre boss in the food world? That boss, cooking dishes, is also the same way. There are countless bosses in the food world. They keep attacking the player, a gastronomic species. Among them, there is a boss, notorious, constantly attacking players, turning into an attacking giant, like picking mushrooms, chasing him everywhere with a basket on his back, and the cooking action, in front of him, is similar. What do I think? That monster, but every 4 months, it attacks the town. It's a world-class nightmare monster. The two are good and evil." Pan Xuexian shook his head quickly. "But Messiah Emperor Yadai is really mysterious, and even his knowledge of cooking alchemy is so profound. Don't be lazy. Increase your firepower." Xuji scolded speechlessly. Pan Xuexian was stunned. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he quickly and frantically calculated. The entire chip was hot again at 1,000 degrees, and it emitted a strong spiritual pressure, making Xuji completely feel that this was a congenital medicine cauldron. And it was perfect. Just half a month. These small animals, in addition to exercising their bodies every day, also increased the activities of stewing cauldrons. Xuji continued to experiment with medicinal properties, added many excipients, and allowed them to perfectly control their own power. The leakage of Kai and blood reached extremely high precision, and they were perfectly blended in an extremely strict proportion. In the end, the second version of martial god soup was completely produced. The biggest difference from the previous dazao, which was simmered in one pot, was that 13 kinds of flavors were completely transformed into one, regardless of each other. Boom. Deep in the mountains, a snow-white light bloomed, as if a powerful spiritual treasure was born. Cooking will glow. Xuji felt the surging power in the thick and crystal-clear soup. In the pale golden and bright golden clouds, vaguely in the floating rays of light, I saw a bird of flame, a rabbit, a spirit bird, even all kinds of flowers, birds, insects, and fish, which turned into faint phantoms and floated in it. Wow! A group of young girls gathered around the cauldron, exclaiming in amazement, looking at the small animals and plants that were floating in and out. "This pot of soup is too powerful. Visions have appeared, too exaggerated. It's the divine sense, the imager will carved into the depths of your blood." Xuji also had sharp eyes and chuckled. "This is the real Wushan soup, the real medicine of heaven and earth." The vision suddenly appeared. Xuji was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that in those myths and legends, the vision of refining divine pills would actually happen. Now it is a pool of spiritual liquid that has not been concentrated. If it is condensed into pills, it will still burst out with such a brilliant vision of flying birds, insects, and fish. Sisters, the new Wushan soup is ready. Just remember the recipe. In a word, order the dishes and make hot pot. A group of people were very excited and quickly picked up the vegetables and threw them in, then scalded them and scooped them out. When I got up, I couldn't help but take a sip, and my lips and teeth were fragrant. Oh my God! This is so delicious! Unbelievable. Did I eat chicken food before? They felt that the infinite medicinal power penetrated into the body, and every meridian was nourished and nurtured. The most terrifying thing was not the huge medicinal power, but the will of the martial arts and the spiritual sense, washing the body, like a waterfall, ruthlessly washing the impurities of the body. Joyful. It makes the soul tremble. It's so beautiful. Lin Hongfeng took a sip. Her face flushed from intoxication, and she was very excited. This medicinal effect is countless times stronger than before. If we eat and drink every day, the humanoid will improve by leaps and bounds, and then the humanoid's cultivation will be improved by leaps and bounds. The higher the height, the stronger the spiritual energy accumulated in the inner world. And the yuyuring.com will feed back the cultivation base of the main body. This is a terrifying cultivation cycle. Xu Ji smiled and said, "Before, there were 13 medicinal properties mixed together in confusion, but now the medicinal properties are completely integrated, and the mixed essence is one. It is the real medicinal soup that cannot be seen from the previous formula. But it is only the beginning of the fusion. Adjust the fusion ratio. Find a new structure. This is not the most perfect." Xu Ji said softly. "The way has been opened to you. It is nothing more than the order of drug delivery. The selection of some excipients to fuse the medicinal properties and the maximum preserve the essence, energy and spirit contained in the bloodline." Yes. Lin Hongfeng was very excited and nodded vigorously. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Thank you, master. We will definitely work hard. Let's go the rest of the way. I will come back and to test the results for you. Xu Ji just gave a starting point, and he is looking forward to what will happen in the future. He looked at the chip that was still working hard to heat up in a speechless manner. At this time, the multi-core computing mode was turned on, but calculation was still very slow and pleasant. Whoa! The cool breeze hit, and under the icy and snowy woods, there were dead leaves. Although winter has just entered, the cold wave of this cold air and ocean current has dropped sharply at this time, and the chill brought by it is still freezing. In a certain sense, the environment where a cold wave has just arrived from autumn is even more uncomfortable than in the north. If it is said that the cold in the north is physical damage, it can be resisted only by stacking armor and adding clothes, then the cold at this time is a magical attack, wet, cold and damp, with strong penetration properties. This kind of cold is like a rainy day and night Sadako, hiding in the shadows and looking at you resentfully. The ubiquitous back is chilled. It is precisely because of such a cold environment that there is panic, as if there are countless resentful spirits. Xu Ji felt that it was precisely because of the cold weather that the weirdness flourished. Unfortunately, the entire contracted open-air orchard is too large to install heating. Build a greenhouse with constant temperature. Hoo-hoo. A piece of golden hot pot, steaming hot. A group of people gathered in the depths of the mountain, chatting in front of the table. The weather is too cold. The devil world is really not as good as our mortal world. The 4 seasons are like spring. Luo Kaiwei said. Yeah. Now only the bodies of the young ladies and sisters can bring me a little warmth in this cold world. Mu Yuling was excited, flipped the hot pot with chopsticks, and poked the little white rabbit. Inside. The white mouse glared at her. It's always full of talk. Eat it well, don't poke it. That's why you don't understand. Mu Yuling instantly became interested, raised his head high, and ruthlessly said in white. The mouse gave a kiss on the face, and said softly, "It's because I love you that I can help you turn over. We call that fat water doesn't flow to outsiders." Damn! Do you like it? You are greedy for my body, you scumbag. The white mouse retorted, looking at this lively girl, drooling without concealment, and smeared his face. You're so disgusting. The white mouse wiped the saliva with his hands in disgust and shook it gently. The saliva on his face seemed to weigh more than 10 pounds, and with a bang, it smashed a tree next to him. A bunch of neurotics. Xuji's face was darkened and he didn't have the gesture of a strong heavenly emperor at all. Is this in martial arts? He remembered what Bai Xiaosheng said before. He didn't need to train his mind. He didn't need to comprehend Taoism. He didn't need to be a knowledgeable wise man. His mind was full of muscles, and he just had to exercise his body, throw his fists every day. Sure enough, this is only the way of martial arts, and there is a possibility of a heavenly emperor with such a character. Xu Ji seemed to feel the flaw, and his head hurt. But the feeling is really good. It is very happy. The cultivation of martial arts is very simple. It doesn't require too many twists and turns. Let's be happy together and have no worries. It's true that we can live a very simple and happy life. You don't need to think about the enemy. Done. After a pause, Xu Ji stood up and said that he was leaving. It is impossible for him to delay too much time to stay here. The Martial God Palace will indeed be an opportunity for the era of Dechang in the martial arts. A real prosperous age of martial arts. This is the general trend of the three realms. A certain muscle fitness trainer did a really good job, and medicinal pills are the important source of forging the body and replenishing Qlud and in the martial arts. Martial Dao may completely on the right track because of this. Yes, that's right, everyone in the Martial God Palace is made of top-notch ingredients and extremely delicious. Maybe Z is not just a whim. I want to eat a good meal, and I want to taste the most delicious mountain and sea delicacies in the three realms. These people from the Martial God Palace open a path. Let them not hesitate and completely embark on this path. Do you want to go? Mu Yuling and others were dry. The girl's eyes were full of grievances. Tears were about to appear, and she was about to cry. Instructor, we're going to use our brains. It's time to leave. Xu Ji ignored the cuteness of these guys. Take a good walk while I'm awake, and when I'm asleep, I'll be back. Then we'll accompany you, Mu Yuling said tenderly. Xu Ji shook his head. Don't make trouble. Lin Hongfeng scolded. The time to wake up is very short. We can't selfishly delay the teacher's time and energy. The Messiah the Great. We must be busy with our own affairs. Xu Ji just smiled. After eating this meal, I said goodbye to a few people and left. The entertainment time is over. Lin Hongfeng looked back, took a deep breath, turned her head, and looked at the group of goblins in front of her. This is the worst era, and it's the best era. As a monster hunted by everyone, Xuelian, Shentu, each of them caused the world to be turned upside down. They have always encountered the fate of being hunted madly. As prey, they can along the way, the hardships are naturally indescribable, but it still takes 1,000 times or 10,000 times to get over it. At this time, the road has been opened up again, and you can rely on your own efforts to continue on. Becoming a god is the only way on this trip, and it is also the ultimate pursuit of the emperors. We don't need to rely on anyone. Work hard. Come on. Yes, big sister. 10,000 push-ups and 10,000-mile long distance running to warm up first. Show your blood. Exercise. For our future 1,000 years of friendship, we will never lose any of our sisters. Yeah, friendship lasts forever. Ji put. Van. A thick black plush coat, walked into the mall, bought another pair of long johns, tried them on, and they fit quite well, walked out of the fitting room and planned to seriously experience the present life in the wizarding world. He seemed to sense some sports scenes in the distance, and he couldn't help laughing dumbly. It's really a group of hot-blooded muscular brothers and girls who have started to exercise again. Pan Xuexian is really a talent. However, she has achieved the life she longed for. There are very few pedestrians on the street. The sky was gloomy, and most of the office workers were in a hurry, wearing heavy padded jackets. Whether the martial arts can flourish or not. However, the matter of Bai Xiaosheng is a good thing. A backwater-like world without disputes is not what I want. Bai Xiaosheng is destined to rise. I don't know how long they can suppress the rise of the grotesque. You reading Dreedom Wlevuan Sonem after all. The grotesque is equal to the energy of the gods. However, during the birth of the three realms, I should be busy with business. I have just broken through the Heavenly Emperor, and the food industry has expanded. Before, the place was small, and it was just a house. Now I must completely rebuild the world. Xu Ji whispered in his heart. Nine Xuanguang is also an important part of self-improvement, and the world in the body cannot be ambiguity. It used to be food. No human beings are equivalent to the previous stage of creation and reproduction of species. Now that it has gone through so long, the species is almost the same. It is time to cast the protagonist of the era. Is it human again? With tens of millions of gourmet species, trees, flowers, insects, the tone of the whole world. He pondered, wearing a black hat, white gloves and leaning on a cane, walked out of the clothing store, and stood beside the empty and deserted bus stop. After 10 minutes, a bus came from a distance, and he sat on I got off the bus and looked out the window of the car from my chair. Shaping a world of what? Card Town. Xu Ji traded a chicken feather and exchanged a large amount of gold coins with a legendary powerhouse. He became a rich man and came to the town. He bought a semi-welfare bookstore owned by the church, which is located on the block beyond the town. Bright Church Bookstore. The location is not bad. It's a crossroads, not far from a bus stop, with brass license plates engraved with black earthworm characters from Old West Street. The store is 80 square meters, very small, and some years old. Rows of old mahogany books are packed with books. The white paper on the walls is already a little layered. Behind the cash register, there is a pair of silver. The oil painting of the forest scenery in the border is very elegant. It is said that the previous shop owner painted it when he was young, and he was a despairing troubadour. The biggest feature of this store is that it is not for profit. It is a welfare facility established by the Guangming Church. It is distributed in major cities, and anyone can borrow books for free, similar to the model of the Xinhua bookstore. After all, the Church of Light believes in Hermes, the god of wisdom. Books are an important source of wisdom, and are naturally a good place to spread beliefs. There are many similar non-profit measures. For example, the Church of Light regularly provides porridge and donates to the common people in exchange for their faith. Ordinary people also form the habit, going to the church to pray regularly, Sundays, and weekends. All other professional spellcaster churches do that. Don't aim to make profits at all. They are all charitable organizations that benefit the earth. What they want is not the gold coins in the hands of the people, but their faith and piety. The main source of income for the church is the high-level powerhouses, who use magic to cultivate, manufacture, and sell alchemy machinery, and some other industries. Alchemy buses, bus stops, and streets are all funded by major churches to gather the beliefs of major cities and towns. The gods in the sky serve mortals. In fact, the life here is happier and better than the countries on earth. A utopian world in a sense. Xu Ji stretched his back. Although there are dirty aristocratic powers and slave trades, They are the targets of major churches. Except for the Church of Light, the entire town of Cardtown is the territory of the Church of Redstone Warlocks. The maintenance of the facilities in the town is all the responsibility of this church. The arrival of other churches will inevitably cause religious disputes. Sitting, the cashier counter. Are new humans. What kind of Janes do you get? Every time he creates a new world, he is used to groping and researching in the sand table. This was the case with the ancient humans who created the Rubik's Cube back then. And the life that created the lava world was even more directly created. A large research institute has been established, and now a bookstore has been sold, and everything is simplified. After all, the creatures in the food industry have grown quite mature, but they just lack an opportunity. Is it really human? Shuji pressed his temples. This type of research is not the first time, nor will it be the last. Forget it, let's take a look at genes and the situation in the food industry. Sat down. Open at the bookstore. The rules of the food world are very special. Even if every creature breaks through the rank and the life level is transformed, Xuji will accelerate the evolutionary flow rate of their bodies at the same time, reaching the creation speed, just like an elf. The form evolution. Even the same creature will appear in different forms due to different evolutionary methods. At this time, the players inside have concluded a biological evolution chain, which is very interesting. What is the evolution of fire and water? Mega evolution. Although the side effects are obvious, the acceleration of just a few seconds will lead to their lifespan. It is greatly reduced and concentrated tenfold, and the Emperor of Heaven has only an 80 lifespan. But it doesn't matter, because the flow of time in the food industry is originally 1 to 1 year, and it barely belongs to the online game world that the public players enter. The lifespan is too long, but it is extremely bad. This is a short-lived and very competitive evolution world. Devouring each other and using each other as evolutionary ingredients is just doing it. Suji sat on the cashier counter. Many students and elderly people in the bookstore are borrowing and reading books. It is a semi-self-help mode. Xuji doesn't need to pay attention to it at all. And even above the bus stop is the Misoya High School in the small town. When it was even later, everyone left, and when Xuji was about to close the door, a tall and slender young man, carrying a black school bag, walked in cautiously, walked quietly to the adult area, and opened it. A book with a blushing cover. My Lucky, are you going to explore the world of adults again? Shuji said while sitting on the cashier counter. Young man, it's the age of youth, but you need to be more restrained. The boy blushed suddenly, but his hands, the book on top, still didn't put down, and he said embarrassedly, I'm just watching, let's watch it. His face was very thin. Xuji just smiled. The bookstore of the Guangming Church also has such books. In order to attract all kinds of believers, Meiyu, this is also a kind of popularization of knowledge, which is very open. It was Marak who saw the guy who picked up the God of Beautiful Dreams. Shuji noticed his abnormality and was extremely curious. Human beings actually parasitized a grotesque god? And the characteristics of the beautiful dream god caused the surrounding human beings to actively split and grotesque. While doing research on the New World, I'm to this town, by the way. The reason why Marak came to this bookstore and secretly flipped through those unhealthy books was because there were people's evil thoughts on them, which were used to feed the beautiful dream gods. In the shadows. This is the best way to harvest evil thoughts. Eat faster, eat faster. Marak was short of breath, constantly flipping through a book, his face flushed. The voice in the body is very simple, and it constantly absorbs the people who read the pages of the book, and the remaining thoughts today. I feel that you are very excited, your pupils are constricted, your heartbeat is racing, and you are also exuding some excitement. Don't you like it? That's different. Mirage took a deep breath, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was hot. I didn't take the initiative. I didn't want to see. I'm not pure. I'm sorry for my crush, Shia. He was completely. I can't describe my life anymore. I was originally just an ordinary high school student. You reading www. Stonicumtal. Kong cowardly, unqualified for cultivation, unable to even combine potions, ordinary life. I never thought that a strange, evil god was rescued from the subway station, with extremely terrifying properties, even in a dream passively induce the hearts of the people around you, so that their evil thoughts can generate their own evil spirits. Everyone has an evil spirit in their hearts? What was that? He didn't understand at all. Isn't the evil god a monster created by gathering the evil thoughts and negative thoughts of all living beings, and one person can produce? Although it is incomparably weak and far inferior to the true evil spirits, it does exist. Even the Misoya High School where ordinary people study, everyone is incompetent, and now it is quietly changing. He pursed his lips. The class leader, who is a beautiful student who works hard to go to school, has a cat in his heart. There is also West Asia, who has a secret love and has produced a heavy crab. They are obviously ordinary people with no ability, and they are destined to be unable to embark on the path of cultivation. But it seems that the evil spirits who have accompanied them in their hearts have gone to the unknown transcendence. Go by. There was no place to be busy in the entire bookstore. It was originally an idle job. Outside the shop, an antique alchemy car was passing by smoking. Beautiful dream god. Does it inspire the darkness in human hearts and bring together the grotesqueness of human hearts? Xu Ji was still sitting at the door of the bookstore. He came only as an observer, and his main purpose was to update the world of food. The food species has been relatively complete, and it is time, in wisdom and civilization, as human being to choose. He kept pondering. This time it was a little difficult to choose. As the days passed, high school student Mirak often came after school when there were few people, and gradually became familiar with him. He also called him Uncle Messiah, but he was not surprised by the name. There are too many names with the same name. However, Mirage gradually became distressed. On this day, I couldn't help but tell Tsuji, what should I do? The monitor and Shia have already noticed the strangeness in their bodies, thinking that they are being entangled by some mysterious evil god and planning to go to the church. He couldn't help complaining that his secret of reading adult books was discovered, and he began to let go completely. Today's recess, Shia has become weightless, accidentally fell from the upstairs of the library, and was caught by him, like the weight of a fallen leaf. I named her grotesque heavy crab. The heavy crab is so heavy that it can crush people to death. It absorbed the entire weight of West Asia on it. Mirak whispered, secretly the investigation was carried out, because of Xia's family reasons, which caused a lot of pressure. She sealed up the pain. It seems that this pressure has become a heavy crab, and she has no pressure to achieve her wish. Because of the weirdness of the pressure, you actually lost weight because of this. I am like catkins, fluttering in the wind. Xujiji found it very interesting, sitting in the bookstore, quietly listening to the young man's complaints, and silently writing down records on the books. Accompanying weird 001. Name: Heavy Crab, Heavy Stone Crab. Features: It is formed by carrying too much incomparably heavy pressure, and once it is peeled off, it will lose pressure on itself very easily. That is, lose weight. Fun, isn't it? It seems that there is a huge surprise when it is regarded as amnesia dream god. At the same time, Xuji was also thinking, because of the characteristics the god of beautiful dreams, the unique weirdness of the people around him, although it is extremely weak, can it be like an ordinary weirdness? Absorb other people's dark resentments and emotions, carry out become stronger? Cultivating your own weirdness? 2 days later, Mirak came back to complain, and the simple boy kept complaining. I secretly investigated again, and I attacked the evil god owned by the squad leader, the cat. It's because she accidentally rescued a white cat that was hit by a car on her kind-hearted road, but she didn't survive. She could only be buried on the side of the road, and she felt very guilty. Now, every night she falls asleep. She controlled by the evil spirit in his body. He jumped all over Card Town and even sucked people's energy. Mirak almost collapsed. The kind and intelligent class leader of the school tyrant. It is because of him that he became. It is better to feel guilty for not saving the kitten. It is just guilt. And now there are only 2 of them, and they are all kind classmates, and they will even expand in the future. What should I do if I encounter evil people and use this power to do evil? It's okay. As long as you are better than them, you can defeat them. You caused them to be born, then you will eliminate their existence. Shuji handed a book about the adult world, comforted him kindly, and patted it. Pat on the shoulder, young man, be strong. Mirak was stunned, nodded heavily, and opened the book with a blushing face and a shy face. Xuji continued to write, and wrote down, Artificial Grotesque, 002. Name, Obstructive Cat. Characteristics. Because of the kindness in the heart, the resentment and remorse for the dead cat came into being. In the middle of the night, he turned into a cat and controlled his body to walk. The details are unknown. Another week passed. Something terrible is finally born. It seems that there are people around him who have generated and use it to do evil. His weirdness is terrifying. It seems to be some kind of alchemy bomb. It can explode when attached to an object and has a terrifying habit. In the murder case, the deceased were all women and lost their hands. Mirage completely broken and came to complain. Suji laughed, but only lightly encouraged him. You need partners, lead them to become stronger together. Mirachi had 2 big characters on his face, dazed. After 2 days, he could only do this. He brought a simple and stunned high school beauty, who seemed to be his monitor, and the 2 young girls secretly started to turn the book with red faces, full of youthful breath. 3 days later, another person joined. It seemed to be West Asia, a trio of people who came to quietly flip through the books every day, absorbing the desires and dark emotions that people left in the books of these adults when they read books. This guy is really upright. He even brought the person he had a crush on, curled up in the corner and read a book together. Shuji was a little stunned. A few months passed. The influence of the god of dreams in the entire Card Town is still spreading wildly. In the whole town, more and more people appear grotesque, although they are very weak, even less than the first rank, slightly stronger than ordinary people. These symbiotic people with grotesque hearts begin to try to control their own ghosts, weird, attack each other, and start to form a coalition of forces. It seems to be a little interesting. Xuji sat in the bookstore quietly and continued to study the new world, secretly said. The original system germinated. It started from an unremarkable town, but less than a day later, a familiar person, when she arrived, It turned out to be the mother of the earth Kingting. She brought her apprentice Hu Hai Han, who seemed to be traveling around the world, and came straight to the bookstore. Messiah, Sovereign Emperor. Mingmei stepped into the door. She was stunned for a moment when she saw the person. She quickly reacted and said with a smile, "Do you also feel the abnormality of this land? It's earlier than me?" She was a little surprised, yes, for this mysterious monarch. As the dragon vein of the earth, she naturally felt the strange and abnormal phenomenon of this land, and came to investigate. Just the moment she came here, she instantly at a loss. What kind of creature is this? Half human, half ghost. People split the dark side of their hearts and condense the grotesque? Ghost? Substitute? Messenger? Companion? Spirit? She saw several people fighting secretly on the street, unleashing their own extremely weak grotesques and killing each other. But the ordinary people around could not understand the grotesque they released. What is this? This small town has a per capita substitute? She took a deep breath and felt that this extremely ordinary town would burst into a situation that was unimaginable in the three realms. Where is of the outbreak? So, she silently felt the abnormality of the town. I didn't expect that the great Messiah was already here. The source of the outbreak lies in that young man. Xuji sat on the head of the cash register and said lightly, "But I suggest Mother Earth Niang don't do it, because if you kill them, the grotesque won't die. Instead, it will lose its restraint and become a traditional free grotesque. It's better to wait and see what it will evolve into." The local mother-in-law knows how to do it, and also uses a monarch in your area to teach. She had just become a god, so she was naturally full of pride, and she looked slowly, with a condensed expression. I saw 3 people squatting in the corner, a beautiful girl, a handsome young man, all blushing, curled up together, and secretly reading some kind of book. Her consciousness swept again. Mengme? Her head crashed instantly and started to collapse a little. What are these 3 people doing? Such a shameful thing to team up. The most exaggerated thing is to whisper. Reading can make us stronger. It can make us beat those who do evil. We can do it. Become a strong person completely. On the path of cultivation. Huang. What the hell is a spirit full of energy and vigor? Her face became restless. The corners of her mouth twitched wildly, and she began to sit next to the cashier to see what was going on. "Can I sit down?" she asked. Xuji didn't lift her head and sat on the cashier with a book. "Please feel free." Mengmei snorted to express her dissatisfaction and took a deep breath. After less than half an hour, a girl dressed as a bunny girl in a revealing bunny walked into the bookstore, jumping around, watching the readers who were constantly reading in the bookstore, as if no could see her. "What are you doing?" Mirage turned to look. "You can actually see me?" The girl who was dressed ashamedly looked surprised. "Ordinary can't see her?" Mirage turned his head to look around, and found that no one else in the bookstore really saw her. Logically speaking, wearing such amazing and enchanting clothes, the whole street should be watching. This person, is it also? Mirage looked at her, and realized that he was very familiar. Surprisingly, she was a star sister from the previous grade, the public lover of the whole school, that is, the school flower. She is good at learning, beautiful, and gentle. Is her grotesque ability transparent in front of her? Mirage frowned. She began to find that she didn't have a sense of existence. She was deliberately dressed like this, and began to test whether anyone could notice her. It should be because she has received too much attention, is too tired of life, and has an idea in her heart that she doesn't want to be noticed by others. So she has become a transparent person, and this weird arises. Mirach took a deep breath. It's all to blame for the mysterious evil god on me. It's so terrifying. It can actually make people's hearts produce all kinds of evil gods. He is simply a creator of evil gods. You know what happened to me? The girl was curious. Ask. Of course I do. In our small town, a lot of strange things happen. Most of them happen around young people because of the troubles of people's hearts. I call it puberty syndrome. Miraj took a deep breath in one breath. In order to gain trust, he chose a relatively professional name. There are even people who are using this ability to do evil in the town. I advise you to join us, control your ability, and explore this unknown ability in the future. Become a strong, even a legendary strong. Legend. The girl has bright eyes. This is already amazing. For these country children, the epic emperor is simply a legend, and even the strongest person he has ever seen in his life is the person in charge of the red stone church in the town, a fourth order master. Controlling this weird ability, cultivation, make us stronger? The girl was also a little excited, and no one was willing to live a normal life. How to cultivate? Mirak hesitated. www. SonicImtim.com pointed at the two girls who were already very embarrassed, secretly pretending to continue to curl up and read a book, and handed it over a book embarrassedly. Reading a book can make us stronger. Is it so? I heard that many strong people are people of great wisdom, knowledgeable, and even more so, Hermes, the god of wisdom, holding a book of light at all times. The girl took the book calmly, looked at it casually, and her face instantly turned red. Meef. So? Reading. To become stronger. She took Hu Hai Jackdaw silently, feeling her scalp numb. Does reading stronger? Well, her mentality exploded completely. This game really has been implementing this powerful core idea from beginning to end. Mengme felt a little broken, and she continued to quietly watch what happened. In the bookstore, an even more bizarre scene happened. That beautiful senior even tried to take the book and watched it. It's really useful. I feel that I absorbed some of the things left by other people in the book, and the evil spirit in my heart has become stronger. That student, the sister, was also stunned and pursed her lips. For children of ordinary families, being strong is a distant dream. No one wants to be mediocre. Everyone wants to live longer. The life expectancy is only 30 or 40 years, is what anyone wants. I join, she blushed. Brush. The quiet sound of flipping books gently sounded throughout the messy and cramped dilapidated bookstore. 4 high school students dressed in misoya hid in the corner with blushing faces, constantly absorbing adults to stay. Evil dark emotions in books. Whoa! Mengmei, furious. These evil adults in the town, single dogs. Don't want to find a wife to get married, all day long in the adult book section of the small town bookstore, leaving some evil darkness on the books. The thought remains. Seeing this picture, Mengmei couldn't help but take it easy. Screenshots, and pictures were sent out, along with some text. Shocked. This game is horrible. Learning makes me stronger. Even learning this aspect can make us go on the road to the strong. Her face is darkened, and I can imagine how excited those sand sculptures and otakus outside will become. She has already made up the pictures of the forum. Aha! This is also okay? Sure enough. Let's learn physics, mathematics, pharmacy, language, chemistry, machinery. Any knowledge is involved, and now we can become strong, even in this area. Whoa! I was born wrong world. These cute newbies are too weak. If I were in it, I would already be a strong dozong. I have 18 Gs, and he will be the Emperor of Heaven someday. Please call me Huang Tiandi. Fuss. The corners of her mouth twitched wildly. No! How did my earth dragon veins deteriorate? Could this be a new system that conforms to the birth of the Gishu world and the emergence of the tide of the times? I don't want to become the mother, Uncle Huang. Come on. This bookstore is so special. She took her apprentice and covered her eyes, feeling that she had no way to look directly. One more thing. This mirage is poisonous. Taking 3 female classmates to read, curling up in the corner, sneaking. Is this to develop the rhythm of the harem? Hey, you don't care about this? She turned to look at the bookstore owner, furious. Everyone has their own qualifications to pursue their dreams. The young man was still flipping through the book with a calm face, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, very refined, like a learned Western scholar, who didn't seem to read anything arrive. A dream? Meng Mei was completely speechless and looked around the bookstore. According to the routine of the store manager of normal people, they should be stopped to prevent young people from going astray. That's why I replaced the original upright store manager and contracted the store by myself. Xu Ji pushed the black glasses frame and said lightly. Meng Mei's eyes widened. It turns out that you are living in seclusion here and become the manager of this bookstore. You are such a messiah. Meng Mei was stunned. This is to help them cover up and prevent adults and parents from discovering that it is a caring little padded jacket for young people. When I was studying before, why didn't I meet a kind person like you? Xuji didn't lift his head and continued to turn the pages of the book quietly and continued, I didn't see it. Am I doing a good deed? Meng Mei was startled. That's right. With the wisdom of the messianic monarch, how could this be? She suddenly felt that the whole town was covered, and she seemed to sense something, and her complexion changed slightly. She has sensed the way other people absorb evil thoughts. It is to do evil, to do bad things, to mischief, to robbery and kidnap in the worst case, and even some people start killing people to create panic, absorbing the fear of the whole town. That's how it is. She understood in an instant. People who have evil gods are divided into good and evil. The evil people use evil things to absorb evil thoughts and fears, and strengthen their own evil gods. And what about the good people? If you don't do evil things, absorb the evil thoughts and fears of other people, it is difficult for the evil spirit in your heart to become stronger. So, you can only come to the bookstore to read books and absorb some residual nutrients. If the bookstore is completely cut off, then the kind side has no power to fight back. Meng Mei's eyes flickered, looking at the young man who was quietly reading. He was creating balance. This bad news. People who have an accompanying evil god have great favor on the villain side. Master, then let's destroy this town and kill those wicked people? Hu Haihan said she could destroy the entire town in the center of the vortex by herself, and even kill the current new dream god. It's useless. Meng Mei kept sorting out her thoughts, took a deep breath. Killing these human beings, the evil gods of these people, will become free ordinary evil gods, wandering around. It is better for someone to control them. And the source of the outbreak of the whole town is the evil god maker who can create evil gods in the hearts of people. Beautiful. Dream god. She stared at Mirach earnestly, as if seeing through his shadow. as expected to be one of the most powerful evil gods, the existence that can temporarily trap all saints. This should be the dream god. After becoming a god, it has the ability to transform. Even if we kill the beautiful dream god, it will revive elsewhere and cause similar disasters. Hu Haihan was shocked, and his heart became dazed. Then this town, isn't there any way to restrain it? My dear apprentice, now it is a blessing for such a thing to break out here. Meng Mei sat on the chair next to the cashier counter, began to ponder, took a light sip of tea. Beautiful dream god? After being killed by my fiancé at the Peach Conference, he should have completely died and lost himself. Now born is a new dream god who has no memory of the previous generation of dream god. Otherwise, if it has the consciousness of attacking the Pantao Conference, it will never reveal its location and cause such a big disturbance, but will quietly find Bai Xiaosheng and his party to meet. Meng Mei was actually prized in her heart of unexpectedly, the god of creation is truly incredible. She sorted out her expression and continued. Bai Xiaosheng's real intention to go to the demon world should be to recall the god of dreams and join hands to create a religion of the evil gods, competing for believers among countless churches, and their followers of the evil gods can all have it. The ability of the accompanying evil god, those who believe in me, possess the evil god. What? Bai Xiaosheng's real goal is to build a church. Hu Haihan was shocked when he heard this, and couldn't help sweating profusely. She is not stupid, she knows everything, and imagines the horror that will follow, which may be Bai Xiaosheng's real goal. His attack on the Pantao Conference was the first ring. Although he failed, he still has a second ring planned. If this church can give ordinary people power, then it will definitely be. Hu Haihan looked out of the street. The drastic changes is in the entire town, and I can even think of the future pattern. The competitiveness of this heretic god church is crushed. Perhaps all the professional churches will be overthrown. The wisdom of this person is too terrifying, and he has calculated the entire 3 realms. Really want to create miracles with the attitude of absolute weakness. Hu Haihan couldn't help but say, but Bai Xiaosheng didn't expect. Not only did the Pantao Conference fail to attack, but there was also a change on the side of the god of dreams. It was completely dead, so it was picked up by ordinary people. We were the first to discover it. She took breath, thanks to the strength of the teacher. She also heard that the teacher's origin is very mysterious. As one of the most ancient gods, Mother Earth Qingting still has the protection left by her lover in her mind. At that time, the god of dreams attacked the Pantao Conference. The saints are freed. So, this mysterious existence may be the 9th order, 10th, or just the residual figure in her mind has wiped out a saint. With her pattern and vision, she can't imagine how indescribable taboos exist. The more Hu Haihan thinks about it, the more he admires it. The teacher is really amazing. Perhaps only such a mysterious existence can be worthy of his own teacher. The mother of the earth in the 3 realms Qingting Empress, and the messianic monarch is also very powerful. Is he still fighting with Bai Xiaosheng? Bai Xiaosheng has already guessed the future layout of Bai Xiaosheng in advance, so he came to this town? The god of dreams? Hu Haihan kept thinking and looked at the readers of this bookstore with admiration on his face, as expected of great wisdom. At this time, Meng Mei looked indifferent on the surface, and was secretly looking at the Messiah. The previous system distributors told me those things. I didn't believe them at first. Now I look at them, sure enough, it's not simple even giving people a peek at Xiaohuang. It has a great meaning. She was also little surprised. It's just... At that time, even Ermin was shocked by himself, and now he pretended to say it casually. It was the means left by his fiancée that he killed the god of beautiful dreams, the Messiah. The great must be shocked, right? After all, at that time, you reading WW. Sonicamtal. Calm he was at the Peach Conference outside, but he didn't know what happened on the saint's side. Sure enough, the young man who looked down reading the book heard the moment when his fiancée killed the beautiful dream god, showing a change in expression, and even a bit of a confused expression. Hey, sure enough, have you been frightened by me? As a creature born from a ninth-order corpse, it should know the horror of it better than Elman and others. Mengmei suddenly felt very proud. I just ate a bite on this Messiah the Great, and now this place is finally back. No matter how smart the natives are, it's still hard to beat the players. After all, the players know more information. She held her head high. Sitting in the bookstore, her face became calmer, and she said indifferently, "That muscular player girl has muscles in her brain, and it is normal to fight. But here, he is still shriveled." Cough, cough. Mother Earth coughed twice and took a sip of tea indifferently. "We can't stop this situation now, because even if we wipe out the whole town, the god of dreams will still be reborn in other places. The situation in the town is still breaking out. Even next time, it will not be so lucky, the first to find the beautiful dream god. The first to come to the scene of the situation, maybe. It's better to directly find a solution. Observe this situation." She kept sorting out her thoughts, looking at the few high school students curled up in the corner of the bookstore. It's weird, it actually appears in people, and it turns into good and evil. Very interesting. When necessary, to find a way to help the kind faction develop the system and establish a foothold, and must also find a way to help the other faction. The struggle between the evil god and the righteous god is going to fall on these mortals. Mengmei, how smart. I have already thought that this is a trend of the times. The existence of the god of beautiful dreams, when it falls, will subvert the entire three realms. But it has forgotten at this time that the future is controlled by that side, which is hard to say. After all, they were thinking about how to control and suppress the increased dark thinking energy before one. Making magic tools. 2's. Purification into normal energy was not only Xuji's idea, but also their previous idea. In front of him, isn't it just a magic tool to control the exclusive evil god in your heart to fight? A way to deal with evil energy. Mental garbage. After all, this type of powerhouse will also absorb those evil energies. So, this is how the evil gods on the evil side develop in this way, creating evil. How do the people who are associated with evil gods, the human beings on the good side, develop? She began to think. She is good at farming, and thinking about the development of this type of system is also her specialty. At this time, he stared at the 4 high school students in the bookstore. Is it possible, this system, if you don't want to harm people, you can only go to Xiaohuang. In various towns, establish a designated bookstore for Xiaohuang churches. Let all sentient beings go to watch regularly and develop. Bah! She shook her head, the corners of her mouth twitching. But no matter what, a brand new evil god system broke out in the demon world. Maybe in the future, it will really be the devil world. Medusa has engaged a bunch of potion professionals. He was originally a little devil, and now he has an accompanying evil god. Systems. The devil and the evil god have been brought together. They are both strange and sinister evil systems, and the devil is worthy of the name. She sat on the table thinking. Times have changed, and these 3 giants must also observe subtle changes. And Xuji just sat next to him lightly, turning the pages of the book. In fact, he was arranging things in the food industry. After all, he was busy with business, so he glanced at Mengmei. The changes of the times are to be seen, but I don't need to deal with and interfere. After all, I still have to be busy with the development of the sand table in the new world. Days go by. Undercurrents, surging throughout Card Town. At first, it was only Mirage's school, and the students around him were infected, and gradually, it has spread to the world of adults. They also began to have fantasies, all kinds of peculiar abilities exclusive to them. Even the entire neighborhood in the vicinity began to be chaotic, like a spiritual recovery. Even the local Redstone Warlock Church, the local bishop, couldn't help coming over. This Fourth Order powerhouse was stopped by an unknown existence at this time. That existence, hazy in the shadows, stood on the room warned. That's not what you should interfere. The old, evil god. The face of this middle-aged man in a red robe and holding a staff changed. The breath in the shadow is terrifying. This is a real evil god. This kind of old existence. Immortal, eternal existence in time. As long as he recites his true name, he will revive in the world, walk on the earth, wherever he goes. Wherever there is panic, and the kingdom of God is everywhere. Yes, the bishop immediately knelt down on the ground. We will evacuate immediately. He trembled and was sweating profusely. This was no longer something he could interfere with the local and even the Redstone Warlock General Church, the monarch dedicated to him. Career founders don't dare to intervene at all. After all, the Church of Redstone Warlocks can only be regarded as the middle level of many churches. He kept prostrate on the ground, wiping sweat. And this kind of taboo exists. I'm afraid that it is being deployed and affects the general trend of the entire era. The more weak people like me know, the faster they die, and then they will provoke terrible unknowns. After this mysterious, evil god left, I found it too. Have you come here? In the distance, in the dark street corner of the church, a statue of the righteous God of faith enshrined by the church slowly appeared on the spot, bathed in divine light. It's the delusional witch in charge of whipping and beating Vantage. That man's terrifying abyss, the dream demon who abuses men and terrifies countless other men. He chuckled and disappeared. By Hermes. In this fight, in the eyes of two sentient beings, the existence of the strongest wisdom is a game to contain each other. As for Hermes, although Shuji could still come casually, he was too lazy to control it. After all, he has the will to gather all beings. This avatar has no self and is still a mechanical doll with a fixed behavioral program and a unique behavioral logic. I no longer need to interfere. Storm coming? Xu Erlang's legs and sat quietly at the door of the bookstore. The cute girl next to her took Hu Hai Han and stayed in the bookstore quietly for a while, constantly observing the town and the few students who were curled up in the corner of the city. The number of members was gradually increasing, and there were already 7 or 8. Teenagers are always warm-blooded. You read the video solubdab at the film.com. They fought for righteousness and organized riots, but they also suffered a lot of injuries and showed many grown-up characteristics. After blood donation, their faces changed from green to firm. When I got up, when I was reading, my eyes became firm, and I no longer blushed at every turn. But now, with so many people, they have gradually gained nothing. Mengmei held her cheeks and looked at the median high school student on the bookshelf. Because of the drastic changes in the town, how? To be any adults? Will you have the mind to read the book? And there are more of them, so there are few dark emotions left in the book, and now the energy to share is naturally less and less. However, Mengmei found something new. They've started trying to find energy from other places like Dumontiques. Some old objects, dirty old objects, always have some special energy attached to them, which can be absorbed and strengthened. But it's all serious. I still have to find a way. How can a normal person absorb dark energy, fear, and various emotions without doing evil? She took a deep breath and couldn't help but cast her consciousness outside. On the forum, several days have passed, and discussions have begun outside. After a few days, the outside network has begun to discuss. Mengmei clearly understands that a person's thinking is limited. The thinking of many people converges, and the ideas in various aspects are different. The imaginative ideas are very helpful to them. Sitting in the shop, she couldn't help saying goodbye to Xuji, and quickly left with her apprentice, came to the hotel, and went offline. If something happens, remember to wake me up, she instructed her apprentice. As for the Messiah the Great, she didn't have to worry. I am a god, and I just beat him again, saying that there is someone behind him, and he is blessed by a big boss in his mind, and he can easily the god of dreams in seconds. But he does not dare to be presumptuous. In fact, Mengmei discovered that there is a benefit after becoming a god. Even if she controls the descending mortal bodies on the earth, the body god still has some hazy consciousness, can wake up, can feel the crisis. Maybe, when you become more skilled, be stronger, continue to control the mortal body in reality, and be able to do two things with one heart, and control both sides at the same time. It is very simple to use one heart and two functions for one god. I have already become a god. I should be able to do it very well and adapt. She kept thinking carefully and couldn't help thinking. If I can control both sides, I can also exercise my real self. And can I let my real self embark on the path of cultivation? Although in reality, the cultivation is successful, it is still too far away, and there are only 3 months left. But after all, there is a preparation, and doing it is better than not doing it. Well, whoa! In front of the computer, the well-proportioned and slender girl opened her eyes. After the Pantao meeting, the second time I went offline, it's only been a short time since the reality. She looked at the wall clock on the wall. Just a try. I have no blood. I can only practice martial arts. Maybe I have to become a muscular girl. I laughed at someone before, but now I can only degenerate. Mengmei's face became strange. Suddenly, the girl pinched the muscles of her arms, soft and delicate, white as suet, and very good, but she couldn't help shaking her head. Farewell. I am cute, beautiful, white, beautiful and soft. Before the Emperor, you changed, I won't come back. This is the road of no return. Here I come. So that mother doesn't have to rush the marriage. She pushed away the table and chairs, making an open space in the room, and started to crawl on the ground, doing the work with both hands, push-ups, with the assistance of the second-order mental power. The posture is very standard. 1. 3. Daughter should be self-improvement. Youth lies in exercise. Sprinkle blood and youth. Exercise, exercise, exercise. She tried to recite a few slogans of a muscular girl out loud, but she was quite emotional. But such a bizarre and novel life has become her own little secret, and no one can tell it. Now, my weight is 98. Let's start with 300 pounds. Finally, the scale that collapsed the room. She whispered inwardly, while sitting on push-ups, swaying the blood of youth in the room. Her consciousness sensed computer, looking at the forums. Let me see what the guys' forums can do. Outside the door, when my mother heard such a warm-blooded exercise slogan, She felt vaguely inexplicable in her heart. My daughter. In the Spore Evolution Forum. Ha ha ha. Everyone is crazy. This game that loves learning. The concept that learning can become stronger has refreshed the three views. It turns out that no matter what knowledge you learn, you can do it. The scalp is numb from the show. It seems that there are a lot of hidden Easter eggs. They are all very high. Looking at the pictures in the screenshots, they think it is very good watching Uncle Huang in order to become stronger. Save the world. There is no one left. I just love it. Also, reading a book with a few shy and cute sisters. This kind of mission to save the world. Let me do it. Studying medicine to save another world. It seems that biology class is necessary. This game is telling us not to be shy after all. It is also popular in textbooks. Little clear eyes. Q Mingshan speed. By it. Now the gods and major churches absorb positive energy and practice cultivation, and sooner or later, they will begin to absorb negative energy for cultivation. Now, here, everyone was chatting. In fact, the problem is also very obvious. The three realms are about to take a step forward. Before, only positive energy was absorbed, but now negative energy has also begun. So, was the question, how absorb? Can't make people do evil. If you absorb the fear and despair of others and harm people everywhere, you are a villain, and it will be meaningless. This system was stolen from Bai Xiaosheng. The plan of the God of Dreams was indeed full of malice, and it was intended to be used for bad things. But how to borrow it in turn was the big problem. There are many scattered ideas, and everyone is discussing them. The easiest way is to write a book. Isn't there already a sign in it? Just follow the development. After all, we are so developed here. We go to some old drivers' websites, develop some well-known features, hundreds of thousands of articles, translate them, and set up several bookstores. Where have you seen such a big scene in the devil world? You must be stunned. When you read the book, the excitement are endless. How can you continue? The only hard work is the translation of the big bosses. I'm afraid you will be completely useless. Tasteless. I can't eat funny. One bookstore in one city attracts traffic from the entire city. Countless cities together are a chain of vocational churches, which support the cultivation of the vocational system inside, which is called the Sword Emperor Professional Church. Everyone held their cheeks and felt that this idea was quite satisfactory, but it didn't seem to be very good. Many people objected. It affects the social atmosphere too much. Everyone goes to that kind of bookstore to read. What's the etiquette? Also, if you don't want your face anymore, how would your neighbors look at you with weird eyes in a bookstore that is open and upright? Work. Everyone directly ruled out. Someone else suggested, there are many ways to collect negative emotions, such as the Colosseum, Casino. You can all collect it. Meng Mei's eyes lit up. This idea is good. You can refer to it. Xu Ji is also paying attention to this situation here at will, and feels that it is quite normal. But at this time, after pondering for a long time, Qiu Mingshan finally expressed his opinion. I have an idea that is super feasible. Absolutely feasible. Everyone was surprised. The boss spoke directly, and it is estimated that some kind of powerful and unrestrained plan will emerge. The cute girl has bright eyes. Xu Ji was sitting in the bookstore, and he was a little wait and see. Qiu Mingshan speed. Sneak to the bookstore and read that kind of book. Isn't it just a behavior in the red-faced youth more than 10 years ago? We modern people are not like this for a long time. They are all hiding in the room. Then build a how about the first Macau casino? Can't your dragon vans imitate the internet? Meng. The whole forum was also shocked. You reading www.sonicmtel.com doubted that he is indeed a big guy, and there are such the solution routine is indeed an upgraded version. Why didn't I think of it? Xi. Respond either. Qiu Mingshan was very excited. Is there any brother who makes this website? Come out and talk? There are indeed many talents on the internet. In the blink of an eye, a player quickly replied, Yes. Yes, I am. I can't think of another world. Will it be occupied by us too? I'm excited, buddy. Tsuji. Silent for a while. Ding. Qiu Mingshan's speed has been officially banned. This information fell. Everyone in the entire forum laughed. And the second banned boss appeared again. Everyone laughed. It is said that Qiu Mingshan's speed has also been mixed in the ancient wood world recently, and his life is not short. It is said that he has tried to get out of the outer space of the ancient wood planet. I have to say that Qiu Mingshan's speed boss is a boss after all. The Macau Royal Casino plan he proposed is probably feasible, or even the best way. After all, Longmei can act as a network and secretly access the network while hiding in the house. The neighbors outside don't know, and they won't look at you with colored and weird eyes. That kind of defect in the bookstore is solved. What is forbidden? It not only solves the youthful restlessness of young people, but also reaps emotional energy. This kills two birds with one stone. What can we do? Why can't the monk touch it, but I can't touch it? Q's teasing picture DHPG. The above. You want to be banned too. Death. It can't be in vain. You have to make his death worthwhile. This plan is not bad. Build a gambling factory. You can do gambling if you don't want to engage in pornography. Online gambling factory. Fight landlords. Mahjong. Sexy dealer. Send it online cards. Mengmei, you are the dealer. Simple little eyes. Looking at the internet. Mengmei's face turned black. Are animals driving me to a dead end? Building this kind of server website and betting on this word has caused many people to be ruined. If my mother-in-law wants to do this, what will be the face? She kept doing push-ups, gritted her teeth, and hummed. These bastards, it's really unreliable. In fact, it is indeed very difficult to absorb negative energy. She was mentally prepared for the scene in front of her. Yes, in the Return to the Ruins world, there are a lot of thinking garbage dumps in it. A lot of weirdness. Let those people kill the monsters inside and absorb it. But ordinary people have no way to leave the body and sense it. The place of return, at least Tier 3, is required to enter it. And for the third order to do it, this is a fault, and there is no way to harvest such a huge energy boost. The third order is also a very difficult height for ordinary people. Many people with ordinary aptitudes have cultivated for more than 10 years to reach this height. It's so difficult for me. Mengmei took a deep breath. However, this Dragon Vi network has given me some inspiration. Maybe it can be updated to version 6.0. The Internet Magic Web. It is suitable for this demon world of medieval European civilization, but far away can't quench near thirst. It's not that she didn't gain anything. Qiu Mingshan's speed still gave her a certain inspiration. But the first 3 steps, there is no way to complete it. Forget it, I've gained a lot. I'll make it clearer. Let's talk about it inside. She took a deep breath, continued push-ups, swayed the blood of youth, and even the ground was wet with sweat, pondering in her heart. Cultivation is better than I imagined. It's a lot faster. It's even dozens of times faster. I actually ignored it. I'm a mortal body of a saint. The reason why this body is second order is that it can't accommodate the huge energy of a god. Only it can enter tens of thousands of energy. Otherwise, beyond the power of the third order, this body will directly burst. However, this energy can continuously nourish one's own practice. Even the stronger you are, the more energy you can absorb. And for a god, this energy can be replenished in the blink of an eye, which is equivalent to a god who keeps a humble little ant pet. She stood up and looked at herself. The muscles of my body have only been exercised for 10 minutes, and it seems to have transformed. Crap. She was shocked, and she changed a lot in the mirror. Push-ups, mainly training the arms and chest muscles. Some muscle contours emerged, and I was heartbroken. No. This woman is no longer me, the beautiful and elegant Mother Earth. Anyway, after the realm of Heavenly Emperor, it will change back. She kept psychologically. The huge energy nourishes every cell of the body like a hot spring, promotes growth and development, and realizes the evolution of the body. Perhaps my cultivation can improve quickly, but it's still too slow, because I control the mother-in-law on the other side, and I can't control myself in the real room on this side. While cultivating at the same time, she kept sorting out her thoughts, and her heart came up with bursts, anticipation. My next goal is to find a way to achieve distraction. Do two things with one mind, and don't need to be very advanced. Just use the instinct to control the real body. Perform a set of actions and repeat. Nice practice. This, the next step. She thought for a while, and then entered the game. Xu Z sat in the study room and read, with a calm face, full of refined temperament. Due to the cold weather, people coming and going on the street wore thick woolen coats, tied up their scarves, and walked in a hurry with their necks shrunk. He is also silently observing Mengmei. I have to say that the first player to become a saint and an eighth-order god is also his own experimental guinea pig at this time. In a sense, she is opening up a realistic training system, and it is also a new system. Xuji will soon call it the player system. Perhaps it can be compared with the wizard system, the sea consciousness system, and the magic core system. Mengmei, Panxuexian, the great alchemist, Qiumingshan speed, Balungshan fish. These 2 women and 3 men are also considered to be the best among them. It's just Mengmei herself, unaware of it. After all, after the players have become gods on this road, they will observe. Shuji closed the book. His face was calm, as if looking through another province on the earth. A certain guy was working hard and became a muscle. Female. Do you practice synchronously with yourself in reality? In fact, after they broke through the 8th rank, they were already Zerg, and they turned into real natives inside. Exactly the same as the natives inside, so controlling their own cultivation in reality is also self-improvement. Strength. He smiled, faintly. Even an attempt to deduce a certain path? On Earth, will there be extraordinary things? Even with the help of gods, it will take several years to reach the 6th and 7th orders of powerhouses. Xu the paper sorted out his thoughts and came to the conclusion, it's not enough to be afraid of, regardless of whether they can survive the 3-month threshold. And in a few years, they don't know what height they have reached. After all, it's only been 2 months. The deputy brain said that in the vast universe, the difference in time flow between the higher world and the lower world as the distinction between high and low civilization. Xuji looked at card. at this time, with a faint smile. Now, Hermes and Bai Xiaosheng are restraining each other. They are staring at the whole town, which has become the center of the entire storm in the devil world. The thick white fog reveals a chill. The whole block was quiet. Some corpses were hung bloody in front of the bus platform. Buses and vehicles were parked in disorder on the street. As if there were car accidents everywhere, the streets, walls, and shops were covered with blood donations, as if there was a big riot. The fishy smell is too strong. Even some flies resist the cold, constantly buzzing and flying. Did the black crows fall in the sky, pecking at the carrion? Boom! A deafening explosion sounded it in the far block. A huge red mushroom cloud rose, and a large swath of flame seemed to dye half of the sky red. This kind of disaster and explosion sound was not the second time in Card Town. Those thugs! Could it be that they detonated the heating pipes again, creating fear? In the bookstore, the curled Mirage looked out. The firelight illuminated his face, and fear filled his youthful face. Torture, hatred, disaster, bad luck. Behind him, a group of friends followed. Right now, they are only Tier 2. Any person thrown from the central big city has a higher realm than them, and the opponent is only Tier 3. It looks very weak, but the speed of improvement is already terrifyingly fast. Crazy. Mirage, let's run away. Those dozens of people are driving frantically, driving people from the town into a small community, closing it up, not killing them, but deliberately torturing them, absorb their fears. Card Town, it's over. The townspeople in the next few blocks have been emptied and driven into a community, and will soon come to us and take the nearby community town. The people even arrest us. Fear also lingered in their hearts. When the situation developed to this point, the other party completely showed his crazy fangs and was unscrupulous. The number of opponents is not more than them, but they are too bad. The strength and promotion obtained in this way are far stronger than them. Or let's be just like them. We also arrest a group of people, lock them up, deliberately scare them, intimidate them. Someone suggested in low voice, it's just a fright, we won't hurt theirs. We're protecting them. Yeah. Protecting them. It's just a fright. Let's too. The voices around him came one after another. Mirage pursed her pale lips with difficulty, and her forehead was full of fine sweat. He looked at the partners who were still insisting on justice, and there was a vague feeling in his heart that if his group brought disaster to others, everyone present would fall sooner or later. After all, this kind of thing is to constantly break through the bottom line, smooth the conscience, and gradually become numb and sink. Once you start enjoying people's pain and disaster, you will also go to the abyss, like those thugs. Let's go and read the book, Power. It doesn't distinguish between good and evil. It just depends on the person who uses it. The bookstore owner flashed through Mirage's mind, asking him to read those shameful books and comforting words. However, this is an evil power system, but really, there is no distinction between good and evil. Xuji had already left the bookstore, standing quietly at a high place, watching everything. Mother Earth King Teng also stood beside him and was silent for a while, then smiled. You said, how will he choose? She went out to search the internet, but after all, there was no first aid. No one knows that the struggle of the little people in a small town will attract the attention of an ancient giant and cast his eyes. Mengmei took a deep breath. Mirage is upright and has a leadership temperament. He is indeed a rare talent, but he will not fall. Some things once started, there is no turning back. Not everyone All can carry destiny and drive the gears of history. Who knows? Shuji shook his head. It's a smart little guy. He gives me a very special feeling. Mengmei glanced at the Messiah the Great, but said nothing. I advise the mother of not to interfere. Shuji said lightly, with a calm attitude. As the most notarial existence between heaven and earth, the mother of good and evil, the mother of earth, the mother of green and the mother of earth, who does not end up fighting since birth until now. Teng Neng Nai must maintain a neutral attitude and be high above the top, so that he can forever surpass the top of the world. If it involves too much karma, maybe the future will not be better. If a mother has two sons, if pulling sideways, loving the eldest son, and the younger son beating and scolding all day long, don't blame the other son after he came to power, became the emperor and took the Empress Dowager out of the spot. Although it won't kill, after all, you have to rely on your biological mother. But it will be very hard. Mengmei. A deep breath. She is neutral after all, and the dragon veins do not distinguish between good and evil. After all, no matter who is in power, which side is suppressed, and times change, she is still the mother of the earth. If she ends up completely, she will not hesitate to pull sideways. Bai Xiaosheng, but a terrifying hero. His wisdom is powerful to the limit. Let's just stand here and watch quietly. Xuji smiled and said, Perhaps the evil gods rule the world, and it is also a wonderful future with ups and downs. After all, Mother Earth has established a very interesting era, infinite life. Robbery. After all, it is fulfilled. Mortals will no longer suffer from suffering and disasters. Evil gods rule the world, and will protect mortals. After all, it is necessary to absorb the beliefs of mortals, which is their root. Then since it is only the gods fighting, the power alternates. What does it matter? Mengmei's face suddenly calmed down, looking at the Messiah the Great, and suddenly facing this mysterious ancient existence completely. Xuji remembered the picture described by Bai Xiaosheng and said lightly, Bai Xiaosheng once said that he wants to in turn suppress the righteous gods of heaven and earth under the suppressing god. Tower. Open the evil god era and the first generation, Yuanxie, Zhenjun Tianji, ascends the throne. At that time, the earth was full of dilapidated, dark red, rotten villages, terrifying monsters and ghosts in the deep mountains, ghosts and snakes, ghosts and ghosts everywhere. It was a terrifying world. Send monsters. Xu Ji pondered for a while, then smiled. Then maybe. It's very interesting, isn't it? All beings are scared to sweat. A horror world, very novel. 5. Cool words. Mengmei snorted coldly. I can escape the catastrophe. Can you escape? Your Messiah provokes Bai Xiaosheng. Will it let you go? Xu Ji smiled and didn't say a word. I just got off the assembly line. First, above the sky in Card Town, on an elegant black desk, Bai Xiaosheng and Hermes sat quietly, followed by the confronting two sides, a group of righteous gods and evil gods. The young man with the beautiful dream god is about to fall. After all, the enemy is too powerful. In order to fight the evil dragon, he must first turn it into an evil dragon. Bai Xiaosheng said quietly. This power originally belonged to me, not wandering outside. You can let human beings grasp. You should know that those who stare at the abyss will stare back, and those who worship the evil god, com, must be the evil god. Fate is always wonderful. Hermes hesitated for a while and took a sip of tea after a church god behind him. No one knows what will happen until the last moment. If the whole town is completely reduced to evil people, they will directly fight against Bai Xiaosheng and others, and then clean up the whole town and wipe out the system of those evil people. It's just... Instead, Bai Xiaosheng succeeded. All of this at this time was also prepared by Bai Xiaosheng. If they made a move, the picture would be projected all over the place, and the god of justice would directly wipe out a town. This has already dealt a fatal blow to them. Moreover, this means that they have nothing to do with Ghost Knight Palace. They are oppressed to the limit, and the panic brought unimaginable. This battle of mortals is also a game of our chess players. Gods of the church closed their eyes and took a deep breath. No one thought that our war would be projected on a group of ordinary people in the town, above the sky, one after another of distant gazes scattered through the endlessly high sky, constantly watching this inconspicuous town, turning the entire three realms into a focused central vortex. People in the bookstore. We can't stop it. The surrounding partners couldn't help but whisper. The dozen or so people outside possessed evil spirits, creating fear everywhere, catching countless townspeople and shutting them up in the community, threatening to beat and scold them to absorb their energy. And how could they be better than this? Mirak finally took a deep breath and clenched his fists, holding a crumpled book in the bookstore. No one will come to bookstores again. Maybe in big cities, they can go to gambling factories and to absorb people's evil thoughts and emotions. But in Card Town, bookstores are the only and weak channel. Boom. There was another big explosion outside, the block next to the bookstore. The church will come to punish you. Along with cries and howls, the elderly, women holding children, and adults were driven out one after another, intending to concentrate in a distant community, raised like livestock, constantly reaping fear. And those dozen or so people possessed evil spirits, as if they were shepherds of evil people. Make a decision quickly, it will come to us soon, someone whispered. Mirage clenched his fists, fully realizing what it was like to be powerless. The friends he loves, the partners he meets, the close friends around him, the girl he has a crush on, the ordinary town he cherishes that he once hated. At this time he was madly destroyed, crying loudly, grief and pain, all because of himself produced. It's 'cause of me? Just thinking about it for a second, the pain of tearing comes from within him. Strength. He took a deep breath, his nose was sore, and stared at his restless and crazy partners. Let's go first. The expelled people are coming here soon. Go to other communities, and then think of a way, whether it's us also collect energy like them, or something else. Sister Gentle, who was already in a good relationship, whispered behind her. It's too late, Mirage said lightly. His face was suddenly indescribably calm. This teenager, who was only in his teens, suddenly grew up in an instant. A person's innocence never grows with age, but only matures with suffering and experience. I have a secret. I'm going to tell you, you have evil gods. As well as your enemies, your evil gods are created because of me. As long as you pay attention, you will find that they are basically centered on me. People, close neighbors, classmates who greet each other every day, seniors whom you admire, a girl you have a crush on. What? Surrounded by shock. It's credible. Then someone tried to speak. Every one of you has become my partner, everything I cherish. I'm very happy. He choked up. Life will always sacrifice some in order to gain some. Mirage stretched out his hand to see, looking at the crumpled waste paper books. The red light in the distance dyed his face. as if the years were passing slowly, with an indescribable calm. I used to be ordinary, longing for the extraordinary, and living in front of me is as incredible as a dream. It is exciting enough to have a group of people who used to worship together. You go first, I have a way to win. He meticulously put on the school uniform of Misoya High School, buttoned up the black suit, and tied a white tie seriously, wearing extremely tall and straight. What's the surefire way to win? The face of West Asia, a childhood sweetheart, changed slightly. Don't lie to me. I know we're hitting the stone with an egg. She looked at the boy and knew that he was an extreme person, never putting suffering on others and taking the pressure on his own. These days. But at this time, he couldn't help but plead in a low voice. We can try to catch some people too, lock them up to absorb the fear. We can have strength. We can protect them and fight against them. Once those things are contaminated, it will sink. Mirak said lightly. All the evil gods were born because of me. Disaster, mourning. It's my responsibility. It's all my fault. His face was deeply buried. In the shadows, people can't see the expression. I need to solve it. You can rest assured I really have a way. You all leave. Wait for me to come back. Like a hero, come back triumphantly. He strode out the bookstore to the place where the explosion occurred. Soon, the thugs took him as an ordinary student and took him away with others, intending to lock him in the community. Mirage! He's crazy! He's really crazy! The squad leader girl's chest heaved violently. She bit her lower lip, and a trace of blood flowed down, but she didn't feel it at all. Let's go! The expressions of a group of people changed drastically, and they finally escaped from the back door of the bookstore. If you fall into the abyss, you can exchange for power. If you give up your shame, you can evoke strength. Other desperate people give everything, and there is no chance of reversal. But they have it. So what reason do you have to think that you are the most unfortunate one? Mirage laughed and moved forward with the crowd. Faster. A demon-like, powerful thug laughed. The crowd was pushed into the community like captives and locked up fiercely. He looked at the suffering and mourning townspeople around him, all because they are not strong enough. He turned his eyes to some people nearby. Others have accompanying evil spirits, but I don't have one, because the evil spirits I picked up, although I only remember that they are called the god of dreams, they are too powerful, so that there is no symbiotic evil spirit in my heart. It is my companion evil spirit in a sense, although it not belong to me completely, but I have developed a deep friendship with it. Other people have used their own Cthulhu, and I've never used Dream God, because, boom, in an instant, a black ghost suddenly appeared from his shadow, and all the victims in the community felt the fear in their hearts, as if some terrifying ancient demon had descended, and the dozen people who were in charge of the detention also trembled in their hearts, as if they saw some terrifying monster appear, and even had 1,001 ties with the evil god in their body, as if were their biological mothers. What happened? At the door, the leader of these dozen people, the murderer Adrian, is a thoughtful and powerful person, with the mentality and ruthlessness of becoming a strong man. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of these thugs. Convincing the others, Adrian turned his head sharply, showing a dignified look. This is something? Finally, has this day come? Mirax slowly climbed up to the heights, let out a beautiful dream, attracting everyone's attention, and slowly revealed a morbid smile, gloomy and infiltrating. My children, you have finally come to this day. Everyone in Card Town, do you know how these special, terrifying, half-human, half-god creatures came to be? The whole community was silent for a moment. From the outbreak of Card Town until now, no one knows why such evil spirits can arise in the hearts of human beings. Even the dozen or so people who practice evil do not know why their hearts came into being out of thin air. Moreover, they have also secretly studied themselves, and the evil gods they own are all unique and brand new evil gods that have never been recorded in the major churches. You're Mirax? Murderer Adrian frowned, seeming to recognize it. Hey. Adrian, the uncle of the gatekeeper of the community? Are you all right? Mirax laughed strangely, then turned to look at a dozen other people, all of whom were very familiar and even saw each other every day. The lady at the breakfast shop? The physical education teacher. You should all know me, right? The expressions of the dozen or so people changed slightly, and they looked at each other. At this moment, they discovered a common feature, that they all knew Mirax. Could it be that the evil god that erupted in him was related to this high school student? Mirax smiled slightly and said loudly, "You know how the evil gods in your body came from. Your evil gods were born from me and other evil gods." Born? There was around. Even the dozen or so people's expressions changed slightly. How can humans? Evil gods. That is more taboo than the love between orcs, humans, and orcs. Yes, I'll tell you how it got here, because I'm different from you. Mirax laughed, without hesitation, staring deeply at a few people. Like the evil god the most. How do I say it? It's nasty to say. I saw them, Boki. I think they are so beautiful. So cute. Soft tentacles, 8 eyes, like an octopus. If human beings communicate with them in depth, will there be new special evil gods? Will it be a brand new species? I am studying every day. Every day I am very diligent research. I went to the bookstore to read those books every day after school. Later, I found out that my daily obsession actually produced a Cthulhu. My Cthulhu. Then I was completely happy. He said this, with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. Very happy. The surroundings were completely stunned. How can an evil god be born in the heart of an individual human being? Unless that person's obsession and intensity have reached an unimaginable level. Everyone was a little frightened. Is this the first alien in the history of the evil god? A mere mortal, even to those evil gods that exist forever. Mirax showed a morbid mad laugh. I started to use my evil gods to keep chasing those evil gods. In the shadows of the streets, in the cemetery, they the power characteristic of her. Will not resist me. The black goat of the forest with 8 tentacles, Shabu Nicholas, who gave birth to 10 million descendants, has always been shy, the god of blind ignorance. Azthoth's the reaction is super cute, the smirk that keeps twisting and twisting. The delusional witch, in charge of whipping and beating. Vantage has been using whips, which is very interesting. Every evil god reacts differently. I was deeply fascinated. Now, it's not my fault for doing such a thing. This explosive remark, the crowd. Disgusting, frightening, unbelievable, nauseating. Everyone was stunned by the whole situation in Card Town. It turned out that the half-human, half-evil, god-hybrid creatures that appeared in the town turned out to be a boy chasing the evil god. Tata. A group of people in West Asia not far away even couldn't help coming over because they were worried about his safety. After hearing this extremely shocking speech and the truth, they were completely dumbfounded. Goodbye, my crush, Shia. He looked shocked, showing invisible bitterness. He originally wanted them to leave, but he didn't expect to come. He continued to stand at a high place and shouted loudly. I was chasing the evil god on the road, and I thought to myself, will the thoughts I exchange and give birth be new life? Will the human brain be the breeding mother of the evil god? What? So I and the descendants of the blind and foolish god threw it into the mind of the gatekeeper of the community, Adrian. I didn't expect it to be. He chuckled and looked at the leader of the group, Adrian. Vomit. Adrian was nauseated, and deep disgust ignited in his heart. He didn't think that the evil god he thought was a treasure, filled with that kind of disgusting and twisted dirty liquid in his brain, and threw it into his own brain. Your fear. Mirach looked excited. Then, one morning, I caught an evil spirit in an alley, and on the way to school, I threw it to the god of the breakfast shop. He pursed his lips. His eyes were full of memories and excitement, with a deeply morbid. It's worth mentioning that it was a wonderful morning. The ant bent down directly, vomited. He then went on to count the family treasures, and carefully stated the origin of the evil gods of these dozen people, which completely changed everyone's complexion. In the distance, West Asia's group also turned pale, and a few people with poor mental ability directly spit it out. Before, Mirach said that the evil gods were all created because of him, but he didn't expect the truth. It was so terrifying. Is this it came about? Literally direct. Sure enough, the guy who led them to read those books at that time was a psychologically distorted guy who just covered it up too well. They are also very disgusting. Heh. I didn't expect that the evil spirits actually grew out of the random ones I left at that time. What a surprise. You ask me what I'm doing now? His excited eyes were full of longing smiles. Of course. Yes, a new evil god has appeared, and I'm doing something that I should do. The surrounding complexion changed drastically. Adrian's face was instantly gloomy, and he was thinking, this is no longer a problem that cannot be beaten, but the consequences to be endured after defeat are too serious. It is a lifelong insult, more trembling than death, and the opponent dares to come out. It may have been believably powerful. At this time, more than a dozen people present felt timid. God. Beasts. I didn't expect that the whole good town of Kade would be. It's all caused by this person, and the ordinary residents of the entire community were even more frightened, and their expressions changed completely. Oh, I didn't expect that this kind of catastrophe of anger and resentment occurred in Card Town. It turned out to be because of such vicious people, resulting in mixed blood. The townspeople who were imprisoned in the entire community, strong feelings for these dozen thugs. The fear was completely transferred to Mirage. Of course, before looking for your evil god, he laughed, full of the twisted morbid state of mental illness. I will continue to plant some evil gods. Because in a short while, another batch will be harvested. The reason why I am not here is because during this period of time, I went to hunting the evil god, another wonderful experience. He licked his lips excitedly, suddenly stretched out his hand, pointed to the crowd, and secretly used the power of the beautiful dream god. Who? Suddenly, the two people in the crowd, a man and a woman, seemed to be pregnant with spring. Their faces were flushed, coy, and full of spring, and in their minds, it seemed that something was born, which was giving birth to the seeds of the evil god. Adrian's complexion changed completely, and his scalp was completely numb. It's exactly the same as our initial reaction. As expected, he looked at the boy in the heights in horror, and at this time he completely believed it. Go. This monster is even more disgusting than the evil god. Retreat first. Adrian couldn't help but took a dozen people and ran away. Above sky. When Bai Xiaosheng and Hermes saw this scene, they were momentarily dumbfounded. They never imagined that it would be such unpredictable reversal, and a miracle was created in such a desperate situation. A textbook-like performance. Bai Xiaosheng raised his eyelids and flashed a surprise. This is a talent, maybe it's our help. Really? Hermes smiled, but the heart is good and will not fall. On the other side, in the dense forest. Attack your heart and mind, Tiangxiu. Shu Ji laughed. This is the ultimate ability of the god of beautiful dreams, staring at someone who is pregnant. Meng Mei took a deep breath and was completely convinced. Before, no one knew how the evil gods in the human minds came into being. But at this time Marak, who was standing on the heights, had justified himself and told them all the terrible truth. Born. Right. It was I who strengthened those evil gods and threw them in your minds. Everyone was nauseous. When the orcs were born a long time ago, they already destroyed everyone's 3 views. There was a huge scandal and controversy in the whole land. At that time, some human nobles with special hobbies were able to interact the 3 or 4-meter green-skinned female orcs with tall horses, and big horses were captured, giving birth to subversive hybrid creatures, half orcs. Even, according to some gossip, the generation of orcs is definitely not accidental. Some human nobles, in pursuit of freshness, had precedents of attacking monsters before. But now, this high school student in front of me is unexpected. Everyone was shaking all over, chills down their spines, and they were extremely shocked. That is evil god. Thuriu. That's not a living thing, not even an orc or a beast. Those disgusting tentacles, those big, sticky eyes, were so disgusting that this young man could even handle it. This aesthetic beauty. How heavy is the taste? Everyone in the entire community was nauseous. Their expressions were numb. Their chests were heaving up and down. And when they thought of this, they even vomited. How can there be such a distorted sin in the world? History has already created history. Great Demon King. It's because of him that we have encountered such a terrifying riot in Card Town. Evil gods, mostly spiritual body. He is soul interaction. Can new souls be born in the soul? Even many people's legs have softened. Falling into the hands of such a big devil, it is as difficult as the dozen or so devils just now. It is hard to imagine that oneself. What will happen? Hey. Mirage laughed loudly, looking at the panicked and frightened townspeople. I'll give you a riddle. Guess who else is among you? I'm in your mind. Seeds were sown in it? Go and be suspicious. Doubt this unfortunate thing. Will be born on your own body. He will also produce evil spirits. He strode away without hesitation, turned around and left, disappearing into the shadows. He left the crowd that feared him and walked alone in the bloody alley. I felt the fear. The blood coagulated. Mirage swallowed the saliva in his throat. His voice was hoarse. He felt the fear of the whole town, transferred from the dozen or so people to himself, was plundered and became his own believers, and because of those fears gathered together, seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. The dream god became stronger. That irresistible feature is getting stronger and stronger. Even people around are more likely to be infected as soon as they get close. This is a powerful passive attribute, allowing people nearby to strip away their darkness and inner demons and turn into the weakest evil god. He didn't wide the scope would be, but he felt that among the large crowds in the town, it had begun to spread 10, hundreds, thousands. There will be new evil gods born in the town, and new enemies may increase. However, I am the only partner left, and I can only deal with it alone. A voice from behind. It was Xian's group of friends who ran over quickly, gasping for breath. Their faces were flushed because of the intense exercise. Such a style really looks like you. Our hero has returned triumphantly, but it's a pity. Is a pervert. Mirach turned his head sluggishly. How could you? The girl squad leader smiled and said, Don't let others bear the hatred and suffering, but bear all the pain and infamy yourself in exchange for the fear of others. This is indeed true. It's the best and stupidest way, but it's really like you, Mirage. The sexy senior pursed her lips and comforted. Which young pig-headed boy is not lewd? He won't do it in public. Some a loud and rebellious speech that exploded with shame. Challenge the authority of adults? This is youth. You. Mirach was stunned. Shia pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and her face turned red all of a sudden. We're used to it. For example, you took us and boldly peeked at those books together. It's an explosion of shame. One. After another comforting sound came. Everyone was silent for a while, clenching the crumpled books in their hands. If you do this and are scolded and spurned by everyone to gain strength and save the heroes of the world, then it doesn't matter. After all, to be heroes and strong, it is us. Then, should we do next? Go strong and find Adrian, who is doing evil everywhere. So, how about we go to the next city and blow up public toilets? Okay, idea. A group of people grabbed Mirach, whose youth is not rebellious. Let's sing together on the path of perversion. Somewhere in the forest, a group of girls were making hot in the house, surrounded by ice and snow. Pan Xuexian seemed to be in a deep sleep. Her brows moved, and when she saw some pictures, the corner of her mouth raised a smile, and she opened her eyes. What kind of dream did you have? Lin Hongfeng asked. There is a certain premonition that an organization similar to ours seems to have been born, full of faith, pursuing and following a will. Pan Xuexian suddenly laughed. Sisters, continue to warm up with 10th push-ups. Good idea. Whose youth is not blooded? Let's forge ahead together on the road of muscle. Xu Ji's mouth raised a smile and a hint of weirdness. But I have to say that Mirach is indeed a person with great potential. The god of dreams can choose this cowardly-looking young man and can come up with such a plan to turn the game around. It seems that the panic that broke out in you reading www.sonicmtl.com has been suppressed. Mengmei raised the corner of her mouth. Xuji shook his head, as if looking through the sky. But just hold back what should come. Still has to come. A lot of things. The longer you hold down, the longer you save, the stronger the rebound. No eternity. The dynasties and eras, everything is in line with the tide of history. Mengmei was silent, a little choked up. Perhaps it wouldn't rebound, but the cold winter in the demon world, people panic, let them adapt to the times, and completely detonated the panic. Xu laughed. Yes, the right place and the right time. Mainly because the winter in the orchard has arrived, and panic is inevitable. Even if it is his own farming, there is no way to do it. Just like it is difficult for fruit farmers to resist natural disasters, cold winters and hail, resulting in loss of everything. And what made Xu Ji most sure of the rise of the evil spirits was that he had just read the weather forecast. A cold wave with rain was about to come to Dongcheng. In this weather, it seemed that it was going to turn into a disaster. Dongcheng belongs to the southern coast with heavy humidity. Generally, when the weather turns completely cold, there will be a wave of cold waves, and the cold air will come. It is often the days when people put on long sleeves and coats, and there will be a cold wave. The heavy rain made the earth wet, and when you walked on the street, you would feel the kind of cold with moisture that seeped into the bone marrow. Although this is the case, there are very few typhoons, and even the environment has been damaged a lot in recent years. And the weather changes have become more and more abnormal. I used to say that there was a typhoon, and it scared me. But now it's not a strong wind that has landed. It's blowing trees, mixed with rain, but it's also a devastation. Ixujimo, just to touch my nose, there have been several rains in the past 2.5 months, flooding in the orchard and destroying a lot of ant nests. Floods and tsunamis can be resisted by people on Earth, and people in the orchard can also. But what up this wave? Floods aren't the most terrifying. The terrifying thing is that they act as carriers of cold. At this time, this heavy rain symbolizes the arrival of winter. Not to mention that it is a catastrophe for the life of the orchard. Instead of the earth, it is equivalent to melting the glaciers, and the ice age has come. Shuji took a deep breath. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a world-annihilating flood. Can you deal with this disaster? 31 years. Virtual era. A new species broke out in Card Town, half human, half evil god, called Evil Race. Evil Clan. Human beings who control some of the power of the evil god. The entire demon world was boiling over it. The following year, people found that a huge oppressive black cloud appeared in the sky of the demon world, with a terrifying arrogance and a world-destroying atmosphere, overtaking the sky and slowly. The storm is coming. Countless strong people felt the end was coming. Disaster is about to come, but at this time, the old enemies from Card Town are still fighting frantically, and Adrian and others are constantly turning into refugees, absorbing the fears of all beings and spreading them everywhere. Mirak began to build the evil god's palace, collecting the fears of all beings with scattered forces such as casinos, colosseum, bookstores, etc., and vaguely became the biggest dark force in the shadows of several nearby towns. 40 years. Virtual era. Because of Mirak's possession of the dream god, he adding new powers, and Adrian was defeated. Bai Xiaosheng launched a shocking surprise attack to compete for the god of dreams. Those have a beautiful dream will win the world. Hermes, headed by the Church of Light, showed amazing wisdom. The two sides began to fight, the whole world boiled, and the battle between good and evil began. In June, the Mother Earth, together with the other gods, secretly talked for 3 days and nights. The battle between the righteous gods and the evil gods. Only when there are rules can there be future generations. This is a dispute of the times. We will stand above the common people and grasp the authority of the world, not monopolize each era. Mother Earth said lightly. Indeed, there are too many contamination causes and effects. Dao Changsheng said. Whether right or wrong, it has nothing to do with us. The Tao of Heaven, the Emperor of the Underworld, the Demon God, the Mother of Earth. We have already made up the heaven and Teph. It has become a part of the rules of the world. Since it is a rule, there can be no deviation. Medusa said lightly, and, according to the calculation of the world-destroying cloud in the sky, it is expected that, in another 10 years, the catastrophe of the demon world will come. We should find a way to resist the world-destroying disaster and save more living beings, instead of focusing on mortals. The struggle. The great emperor of the underworld, Ermin, was very worried. This world-destroying torrential rain may last for 30 years. The continuous frost and rainstorm that has lasted for 30 years the whole land, I am afraid there will be no life. Thing. Indeed, Mengmei said lightly. In the face of this natural disaster, I have a plan. I can let all beings in the demon world cultivate, and all beings in the demon world are like dragons, like the mortal world, soft and strong, and can resist catastrophe. Mother Earth, please tell me. Several ancient saints and gods were surprised. There is such a plan. It's unimaginable. The name I want to develop is online games. To deal with the disaster of the world-destroying flood. Online games? What is that? 140 years. The virtual era. After all sentient beings had a secret conversation, they took away the beautiful dream god who had already given birth to spiritual wisdom. A voice resounded throughout the whole world. The god of beautiful dreams, involved in the order and system of heaven and earth, is one of the most important gods in the world. And from now on, the three worlds are united. In charge of the dreams of the world, mend the heavens and the Tao, and give human beings the authority to turn into evil races. Along with the Tao of heaven, the mother of earth, the emperor of the underworld, and the demon god, they are part of the rules of the world, and do not need to pay attention to the chores of the human world, involving contamination. There are too many causes and effects. The first ancestor of the evil god. The birth of any evil god. All were shocked. So far, in the three realms, there are 5 innate existences that are completely eternal. The way of heaven, in charge of the order of the 3 realms, in charge of spreading clouds and rain, and the laws of the functioning of all things. Emperor Hades, in charge of the land of the dead, rewarded and punished the good and evil of the previous life, and gave justice. Mother Earth, in charge of the dragon veins of the earth, establishes the incense civilization system. The demon god, in charge of potions and potions, became the only ancestor of the potion system professionals. The evil ancestor, the only ancestor who was in charge of the dreams of all living beings, and established the evil clan system, the entire 3 realms. The foundation laid thoroughly. Even though I know that the god of dreams, as the evil god, will return sooner or later, such a powerful god does not belong to me. But still, Mirage pursed his lips and whispered in a small room with his friends, and now he is in nearby towns, build a lot of power. At this time, the god of dreams returned to the way of heaven, and the birth of the evil race was no longer controlled by personal forces. Bai Xiaosheng finally showed a smile. All gods finally know that we shouldn't stop us, because this is the general trend. As brothers, we should rule the world alternately, one person for one era. The god of dreams became Medusa. The same existence, then, they will let the evil god, like the demon god Medusa, fairly grant anyone the ability to become an evil race. I will wait and see. What form will it take? Bai Xiaosheng whispered, with confidence, like the demon god of Medusa, throwing parts of his body to potions and letting them buy from house-to-house potion shops. But that's obviously not true. The evil god bestowed upon mortals. The ability to become an evil god is intangible and intangible. It should be a mortal person doing some kind of sacrificial ceremony, calling the god of beautiful dreams, descending into his dream, and then gaining the ability of the evil race. Bai Xiaosheng was very indifferent. Unbiased. You reading www.sonimtl.com is the best result. If you help the righteous gods and defend the beautiful dream god, he is the most uncomfortable. Now that he is neutral, everyone can gain power, but he has the advantage. And the saints have started to watch. The catastrophe has come. They have no energy to deal with us, and the good and the evil have begun to compete fairly. Bai Xiaosheng said lightly, In the world, there is only the Blood Emperor, who has no ability to join the path, and is still in the mortal world, as well as Hermes, other righteous gods. This is a fair battle between righteousness and evil. Just as he was about to prepare, it started completely, transformed ordinary mortals into an evil race. And when they were with the righteous gods, a mutation happened. At this time, it was already similar to the medieval European era. Simple electronic devices, and even some palm game consoles had been produced. Suddenly, a mysterious alchemy device with a virtual helmet gradually entered the family of ordinary people. One of the online games called virtual reality. Only 10,000 internal test places have entered the door-to-door. Shaoxing. For what online games? Can anyone tell me what form of delivery is this? This is not playing cards according to the routine. There was something wrong with Bai Xiaosheng on the spot. As long as it is a normal fantasy traditional saint who establishes an evil race in the world, isn't it all about letting mortals establish a ritual of praying to the evil god? Turn this into a believer and then give mortal powers in a dream? And online games? Online games. What? An online game. For the first time, Bai Xiaoxing's mind was blank. Hearing the name, this was not a product of normal fantasy thinking at all. Online game. Does anyone know what this is? Bai Xiaoxing asked. No. Sir, don't know. Very fresh. Even Bai Xiaosheng, the most knowledgeable person in the three realms, doesn't know that there must be something special about online games. The surrounding heavenly emperor evil gods also looked blank. He and the people around him were completely silent. After looking at each other, they immediately turned away. Go. Let's go and see what kind of ritual to become an evil race. They came to a young man's home, a small bedroom. Inside, there is an exquisite and gorgeous alchemy helmet, and the style of painting seems to be a bit special. This is a group of high school students discussing enthusiastically. Wow! It is said that it will be officially launched at 9 o'clock tonight. I'm so envious, Peter. You actually got a quota. It is said that there are only 100 people in the entire southern province of mankind. There are many people, half-orcs and orcs kingdoms, are said to have issued them too. It is said that the nobles and kingdom descendants of the major undead empires, human kingdoms, orc empires, and half-orc empire have fixed quotas. And then we civilians are randomly selected. Peter, you have got the quota, don't you? On the same level as those in the entire world, the most powerful descendants of the Potion Land? A group chirped. Among them, a boy with freckles looked proud. Ha ha ha, luck. Peter is a boy from an ordinary family. His parents are ordinary employees of a bus company. In Europe during the Alchemy Industrial Revolution, very ordinary working class, those exquisite toy handheld consoles made by alchemists are only for children of wealthy families. And in front of him, suddenly got this so-called online game, the internal test quota. Peter is extremely excited. A game that changed your ordinary destiny. In the chatter of a group of friends, the time finally came. Peter slowly put on his helmet and entered the game interface. Reality is a light blue beautiful abyss vortex. And this row of handwriting appears on the beautiful interface. Peter clicked the Start Game button, and a prompt popped up immediately. Do you want to create an evil race character? Yes. A dream is being created, and a unique game character is created according to the player's dream. Peter, I had a dream that was very real. I dreamed that when I was 8 years old, my favorite puppy was stolen by a dog thief. I couldn't help but feel sad for a long time. The most profound memory in his ordinary and ordinary life memory. Building. An 8-handed black tentacled kobold, like a cloud of mist, slowly appeared in front of him. Huh? This is my character? Peter's eyelids, it was too ugly, and it didn't fit his dream of being a handsome imperial general in a white cape. How could he compete with the heirs of powerful nobles in other countries? But pursing his lips, he continued to nod. Please. A camp. Evil gods, righteous camp. Righteous gods, righteous camp. After thinking about it, Peter naturally chose the righteous gods' righteous camp very calmly. The picture gradually blurred, and when he reacted again, he had already appeared in a very real horror world, and he had turned into the tentacled dog-headed monster in it. Where is this place? Peter was stunned. This is the Gikshu world that May built and transformed herself. After all, she is the master of her world. Layout. Level 1. Characteristics. Sir. Please. On your own. Experience, 0 since 100. Combat specialization, no. Coordinates. Jingshen Novice Village. Peter was stunned when he saw the line of text under the corner of his eyes and couldn't understand the meaning at all. He quickly looked around again. It was pitch dark, thick black mist, but for some reason, the octopus Dodd character he controlled had an inexplicable sense of intimacy in this space, as if returning his hometown's warm. His village. The village has a large character written on it. On the humble Blackstone Square, there were scattered new players who had just entered, chatting and discussing with each other, and they were also at a loss. In front of a house, a strange evil god was sitting on a rocking chair with several people on his head. Big characters. NPC, Beginner Village Chief, Mirage, 31st level. Simple Peter was also at a loss. Why is there a row of large characters written on the top of this monster's head? NPCs? What ancient text symbol is this? I don't understand it at all. It's so weird. At this time, the difference between people appeared. Some players reacted very quickly and immediately ran to communicate with the village chief of the novice village. It seemed that they had received some inspiration, and they ran out of the village in high spirits. I'll go take it too. Peter was slow to respond, but he couldn't help but communicate with the village chief. Hello, is there anything you want me to help you with? He couldn't help asking. The village chief looked at Peter. His business seemed to be very skilled, and he said, "The brave adventurer hero from another world. Our world is in crisis, and in 10 years, the great flood will come. As a savior, please save our world. Trigger the main mission. Stop the great flood that will destroy the world in 10 years and save the world." In my mind, a voice appeared. What the hell? He didn't react immediately and could only blame the game settings. Senior, I will work hard. Peter heard the word hero and was very benefited. The folk customs of another world are very simple, and the hero online game routines that are commonplace on Earth have a huge impact and novelty here. After all, what ordinary teenager from an ordinary family does not want to be the doomed protagonist and become a hero? Now the village chief of a village is begging for help and respectfully calling him a hero. Cheeks all flushed. The village chief Mirage continued. Brave boy, our small village in the ruins world is shrouded in mist and unknown terror, and is being troubled by evil things. Please go outside and hunt 5 monsters to prove that your strength. Ding! Get quest. The village chief's trouble. Village chief, I will work hard. Peter was instantly happy and ran to hunt down those monsters outside the village, and the new players behind him couldn't help but talk to the village chief, painted in the same way. Bai Xiaosheng was immediately stunned. Who can tell me what is this? Sir, what exactly is this? The heavenly emperor evil gods next to him were also stunned. I don't know the profound meaning of it yet. Let's take a look. Bai Xiaosheng said lightly. Then, Bai Xiaosheng saw the boy and went outside the village to kill the evil creatures. However, as an ordinary person, it is very difficult to kill the simplest evil, even with the weakest evil spirits at the beginning, because there is no fighting skills and no awareness of being a person. Your character has died, and the level is cleared. This line of words appeared in front of Peter's eyes. The regular resurrection time is 8 hours. The resurrection mechanism is as follows. 1. If you concentrate and call your game characters, you can speed up the resurrection time. 2. If you call your friends, call your own game characters together, and speed up the resurrection time in a small area. Peter saw the black screen and felt heartbroken. I have to save the village. I can't live up to the expectations of the village chief. He took off his helmet and said to the other buddies, "Brothers, help me." For a group of buddies, listening to his description, thought this was too novel, a completely real picture. Brave. Say world. Immediately, he waved his fist and said that it's okay to leave it to us. 3 hours passed, and his figure came back to life. He started to complete the novice task with great interest, died several times, mastered the law of battle, and successfully killed one of the evil creatures. Ding! Level 5100. Peter blushed with excitement, full of sense of achievement. After the first time, he completely started to kill other monsters, killed 5, successfully completed the task, and was about to sigh. About, oh mighty. Ding. World announcement. Players are heroic paladin, leapfrog and kill the hidden boss of the 8th level novice village. There is a lot of discussion in the village. It's too strong. That monster has already killed the periphery over there. The ranking list has been refreshed again. After all, it is an indigenous player, and the discussion is very simple. Peter hurriedly looked at it, only to find the ranking list. The heroic paladin at the first place was already level 5. This person is so scary. The leaderboard is also a monster. I'm already 4,591st, 10,000 internal beta players, so many powerful and talented players. How long has it been since I entered? How can the weak win the strong? In reality, he has definitely been in combat. Peter was in a hurry, and he hurriedly went back to the village chief to hand over the task. Bai Xiaosheng hid in the dark, looking at the plaza of the entire novice village in the distance. He became more and more dazed. He and the other evil god emperors who were planning to plan and subvert the major churches of the demon world saw this strange scene, this newly born special evil cleanse ceremony. Online games also fell to a long sluggishness. Can anyone? What happened? How long has it been since then? Has the world completely changed? Isn't this the evil race? Isn't it a system of demons similar to the origin of the demon god Medusa, who gave power to mortals and then cultivated. These two are obviously of the same kind, but once they are in the hands of the Mother Earth, they are completely different from the orthodox painting style of Medusa back then. Levels, NPCs, novice villages, tasks, upgrades. He couldn't help but doubt his life, and even deeply doubted if the Mother Earth was by Medusa's side back then. She was a potion professional for this demon god. His cultivation system will also become such a strange style of painting. He was silent for a long time before he started to think and took a deep breath. Here it's the world of Gishu. That helmet is a very powerful fourth-order alchemy creation. The tasteless effect of the game. The saints are also distressed, but let ordinary mortals also pass the dragon veins, connect to the world of returning to the ruins in the void, and enter it. In the name of the game characters, let the half-life evil gods in there descend. It's wild. This mode is very special. The main body is in the real room, and then the evil god, that is, the game character, kills enemies and fights monsters to cultivate in the Return to the Ruins world. So, this, an online game? Bai Xiaosheng kept thinking about it, and he was secretly surprised in his heart, and suddenly he laughed out loud. The cultivation method of online games is really wonderful. I thought about it before the third rank of the evil clan. It is impossible to take the initiative to enter the world of Return to the Ruins. Only, it is too slow to be able to help us absorb all kinds of evil thoughts in reality. And this alchemy helmet simply skips this stage and descends directly to the world of the ruins. I have to say, even he admires the mother-in-law. The innovation of this ancient existence that can establish a dragon vein is indeed amazing. He never imagined that there was such a perfect way. Online games. Perfect. It is simply the ultimate idea of crying ghosts and gods. In this way, we will promote the cultivation of all people and resist the great flood that will destroy the world in 10 years. This system is perfect beyond imagination. Virtual helmets, NPCs, quests, novice village, monsters, and upgrades. It can be so mature in a short period of time. Mother Earth is so terrifying. Also, the village chief of the novice village, as well as the various villagers, are Mirage's group. Mirage is the village chief, which is to pull the new evil powerhouse into their sphere of influence. It turns out that this is what the camp selection on the initial page means. Let them choose which sect to join. And the ranking list, the prestige ranking, is the psychological means to motivate them to improve themselves. Bai Xiaosheng took a deep breath with a sigh. What do you mean by the empty equipment? Ranking list? You want to learn alchemy of own truth. For level 10 is level 2. It's a big threshold. Level 70 is the Emperor of Heaven. On the other hand, in the novice village of the evil god camp, Adrian should be the leader of the novice village and guide us on the side of the evil god. Newcomers to the faction. He took a deep breath. And we are these so-called faction NPCs. The surrounding evil gods and heavenly emperors couldn't help but admire. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly said, "Let's go to build a novice village and guide more players to join our evil god camp. Then we will bring in the evil creatures around them that match their level, so that they can practice their fighting skills and improve themselves." Bai Xiaosheng entered the Gishu world directly, but got another news that a new novice village was not allowed to be established. And they want to build the main city of the game? What is the main game city? Bai Xiaosheng asked. Beautiful Dream God replied. The main city of the game is after level 10, that is, after breaking through level 1. You will leave the novice village and the city you enter is also the place where you will be active in the Gishu world. Bai Xiaosheng took a deep breath and looked to the side next to him. The delusional witch Vanaki said, "Go find a place and build this town. Beautiful women will always welcome them, attract more players. After all, we rely on faith, and image is very otherwise, the idols of the church will not be able to. Magnificent, plated with gold." "Yes," Vinage nodded. "You reading the once sonimtal." "Come." Bai Xiaosheng took a deep breath, strode to the novice village of the evil god camp, and found that there were only 2 or 3 kittens, far less than the other parties, and a dead silence flashed in his eyes. "Sir, what should we do?" "It's obvious," a subordinate next to him asked. Bai Xiaosheng's face was calm. He was silent for a while. "The evil clan, a new force, must be controlled. Since our side is not attractive enough, we can use some temptation to let them choose our camp." Although he has no experience after all this, but still a very smart person after all. "It's not difficult for me at all." Soon, in just half a day, in the major kingdoms, churches, and bus stop signs, large posters appeared, with posters of virtual reality game designs printed on them, and comes with a dazzling big print. "Choose the Cthulhu camp, send 5,000 gold coins in reality, and send a dragon-slaying sword in the game. I didn't expect you to be such a Bai Xiaosheng." Suji was also completely speechless. How terrible is Bai Xiaosheng's wisdom, and the game planning is also the top one. Online games, with some modern nouns, can be considered to be extremely in line with the style of the Devil World. The entire alchemy medieval Steam era, even because of the harsh environment of the entire demon world, with the help of the major churches, the social facilities have reached a very high level, and even as a foundation mad demon, subways, buses, cars, steam airships, and civilian alchemy technology are widely used, has surpassed on Earth. Use the Gishu and Void world you built yourself to develop your online game system. It's okay to pollute the demon world, and then pollute the mortal world, the fairy world, and I will kill you. Xu Zis to himself. In fact, it is also difficult to spread the other 2 realms. This is a unique mortal system belonging to the demon world, the evil race. Because the mortal world has long been occupied by the great Zhu dynasty, the Shushan system, the martial arts, and the 3 mortal cultivation systems, it impossible to have enough mortals to cultivate systems, which is already saturated. Western demon world mortals practice online games. When Blue Xu Ji quietly raised his head and looked at a tall building on Cross Street with a gorgeous navy blue poster, surrounded by a circle of colorful lights, very dazzling. New ad. Siege the City, the evil camp, allows players to build cities, establish trade unions, start your legendary hegemony, and make great plans. Well, he looked at the advertisement and was speechless. This has already started a large-scale bombing? Surrounded by a bus stop, the students who went to and from school exclaimed. Originally, according to Xuji's judgment, before the coming cold wave and rainstorm, the 2 forces of good and evil will not stop. They will still fight each other, and they will not prepare for natural disasters. The demon world should usher in a great catastrophe, but at this time, the main quest of the evil race, the hero from another world, please save us from the catastrophe in 10 years. The events that are completely incompatible with each other are brought together. Scalp tingling. He glanced at the game forum outside. and the netizens had already exclaimed a lot. Fuck. 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 Everyone was stunned. Huo Mengmei Sengsi 66. Because they're nothing else, this wave of operations can be called the most savage operation in history. This game is really infinite possibilities. Only you can't think of it, you can't do it. There are all kinds of reviews. I play. In games? Bring modern online games and kryptonite culture to a different world with simple folk customs? This is really a training system. Playing online games can make you stronger. You can upgrade the characters in the game, equipment, skills, and bring them into the real world? Isn't this the YI of some online games, a common bridge? In other words, it can accommodate so many people, and this game can do more than the server made by a certain factory. Hey. Ugh. Dude, are you talking about who played the bug and gave away the game? Cuff. This cute girl. This should be an idea from Qiu Mingshan's Speed. Internet Magic Web. She doesn't the establishment of an online royal casino, but the establishment of online games is also a big consumer of krypton. Gold. But the most talked about is Meng Niang. You are starting to find a way to get kickbacks again. Everyone already knows the character of this guy. A complete salted fish, a maniac for farming and building foundations. Xujiji turned the comments page by page. Some of the replies were very interesting, some were rereading frantically, and the full screen +1. All of them were embarrassed and licked. These people were simply unscrupulous. During the current show, there is no dog licking. This difference between people. From Xuji's point of view, the mood is also complicated. Before I couldn't do this kind of online game that can be resurrected. After all, this is reality. I just put spores. What level is there? Experience. Rebirth after death? But the cute girl in front of me did it. Set up an online game in Gishu. Tempted the natives come in to cultivate, fight monsters and upgrade. He didn't expect that the launch of the evil clan ceremony would be like this. And he walked silently for a while. In the circle of demons, orcs, half-orc empires, human empires, undead empires, there is something unexpected and unanimous praise? As expected, of Mother Earth. Online games. This cultivation method is amazing. The major vocational churches, and even Bai Xiaosheng's Ghost Knight Palace, were extremely amazed. This is very vulgar spoof. How can you be so excited? Wait. Xuji thought about it for a while and felt a pain in his head, and instantly understood why he thought so. For people on Earth who have experience of the internet explosion, this is a common old routine, even vulgar, funny, online games, bad streets. But for the saints of the three realms, the top emperors such as the powerful existence, it is mysterious, incredible, extremely tall. Even levels, NPCs, quests, and these words, all nominalizations on the way of promotion and cultivation, are extremely compelling. The more they researched and pondered, the more they felt that the system was mature, completely divided, and ordinary after thousands of trials. It was hard to imagine that it was a finished product in a short period of time. Wordle World. The Mother Earth is indeed a great sage of compassion and compassion. In those days, when the dragon vein incense belief was opened up, there is a way. The one who eats Kai is the god of incense, and it does not harm the heaven and earth, and all living beings have eons. It's already incredible. And today, this online game system, deep in the green and lush mountains, under the ginseng fruit trees, an old man with white beard, immortal wind and Taoist bones, holding floating dust in his hands, preached to the disciples in the temple. How wonderful! With incense and the mind of sentient beings, ultimate void can be refined and refined, not in matter, but in the human heart. It can be as small as gravel, but as huge as the heavens. The number of endless changes, the hidden thousands of opportunities, and the creation of the heavens and the earth. Demon world, vocational church, a monarch and great emperor gathered together. Evil clan, equivalent to the existence of mercenaries, those of us outside the evil clan, collectively referred to NPPC, can issue tasks to them and propose various time-limited requirements of the conditions, and then give various rewards. The task is equivalent to signing a contract, and both parties cannot violate it. Even if we are the same gods and even gods, we must abide by the tasks and give the negotiated salary to the players. Sheriff, it turns out that Mother Earth's previous void contract was to lay the foundation for the evil clan's mission system? Some people couldn't help but marvel. This system is amazing. Indeed, now the evil clan are generally weak and even young. A few days have passed, and the First Order has not appeared. But what about the future? They have grown to a certain extent. The Third Order, the Fourth Order, we release the task. This undead player group can already do some things for us. Release the mission. The Undead Mercenary Legion may be called the Natural Disaster. An ancient saint was communicating. Devil World, Undead Legion soldiers can be resurrected infinitely. In the future, it will be a weapon for our three worlds. As an advance army, we will march into the heavens and the world. Mother Earth already laid the foundation for the future. A sage could not help but sigh. For the saints who are in harmony with the Tao, what they really want to look forward to is beyond the three realms. The unknown boundless chaos, the heavens and the universe. Boundary. In their eyes, the online game system of the demon world is very novel, mysterious, and even powerful. It is an incomparably noble, elegant, top-notch mysterious genre, and a historical precedent. There is no way. Mengmei quietly looked at the saints and took a deep breath. I once thought that the only possibility for me to cool down is the invasion of the world. So what should I do? The ancient lava land, most likely. According to what everyone said, the two major Ninth Order grievances may involve two worlds. Lava Land is a multiverse world, and zombies like Sanzu Shen are infected with viruses. It is too terrible. It is definitely them a weapon for invading other heavens and worlds. Invincible. If a war begins, they will definitely be the first to drop the three pillars of God virus. Under that kind of invading virus, our three realms will definitely have no power to fight back. Terrifying natural disasters will break out, and zombies will be in Shushan. Sword immortals, zombie ancestors, zombie martial arts heroes, grow the magic core and turn into their kind. This is the terrifying feature of their world. The unification virus. Therefore, we must also create a pioneering battle that belongs to our three worlds. The army and the devil world. This undead natural disaster army is not afraid of being infected by viruses, and the characteristics of various evil gods almost involve the laws in the dark. The pulse is extremely terrifying, and the undead mercenaries in the ruins world can also fight. Returning to the ruins world, there is empty void. The system of the players in the novice village is also gradually improving. In order to prevent rebellion and betrayal, they use the contract to try to form a team and join forces to fight monsters and upgrade. Later, the team mode gradually developed, and the players formed groups and formed the era of guild mode. Outside the entire novice, thick fog covered the whole world. No one knows how vast this world is, how unknown and mysterious, and what kind of crises it is full of. This game is also considered poisonous. Since closed beta, players like Peter and the others have been surviving for 3 consecutive days without feeling tired at all. They don't know the real secret of the evil race, but from the high-level officials and churches of the major kingdoms, as well as the level of attention, it seems that if you are powerful in the game, you can also gain powerful power in reality. A chance to change my destiny. Now, Peter joined a guild of more than a dozen people, the Holy Tulip Guild. The leader of the guild, in reality, is the 1701st son of a baron, a nobleman of the human empire. He is powerful and has provided many resources. Although he is not good at fighting, as the president of the command department, he is still very powerful. Peter, your characteristics are very powerful. Remember to adapt to the situation later. Standing in the square of the novice village, the president said, "You and I have signed a 10-year contract, and I will carefully cultivate your fighting wasteland group. Even my father is very supportive of me. You should know that he is the famous unblooded Baron of Bide. He has guarded 1/7 of the territory for more than 300 years. The guild leader has no cultivation qualifications. Although he is extremely alert, he has been unpopular in the family, and now is the best time to rise. President, the mysterious assassin guild next door is said to have opened up wasteland here, and our progress is going to speed up." Peter took a deep breath, and his youthful face became a lot more mature. "Yeah, we need to get out of the novice village faster." According to the increase in the favorability of the village chief, it was revealed inadvertently that the main city is the real game start, and the city master there can obtain hidden quests by increasing favorability. Building a city, if we can build a city, it will be. It's just that building a city in this terrifying land is not an easy task, and the regular monster siege of the evil god is too scary. While chatting, they came to in the village chief's house. The village chief Miraksh learned of their intentions and said to them, "Young brave men, you are the most trusted players in the entire village. There have been some riots in the south recently, which seriously endangered our village. Long consolation, my alchemist friend Frantanxia and I plan to explore. Please escort us to our consolation." Ding! Hidden side quest. Escort the 2 village chiefs, explore the southern area, and find out the truth. Peter and the others were instantly, pleasantly surprised. After brushing their favorability points for so long, they gave gifts, knocked their backs, and pinched their legs, and finally triggered their favorability points. Hidden mission. Cool! It's so cool! Maybe it's time to reach the pinnacle of life. Lord Village Chief, please believe us. The president said quickly. I believe in you, young warriors. Mirak chuckled, but secretly muttered in his heart, with this group of cannon fodder, it's time to clean up that place. It is still necessary to cut the leaks and use the players as cannon fodder. Since their group led to the scolding of public feces in various cities, they have now successfully cleaned up, changed their business model, and became the village chief of the novice village, alchemist, and tactical instructor, and began to exploit the entire new birth. The race. Tata. Fog. A group of players, escorting the village chief, went deep into the Bayminsai Canyon in the south, and began to hunt monsters frantically. Kill. A bizarre catfish monster fell to the ground. These days, Peter has only died a few times in the early stage, and after gradually becoming proficient, he has never died again. He understands that once he dies, the level reset is nothing in the early stage of 1 or 2 levels. But for the later stage of the game, if you die once and the level is cleared, the loss is too heavy. Although, after reaching that realm, there is no realm bottleneck in recultivation. Just need to absorb a lot of energy crazily. Can restore the original level realm, but the loss is still huge. To die once, for a top player who ranks at the top of the battle power list, it is equivalent to instantly disappearing in the top front echelon. The fog was heavy, and gradually came to the place, and began to explore continuously. Dance? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. Scalp was numb. Looking around, the canyon was full of fog. I don't know when. A strangely nobleman in a black suit sat frivolously on a chair with a glass of red wine, and walked slowly from behind. Who of you can dance? Name. Card. Level 27. Nature. When everyone saw the attribute page, their expressions changed slightly. For monsters of more than 20 levels, they were only a dozen levels. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the decision-making chairman. There are many dangers here, and it is not just relying on force to dominate. Fighting monsters and upgrading to become stronger. The nature, ability, and these strange and unknown aspects of the enemy are terrifying and require excellent wisdom and observation ability. Another unrecorded evil god. The president's expression changed and he waved his hand. We have a lot of people, Wasteland Reclamation Team, come on, explore its nature. Behind him, a few first-level players rushed forward. If you don't agree, you will die. You can't dance? Then I'll teach you. The black nobleman stood up. Whoa! The players who rushed up stopped their attacking movements instantly and danced around the nobles as pillars. They very involved. The calm school, who is usually very stable, twists their bodies unscrupulously. Those who usually talk a lot are even more showy. They stand out in the crowd. Pole dancing, striptease. There are all the popular tis in the demon world. There is even a bar's first dance song, New Treasure Island, choreographed by Mother Earth, which is as soft as octopus tentacles and more magical. Oh, this too beautiful? My God, how can there be such a sexy dance? Everyone swallowed. It was obviously a very ugly group of monsters dancing. Their coquettish eyes were hot. But they endured intoxicated. He walked in step by step, as if to join the dance. Fortunately, I deceived a group of cannon fodder and helped me to test it. This evil god seems to have a confusing and twisted nature. Mirage, very sharp. She next to him secretly poked him. You were half a pound at the beginning, and your eyes are even hotter. Ha! I gave birth to the evil god. The evil god is so beautiful, I can't hold it. Kick. Mirage coughed twice, and turned into an old driver with the innocent girl he had a crush on while reading a book, which was really embarrassing. Since then, I learned one thing: to be a successful evil god, even if you don't need to do evil, and must be shameless enough, perverted enough to succeed. Far away. Hurry up! The president roared suddenly. Next to him, Peter quickly reacted, and cried out on the ground, snot and tears streaming down together. Damn dog thief, Maddie, you died so miserably. Maddie, raised puppy name. Accompanied by his cries, everyone was upset, as if some kind of abyss demon cries, horrified. The people around also woke up. The president took a deep breath. Fortunately, our team has you. Your characteristics are powerful, and you can eliminate most of the evil spirits that confuse people. Otherwise, we will be wiped out. Destruction this kind of thing is too common in novice village. After all, if you want to stand in the first echelon, you have to pay enough risks, and once the group is destroyed, the level will be inferior to that of ordinary players. Therefore, a powerful evil god characteristic is what everyone pursues. It's the nature of the evil god has been broken by us. It has entered a weak period. Kill it. Protect the village chief and the alchemist. A few people surrounded and killed this strange evil god successfully, and they continued to explore. After a while, they gradually saw an old European-style bar in the thick fog in the deep mountains and forests. This? Everyone. Silent. There is a vague fear in my heart. Such a strange building suddenly appears in the wilderness. It is extremely abnormal. Walk. The president roared. The tragic price of dying once. How terrifying. Needless to say, go around for a while. But the next second, a voice. From behind. Can you dance? The nobleman in the black suit, just now. He followed behind them again, as if he was going this bar, and what was even more strange was that there was not only one nobleman in a black suit, but 13 or 14 came out this time, as if they were going to this bar guests. Everyone's mind is blank. This evil god is not a single, but a group of nature. We just killed one of them? It's not good. It's scarier than I thought. Marak also trembled slightly. These grotesques are all second order. And as a group of evil gods, large blocks live in the same area. There must be their leaders. Maybe is it the fourth order? Fifth grade? This is equivalent to an elite monster of more than 40 and 50 levels. He is only level 37. Perhaps he never thought that this is the periphery, and these strange things will appear. This is obviously not the monster that should appear in this land. Can you dance pole dancing? The nobleman in suit asked elegantly and stiffly. They were completely silent, inviting the surrounding nobles in black suits, and couldn't but face bitterly. We will. Please, dance for us. Several young nobles in suits smiled and led them into the bar. A few people trembled into the bar and found that it was an old-fashioned counter layout hundreds of years ago. It was quite elegant. There were mahogany tables and chairs, sipping red wine. So many. The expressions of several people drastically. Dance, said a group of bizarre nobles in black suits, with the corners of their mouths splitting into exaggerated arcs that humans can't do. They seemed to be carved out of a mold, with elegant mustaches, gentlemen's hats, sitting on chairs smile on. Scalp was numb. Gradually, the ghosts and gods went up, couldn't help but sang and danced, twisting their waists. And in the warm music, even Mirak and Shia couldn't help indulging in it and began to dance. Damn it! It's still a trick. Only then did they understand what was happening in the dance. Although they were still conscious, their bodies danced instinctively. Shameful. Slap. Suddenly a person walked in at the door of the bar. Looking at the whole lively bar, he was instantly stunned. Mirak, a tall and mighty monster, twisted his butt enchantingly, pouted on the ground, and shivered, unable to look directly. Xujirao was well informed, so he also stayed for a while, looking around. Miraki, I didn't expect to see you for some days. It's rare to want to see you. You are still full of youth, it seems that. The books in this area are still very experienced. His original intention was to come to Mirak, because he had already thought of the human race to build a new world, and had a novel idea. And he needed the help of the village chief of Mirak, a novice village, but he didn't think of it. Miraj didn't react. This, the messiah of the bookstore, Isn't it an ordinary person who ran away after the incident broke out? How'd get in here? NPC name: Messiah. Level: Mirage was startled in an instant, and it was the first time he saw someone who didn't show a grade. Next to him, a nobleman in a suit stood up and walked over. "Can you dance?" Chushi slapped him. Snapped. The whole grotesque turned into a puddle of meat and exploded. "Is there any wine? Let's have a glass of ale, the flaming taste of the Northern Sierra, and the specialties of the bar. It's delicious." Shuji pulled out his chair and sat down and said seriously, "It's not delicious, fight it. Damn you." "You!" Several nobles in black suits were impatient. Snapped. A slap slapped them fiercely. "Hurry up, prepare more the way. I have a lot of food." The suit nobles in the entire bar were stunned. They were silent for a while, and then said in unbelievable unison, "We are evil gods." "Yes! Weird, you actually want us to entertain you? Can't the evil god entertain people? Your bar is open for nothing?" Shuji tapped on the table. "I find a way to solve it myself, but I want to see people when I open a bar and don't do business. Dancing. There is such a good thing in the world." The weirdness of the bar was shocked. How can there be such in the world? How can such a thing be said for granted? We are not human. We open a bar, and the meaning of our existence is to watch people dance. But out of obscenity, the group quickly arranged the table and started the normal business of the bar. These evil gods actually lured succumbed to full power. Mirage was released with a terrified expression on his face. His mind was blank. He tricked a group of newcomers into building a novice village. He worked hard to get here, walking on thin ice, but he was hit and almost died. Well, life has been extraordinary for a long time. But I thought I was an ordinary bookstore owner. And it was only because of an accident that he was called the Messiah. Who knew it was really Mylachi? They are afraid because the evil god has the 4th rank. I have already opened my intelligence, and although it is still restricted by the rules, I already have a lot of self-consciousness and a survival instinct. Shuji looked at an ordinary-looking black suit aristocrat hiding in the crowd. As a king of a grotesque species, shouldn't you only have tier 4, have you? Died once? Are you still recover? Earth? Strength. Aristocrat in the suit was silent for a while. He had been hidden in the crowd, but he could only stand up, and he could only let it go. Disposal. Luck is really bad. Why? It sighed. Originally deep down, I was at the level of Heavenly Emperor, and a group of beautiful girls appeared in the bar, fair and delicate, full of youthful breath. I were very happy to let them dance, and they went up and danced very happily, but they asked us if we were good-looking, and they said that we would show them to their teacher after we practiced, and then we said it was ugly, but we didn't agree, and they beat us to death. It's gone. He seemed to admit it completely bitterly. I thought about the danger in the depths, and some strange creatures, all day long to trouble us, and then came out to the outer side, and the result was, in the distance, a group of people dancing frantically. For some reason, there is a vague sympathy. Bad. This bar is too hard to open. No wonder he ran to the outer side. You reading www.sawinimtel.com. This evil god seems to be not bad. People just want to watch a dance. As for it? However, they also had doubts in their hearts. These grotesques in front of them were cold and unpretentious. Even these ugly monsters danced so ugly. A pleasing category, right? Xuji was not surprised when he heard it, and let this grotesque relieve the charm that trapped Mirage. Thank you, Lord Messiah, for saving you. Mirage took a deep breath and called to West Asia next to him. Sit. Xuji stretched out his hand. I haven't seen the bookstore for a long time. As for who I am, you should have guessed it by now. You once had the god of dreams, and was noticed by the whole world. There is a statue that is paying attention, so you should too. I'm not the only one. But in the distance, the players of Peter were still dancing shamelessly on the spot. They were not liberated at all, but they were shocked. They stared blankly at the NPC village chief and the mysterious and powerful NPC communication. The style of the bar is the style of hundreds of years ago, with mahogany bar counters and seats and many fake wine bottles on the shelves. It is dark and dark, but it has a very quiet style. Aristocrats in black suits act as waiters, coming and going, and they have a different flavor. It looks delicious. Mirage licked his lips and looked around. I will be able to gain energy by killing it, and I will definitely be able to rise several levels in a row, resulting in a qualitative improvement in the realm. Please let me go, sir. The young Wang in the black suit quickly showed a pleading look, worked hard to recover to the 4th rank, and died again. I won't kill you. Xuji smiled and said, After all, it is the dark thoughts and obsessions formed by all living beings. Mirage, if you have the ability, do it yourself. Mirage pouted. It's kidding. It was him who almost died just now. This online game Cthulhu, system created by Mengmei, Xuji is too lazy to care. The 3 realms are already very mature, and they will not collapse. It depends on what kind of flower routine it develops. On the contrary, it is the ancient lava world, which has a very short development period. A week is the one most likely to collapse. In front of the table in the bar, Xuji was just a little curious. You come from the incense that all sentient beings gather, just like the incense that builds temples, churches, and is worshipped in the sky. At this time, when you open your mind, you are quite a part of the creation. You are a different kind of monster. Why don't you follow Bai Xiaosheng is fighting for his own era? To compete with Zhengshen? The nobleman in suit was stunned, then lowered his head and said, My nature is not strong, and I am still you don't need me. Xuji was dumbfounded. Sure enough, these evil gods who have opened up their wisdom, although they still live within the limited rules, have already begun to think about the meaning of life, why they were born, and where is the future road. This world is indeed a garbage dump of thinking, where the incense of all living beings gathers together. People's unconscious thoughts, fantasies, and evil thoughts have all been thrown into this empty void cemetery, and all kinds of incredible, mysterious, weird, and terrifying pictures have been found. Here. Maybe it really answers that sentence. Only you can't think of it, it can't appear without it. As for forcing other people to dance, Xuji probably guessed that it was related to the thinking radiated by the people in the bar. The goal of his visit this time is for the characteristics of these evil gods. As a collection of thoughts with tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of sentient beings, it has formed a mysterious characteristic similar to law, time, space, spirit, fire, and thunder. Bak Xuji thinks about it, the new human being, the ability of the evil gods. He was thinking about the special laws of the evil gods. Such an extraordinary new species can be called infinite potential if it has law fragments. After all, this is a unique entertainment world that coexists with a large number of players, and the time flow rate is only 1 to 1 year. The indigenous creatures inside are naturally not the big world in the traditional sense. Mirage, I came to see you for one thing. Xuji thought about it and said, I hope you will issue a task to the entire novice village. The task is to explain in detail to each evil clan my dream when I came in, and my own characteristics, and gather it, a data file, and give it to me. Mirak was slightly startled and couldn't help but excitedly said, You want to study the nature of the evil god? The generation of various characteristics, the reason? He used to have the god of dreams, and naturally he knew that the dream when he came in was the evil race, ritual that the god of dreams descended into the brains of ordinary people and started. And that dream is the characteristic evil spirit that awakens a person's most profound experience and pain, obsession and fetters. In front of you, this is collecting big data and studying the generation mechanism of the characteristics of various evil gods. Mirage suddenly got goosebumps. Isn't this the vision and approach that Mother Earth and Bai Xiaosheng should have? Research roots. Is this the evil god who wants to create a certain characteristic? Or create a new race? It's not that he doesn't know that becoming the ancestor of a race is a kind of route that fits the Tao, such as the demon god Medusa back then, and the evil ancestor Mei Ming god today. It's definitely not a simple giant of the three realms. Miraka's reverie continued, and he became more and more horrified. In those days, I was the first to find me than the Mother Qingting. Can you do it? Suji asked calmly. Dao, I don't know what Mirage was thinking. Yes. Mirage took a deep breath, and his eyes became even more solemn. However, when you release a task, there must be a reward. If there is a reward, there is no problem. Shuji has already done it. After getting ready, he stretched out his hand and threw a space ring. There are some simple alchemy equipment materials, which can be used as rewards for players. For Shuji, these low-level alchemy materials are the means of accelerating the reproduction of a batch of species. Just a problem. Okay, Mirage nodded. A few people in the distance of Peter were startled, and their hearts were at a loss. The village chief of Novice Village seems to have reached some kind of agreement with a mysterious high-level NPC. Is a new mission? Xuji smiled and suddenly said, This is the first thing. The second thing, it's a catastrophe. It seems that there are still 10 years. This is just a snap of your fingers. You should know what to face. Understood. 10 years from now, it will be a 30-year-long frost and rainstorm, and it will continue. Mirage took a deep breath. But this is only the first batch of internal tests, and soon, official public test will begin, and there will be more than one batch, although the evil race is just emerging. But within 10 years, we are sure to appear 300,000 players above the 40th level. More than 100,000 tier 4 powerhouses. Xuji thought about it, and it was not bad. The fourth-order powerhouses are distributed in various places, building shelters and protecting the people, which is not bad. Xuji left in small steps and did not disturb the development of these players. Take a look at other people's indigenous online games. How serious, honest and simple. Upgrade and fight monsters, purely as a cultivation system to improve one's own realm. Let's take a look at the online games on our Earth. There are a lot of SAO operations. This kind of simple atmosphere must not be polluted. In fact, the reason for studying the properties is that Xuji suspects that the nature of the abilities of these evil gods is a ninth-order characteristic in a certain sense. The phenomenon of laws, their strange abilities, are some kind of natural and refined to the molecular level. After all, tens of millions or 300 million sentient beings have gathered together. This in itself is also a computing power in a sense. Perhaps this is not only about studying new humans, but also exploring the unknown Ninth Order realm in order to improve the food industry. In the living room, Xuji opened his eyes. He turned on the washing machine and took out the clothes. If we say that the Eighth Order is a lowest-level cosmic civilization, it has just stepped out of the planet, and the Ninth Order is a completely different cosmic civilization. After the daily affairs of the species, he stretched and pushed open the door. There was a mahogany chair at the door, and a group of strangely shaped little monsters were chattering. Fuck! The god of creation is here again. I heard that the god of beautiful dreams in the three realms wanted to peek at the famous scene. The god of creation ate an apple. But the result was instantly cold. You know, that is an Eighth Order saint and an immortal evil god. Shh. Look, the god of creation is the patent of the players. Xuji sat on the chair, looking up at the sky. The clouds were dense, and it was going to rain heavily. If he hadn't blocked the sky of the evolution sand table, they are afraid that they will see the same picture as the wizarding world. A thick cloud covers the sky in the distance, and they will inevitably discover the truth. They and the wizarding world live on the same land. I don't know if it's lucky or unfortunate. For more than 2 months, there have been a few light rains in the orchard, but it was only winter, but a cold wave came. It is the most ruthless kind, not only for wizards. The world has to find a way to evolve table and the wizarding community, and it should also find a way to isolate. It's really troublesome. Xuji took a deep breath. There's no need to move the place. The winter will come completely and leave it outside. It's the evolutionary sand table of the cold winter. These guys will naturally evolve species that resist the cold winter. Each and every one of them is a bald Xiaoqiang, and even change the environment for them, and the new creatures that come out may be a new path. He looked at the sky. Xuji took a deep breath and stared at the cloud with a dignified look. Over there, I'm starting to prepare for defense, and I'll start here too. Ding! Game announcement. This game is about to undergo server maintenance, and it will be forced offline in half an hour. Players, please be prepared. Everyone has not yet reacted, and suddenly boiled. Fuck! This hardcore game has a conscience? What about the 3-second forced offline? You've changed. It's not the game planning team I know. Suddenly, countless people sat in front of the computer, shouting, and a storm broke out in the forum. Even soon, the server was stopped for maintenance, and it was directly ranked third in the hot search. Xuji, speechless. If you didn't make a statement before, you scold you, but now you update the statement in advance, and you scold you even more. For half an hour, I had nothing to do, and I stopped drying the clothes in the washing machine. I even took the clothes that were hung in the orchard yesterday back into the house, moved the battery car and other things back to the house, and went out to go around the village a few times. The village is full of middle-aged and elderly people. There are only a few old people scattered around. The young people all go out to farm and work. Who will come back here if they have the conditions? It is a typical left-behind village. Many houses and heaven and earth are uninhabited, and it is strangely deserted. After a leisurely turnaround, Xuji finally felt a little emotional. He didn't want to come back before, and a young man who worked hard in the city and wanted to buy a house and marry a wife was as comfortable as it is now. Plant the fields in the orchard every day, raise the gods, and explore the next stage of the extraordinary cosmic civilization. I also occasionally observed the space flight of the Zerg explorer. Dekai. Tick. Still raining. He returned to the orchard lazily, looked at the 30-square-meter wizard community, and the evolution sand table, and stretched out his hand gently. It's almost here. Have to build a little shield to protect. Whoops! Over this piece of land, a translucent light blue protective cover slowly appeared. The protective cover was only 60 square meters. As a heavenly emperor, it was naturally affordable. The result came later than everyone imagined, and the tickling rain disappeared again. After more than 10 minutes, the sky was only 10 seconds of effort, and the life of the bang instantly turned into a bean-sized raindrop, turned into a majestic rain, and gushed down. It's okay. Suji sat on the chair on the eaves of the yard, took a bite of the fruit, and quietly watched the torrential rain. There was a feeling of quiet time, and he felt a stream of rain coming with coolness. This means the winter in the orchard is about to begin, a brand new environment. His eyes turned. The entire wizarding world has turned into a vast white world with a majestic rain curtain. Boom! Shoot! Ixuji nibbled at the apple and looked up. In the whole orchard, there was an extremely spectacular scene. An ancient sage, standing in the sky, made a joint shot. The mighty power of the gods bloomed, and the rays of light shone, turning into a huge protective cover, which actually covered the entire world. It blocked the impact, but still had to pour a part of it, and slowly flow into the ground. Slowly. It is impossible to resist all the time. After 30 long years, the people of the whole earth will eventually have to adapt. Boom. Under the protective cover of the demon world, gaps began to appear, and there were 360 rain columns in total, like a slide in a kindergarten. Whoa! The terrifying rain fell to the ground and turned into a tsunami that spread in all directions, like the magnificent scene of the eternal myth, scouring the nearby ring-shaped cities, and the high-rise buildings reinforced with special materials. The whole land was quickly submerged by the flood, and it was submerged to the 3rd floor. Countless earth beasts began to be washed away. The icy water flow quickly took away the body temperature of the animals, and a huge cold winter ocean quickly bred under the feet, as if a long and distant ice age had completely come on a huge farm. Mom! Our field. A little girl pulled her mother nervously, looked at the washed crops outside, and burst into tears. It's okay, it's good to live. The mother showed distress. Boom! The city. Despite being fully protected, some buildings collapsed, people were buried alive, and some were swept away by huge white torrents. Shoot! Peter's party were frantically rescuing. In the distance, various evil races on the other side are also making crazy shots. They've been preparing for a long time. It's just a rainstorm near the night. Xuji smiled and went back to sleep. After all, he was about to fall into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the quilt was a few degrees cold in vain, and you reading www.sunandtantal.com made people feel like they didn't want to get out of bed. He put on his clothes rustlingly, pushed open the door. The ground was wet, and a clammy chill came over him. The weather seems to be completely winter, and the world seems to have become cold in an instant. Yesterday was still wearing long-sleeved and thin coats, and a thick coat was needed to resist the cold. It's hard. Xu looked up. The population of the demon world has instantly decreased by 30%. You must know that this is still under the protection of all efforts. After all, it has been frost and heavy rain for 30 years. In the whole land, people are struggling to survive, and there are countless souls who freeze to death. However, the next days will be more difficult. The cold winter will come completely. This will be an era of cold winter era that will last more than 10,000 years. Although Suji was no longer afraid of the cold, he still habitually put on a black jacket, skimming the sand table in the distance. The ground is still wet. After this rain, it should be 5 or 6 degrees. The cold wind was cold, and Xuji was standing at the door in a thick coat. An extremely ordinary cold wave for Dongcheng, a night of heavy rain, a new era of extraordinary era has already begun. If it is an ordinary cold winter coming slowly, then it is acceptable. After all, there is food and crops. But this 30-year frost and rainstorm, continuous, as a prelude to the era of cold winter, it really washed the earth once, and the seeds, food, and livestock were all destroyed. And over the past 3 decades, mortals have been hiding indoors, in the special shelters of high-rise buildings in cities. Not only are they extremely crowded, they have also eaten up all the stored grain. Although many preparations have been made, a full 30% of the population died. The beginning of this cold winter is an era of poverty. Xuji sighed. The 10,000-year ice age, the harsh environment of the devil world, can really be called the devil world now. These things, which he cannot stop. Xuji looked at the whole land. The wet one was very silent, and the mortals walked out of the shelter tremblingly. Looking at the desolate land, they couldn't help being numb. It was hard to imagine. Future. The hardships and natural disasters of the times. Mortals can't resist, they can only endure. And the powerhouses, exhausted, walked out of the shelter with pale eyes. We survived. 30 years, for mortals, is already a lifetime. For us, it is equivalent to a few months in life. But these few months are enough to make us remember it for a lifetime. 100. Even some major schools of the 3 realms, Shushan Sword Immortals, and the Great Zhu court joined the rescue, which was too difficult. Several people in the martial goddess palace were also pale, and they had obviously exhausted their physical strength. As a martial emperor, what is the concept of physical exhaustion? It's to imagine. They quietly looked up at the sky. It's really 30 years of full exercise. A new ice and snow age is death, but it also contains vitality, and everything is waiting to be done. In the future, you can wait and see, wait for a while. In one day, you can almost see what it has developed. Xuji pondered for a while, and opened his palms. Take advantage of this day. Whoa! Only a black delicate book, the size of a fingernail, floats slowly. This is the information that Mirage passed over. Although it looks small, it is already huge for them, and even the whole book is comparable to a large wardrobe. Since it is a new beginning, taking advantage of this period of waste, it is study and create a new world. The 3 sandbox worlds, the food world, and the genes of the new human beings. Gumu world is not around, and there is no energy naturally not included. Currently, it is only the 3 worlds and the 2 worlds of the lava land. The food world is a special thing in the body. The world is similar to Dao Chengsheng's inner world, fairyland. Wow. As soon as we talk about the new world, we have to release new species and release these players. Xuji stretched out his hand, and the protective cover that enveloped the evolutionary sand table and the wizarding community slowly disappeared. Due to the protection of the barrier, the place was not wetted by the rain of the night, but it was still full of coldness. The cold air rushed into the sand table, and it was obvious that the temperature had dropped terribly. Ding! Update complete. Winter version is online. Players went online one after another. A group of strange animals and plants shivered on the spot, trembling uncontrollably. Looking around, the land was obviously dry, but the air was abnormally humid and biting cold. Damn it! The new version of the ship is so cold. Ice Age? Is it the Ice Age corresponding to the demon realm to be updated synchronously? It's too human. I like the production team. I just want a new evolutionary environment. Brothers, I tested it. It's too cold now. The seawater is icy. It's probably only a few degrees, and it's too cold to get in. It's just winter swimming. After that, let's start again. At the beginning, the spores entered, and it is estimated that there is a high probability that they will freeze to death in ice water. The difficulty of evolution has greatly increased, but it is more challenging. You must know that the Cambrian explosion on the Earth was, go away. The face of the person next to him turned black. Don't take me with the dead bald man. If you really want to do it again, I will boil hot water and then evolve in it. I will build a greenhouse and live in it. A plant shook, shaking the leaves gentle. Say your sister, get moving. Let's make a fire together. Go catch a few slimes. Use their mullet bellows, and hurry up to keep warm. Some tree brothers over there, donate your body. When they faced the ice and snow version of the evolutionary sand table, their first reaction was not to evolve a species to keep out the cold, but to directly build a house, build a fire for warmth, and heat a hot bath for a bath. Construction has just started, and it's not long before the fire is planned. It's over. My species can't stand it anymore. Someone's species really can't stand the cold. Brother, don't be afraid. We will boil a pot of water for you, and your spores will evolve in it. In the simple wooden house, a player immediately used a mason jar to heat the water, stirring the large jar with a stick. In the blink of an eye, several large jars were boiling warm water in them, stirring slowly with wooden sticks, like boiling soup, with spores already re-evolving in them. Shuji? He is completely stunned. The species evolution environment in the world of ice snow is obviously a new beginning and very challenging. Maybe it is possible to create new potential creatures. As a result, you just built a house, boiled hot water, and put it in a hot pot. Evolution? The internet is also crazy. The weather is cold, and the comments are lively. Ha 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 ha! Look, the god of a creation sitting on the chair is stunned. What are these little ants in my orchard doing? God of creation understands evolution. We are this artificially create an evolutionary environment. The high-tech civilization of the Earth can not only boil hot water and evolve in, but also engage in ice water, and various artificial environments can evolve novel species. Actually, appeared directly. Hunyuan Thunderbolt is going to evolve into Kun. Everyone, I want to announce my return. When everyone was chatting in full swing, they suddenly burst into flames. This is very exciting news. The Alchemy Emperor has disappeared for the longest time, and the speed of Q Mingshan has returned for so long. This big guy is finally going to return to the game world? Is it because I saw that the former demon world has become an snow age, and I can't bear it? The Alchemy Emperor has returned to the demon world? A story of mentoring an apprenticeship with Goer? Marrying a godly wife? Shameless, DHPG. Medusa. Ha ha ha. Stupid Grantham. Are you back? You can finally be ashamed. After suppressing me for so many years, the Alchemy Emperor sneered. His defeated generals casually glanced at the 110,000 heavenly Emperor cells, died. Started talking. This big guy is returning for no reason. There is definitely a conspiracy, and everyone is discussing it very hotly. But no matter what, the Alchemy Emperor really returned directly, and he went online in an instant. Just when everyone thought that he was going to be like Q Mingshan's speed again, he had planned for a long time. When he came in, he was going to create some exaggerated sky-defying species. The player helped, made a pot of warm water, and provided food which acted as spores. Everyone is looking forward to it again. It is estimated that it is the evolution of some kind of greenhouse species. Who knows, after a while, this big guy who is familiar with the road directly turned into the previous octopus monster, the miner's hand, the miner's shovel, and the familiar style of painting, appearance of making bicycles in the past. "Boss, what are you doing?" someone asked. "What about the new species?" "My new species didn't evolve so easily." Li Shengjiang smiled, turned into an octopus, and began to take over from everyone, fiddling with the bottles in the house, pointing to the hot water pot. "Who are going to die in the water tank as spores? You can come in and try to evolve." F was shocked. Sonimt.com. Took a look at his style. The octopus is like an evil wizard, plus bottles and cans, tinkering with a jar. Let the spores evolve in it. This is the evil of life alchemy? Everyone was shocked and stunned. I rely on new alchemy version of the ship in a large tank, experimenting with potions and allowing spores to evolve in it. Is this the evolution of species spores and fusion into his alchemy? Soon, Li Shengjiang began to turn into an evil wizard in the entire icy laboratory. It seems that he has been planning for an unknown amount of time. He has chosen a special era and is going to enter. Shiji was sitting on a chair and began to ponder and record the materials that Mirachi handed over. His species, it was boiling outside the house. In fact, everyone had been discussing a suspicious point. The slime alchemy emperor had disappeared for too long. For 2 months, this was not the time to relax his spirits. Could it be that something is happening in reality and I can't get out of it? Or the water meter checked? Or a big plan brewing? There are all kinds of remarks. If it hadn't occasionally appeared on the forum and participated in some real-time comments, everyone would have thought it was dead. In fact, Li Shengjiang is indeed busy. After he left the game, unlike other traditional players, he chose to develop reality instead of starting a new life for the second time. As an entrepreneur, he is a pragmatist. After all, Neith needs to develop civilization and technology, which is the top priority. He also understands the far-reaching implications. To put it lofty, this is a great feat for the benefit of mankind and future generations. After all, it is. The future of the planet changes accordingly. Before, he had no clue, but the appearance of martial Dao in the 3 realms gave him a vague opportunity and idea. But there are 2 problems in the martial arts system. First, there must be a supply of spiritual energy to nourish the body, and second, there must be a spiritual sense to look at one's own body inwardly and carry out all-round exercise. Or a supply, he studied alchemy and successfully formulated a special medicine combined with some ancient Chinese medicine recipes, combined with countless precious Chinese herbal medicines. It is a reluctance to solve, can nourish the body, but the effect is extremely poor. Even he guessed, ancients also want to in this regard. There is a similar prototype, but the second problem, replacing spiritual thoughts and seeing oneself inwardly, is easier said than done. This, the hardest part. The ancient warriors studied the medicine to nourish the body, but they couldn't take this step. It was definitely because of divine sense. Modern technology can barely do it. X-rays are the best common practice, but they can't refine every tiny muscle group. Exercise of bones is really fine to that level, and maybe people have to be dissected. Take a look at where the muscles have not been exercised, and implement a comprehensive exercise plan. The essence of martial arts is the evolution of the whole before the qualitative change. But untangle it, then sew it back together and continue to practice? This funny. On the road of exploring scientific progress, there will always be many difficulties. In the end, Li Shengjiang combined alchemy to develop a complex electrical signal detection, electric shock therapy, feedback, monitoring the resistance of each body like a radar scan, and barely able to start practicing, but there are a lot of subtle details. It's the limit. It was only now that they tested it themselves. And did they know that the modern technology of the Earth barely reached the very low threshold? And how big is the gap with the three realms? Li Shengjiang whispered, looking at the players around him. The cultivation system in reality is barely finished. It is possible to start cultivation, but the effect is very bad. But after cultivation, the body will still transform, and after another 7 or 8 years, the being able to reach the third rank, generate spiritual sense, and replace those simple equipment. The spiritual sense of the first person born in the early stage is the most difficult. Later people can learn the martial arts in the three worlds. Cultivation sect, the master leads the apprentice, and uses the spiritual sense to help the newcomers scan and teach. However, it seems that there can be budding, but martial arts cultivation is the most difficult and solid of all systems. 10 years, you can't become a strong man at all. Look at the three realms, hundreds of years in reality, it's too far away. Li Shengjiang stirred the stick, looked at the slightly warm water tank, and silently sorted out his thoughts. He also saw the future that Xu Ji saw. Now, I just spent a precious period of time planting a seed, which will not bloom until more than 10 years later. At that time, the earth will not know what it will look like. After, busy with the outside world, he finally re-entered. Golem. He boiled warm water, let the creatures evolve in it, and then let the various evolutionary creatures in the entire sand table take some skin shavings and tissues and hand them over to him for research, tinkering, and it seems that he wants to develop some alchemy potion. Everyone outside. Damn, with this posture, the boss has no preparations. He has just started to formally study his own new potential species? Then what are you busy with? In the past 2 months. In front of me, this is to study us, all potential species, as alchemy materials. Directly open the alchemy room here. Use the method of life alchemy to fuse alchemy. Evolve new species. Like an evil wizard, tinkering with a large vat, adding various potions, let the species evolve and take shape in it. The icy and snowy version of the evolution's sand table, the new version of the ship that the alchemist also brought. Everyone watched for a while. The boss seemed to have great ambitions, and I don't know what the hell is going on. It wasn't done in a short time. Everyone has also reflected, studying the hundreds of potential species in the entire sand table, mixing alchemy potions here, and experimenting on the spot. It is a huge amount of engineering, which shows the ambition. Otherwise, at the level of this big guy, it would be very fast to breed a potential species at will. It is estimated that we need to study life across the ages. After everyone exclaimed, the initial ecstasy turned out to be dull. After watching for a while, they started busy with their own affairs again, but they also had new ideas. You reading www.sponsoneon.com, Extraordinary Species. The ordinary evolutionary path is difficult. Maybe they have to add some medicine? Cook a pot of potion and evolve spores in it? First, the protagonists of the new world may not only be humans, they can no longer be limited to humans. Xu Ji sat on the chair with a calm expression. looking at the information on the nature of the evil god. The essence of the evil god is a special creature formed by the thinking of thousands of millions of ordinary creatures, so it has some powerful law phenomena, such as the beautiful dream. Characteristics of the beautiful dream god, the time characteristics of the time worm, and the return of the snake of the void. Characteristics of the market: time, spind, fire, thunder and lightning, charm, and they, similar to a kind of grass, insects and fish, can also become essence, open spiritual wisdom, and become intelligent life. Then, the new humans, that's it for sure. Xuji took a deep breath and looked at the mechanical armor and 600,000 mechanical cubes in the distance. The Zerg Queen's own guard team is you. Now, it's time for you to enter the era of reincarnation. He stretched out his hand slightly. Whoa! The entire mechanical armor was quickly dismantled and turned into a black and fragmented metal storm. It rotated and condensed, and it turned into a dark and distant mysterious hollow ring, covered with dense stripes, and the thick paste-like snow-white and black light were intertwined and entangled. The above is Mengmei's incensed dragon pulse array, which can absorb all the energy of thinking and summarize it. Mengmei makes online games, allowing players to go online and control them remotely. Xuji looked up at the huge mysterious ring hovering above the living room, and I make reincarnation. Food world. With Xuji's breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor, the entire inner space expanded to a boundless expanse, which was comparable to the immortal world owned by Dao Changsheng. This once was a small world that players in the wizarding community could soon explore to the end. It was already vast and fraught with perils. It would be more appropriate to describe the current difficult life as lingering on. The surrounding flowers and trees are prosperous, a green leaf full of youth. Mountains, earth, mountains, rivers, beautiful. Whether flowers, grass, insects, fish, all creatures in the world have one characteristic: delicious. At this time, it has gone through 4 PvP of the wizarding community fighting competition, and 4 batches of players have entered alternately, constantly enriching the evolution of food species. Even many gourmet species have reached the 3rd and 4th order levels, opened up their wisdom, and began to transform into demons. The 4th generation PvP fighting competition, the top 3 now can enter the food industry, that is 3 servers, with a total of 3,000 people. Xuji glanced and determined the unknown and the number. Only left there are more than 300 people, and the rest have quit the game, leaving only their own evolutionary food species, which are multiplying and surviving. The food world is very big, and now players are habitually Go, and one of the characteristics of Go is that they live in groups. Curled up in a corner, Xuji ignored them. It's time to reshape the world. New world rules, the protagonist of the era. Xuji slowly walked among the mountains and rivers, with half a smile. You can try it out and create a soul of life. From as the world comes, Xuji is actually making slow progress. Before, it was just a simple fusion of genes to create life. When we arrived in the lava world, we began to try to transform the human brain, integrating the human brain into a system chip to realize a half-flesh, half-silicon-based life body. This is already the life-changing technology of the brain. So, is the root of the brain? What is the most mysterious origin of life? Soul. How does a pure flesh and blood brain, or even a silicon-based computer chip, generate a soul? The soul, the most fundamental taboo of life. Perhaps the taboo area that only the true creator can understand. Xuji still can't understand, but it does not prevent him from trying to create a new soul and inject into the body. The real creator is to create the soul and body, to read any code. The amount of knowledge required is too terrifying. I am obviously far from being able to do it, but it is not to create the soul. Positively, the thinking of all beings seems to gave me a new idea. Suji looked at the huge ring with nearly 600,000 mechanical Rubik's cubes. Convergence of minds produces a specific creature, and then opens up wisdom and becomes a demon. It is a brand new soul. Actually, that's not the only way to create a soul. The first one, reaching the 4th level, will naturally become enlightened. Becoming is similar. As long as you put animals with animal instincts and plants without thinking into the rich inner space and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, you will be able to turn wisdom into essence and become a monster. Before the 4th rank, you can have wisdom. It's just that such a soul creation is almost impossible to achieve on a large scale, and it requires too much energy. But the thinking of all living beings does not have this limitation. It only needs a huge amount of biological base. After thinking about it, the mechanical Rubik's Cube battle armor, it fits perfectly, although there are only 600,000, and most of them are just the instinctive thinking of beasts. First order, the Rubik's Cube has no wisdom, but beasts can also emit incense and thoughts. It's deaf enough. He quietly looked at the mysterious black and white circle of light. Out of 600,000, there are 20,000 4th-order Rubik's Cubes. It should be 20,000, which is the best among them. Accelerate. Suji took a deep breath and said, "The soul test to create life has officially begun. Like those evil gods, it not only gives birth to wisdom, but also has a powerful nature of law, suffering, dreams, and unwillingness, these obsessions, the nature of formation. It's better to let go and experience life once." Suji closed his eyes and sat quietly looking at this huge ring composed of more than 600,000 parts. Who am I? In the confusion, a consciousness stared blankly at the darkness around him. It seems to have vague memories from the past. It seems that he has been cultivating mechanically, and then reached the 4th level, and then inexplicably turned it into a tree? Wait, what is Tier 4? It doesn't know why the term popped up in its mind. Whoa! Surrounded by green and lush greenery, it is a dense forest. At this time, I am now a tree, standing quietly, growing up, surrounded by countless birds and beasts, coming and going. Some of them gnawed on their own leaves, and the cute birds made their nests on top of their heads and became themselves my neighbor. That is a cute bird, gave birth to a litter of cute baby birds and became their own neighbors. They seem to have powerful abilities, and they continue to evolve. Gradually, they can speak, communicate with each other, and occasionally talk to yourself. You listen. What? For the first time, a longing appeared in its heart, how much it hoped that it could speak and communicate with the neighbors on its head. As a silent tree, how lonely it is for a mute. One day, the bird fought with a mighty beast, breathing flames and light. The bird repelled the other, and he was injured. Before the bird died, he returned to the nest on the tree, looked at his baby bird, and said, "I am going to die. My children, I will die without anyone to take care of you. You should be very lonely." For die. What is death? No. Do not die. Don't. Alone. It could only watch the bird die, and for a while, the birds in the tree nest were taken away and eaten by an ordinary beast passing by, and it could only watch helplessly. All this cannot protect their neighbors. Do anything. You can't by yourself. It began to give birth to the second desire. How much I hope that one day I can move and protect my friends who I want to protect. The days continued to advance, and I don't know how long it took. He also withered, was too tired, and finally ushered in death. It was cut down by a group of strange creatures, carrying an axe, and threw it into the firewood to burn. The log barbecue is quite fragrant. Before it died, it heard the last sound. Flames, really scary things. Whoa! Opening his eyes again, it reappeared in a dark space. The exquisite pitch-black temple is flanked by exquisite totem black columns on both sides. A mysterious humanoid creature sits high above it, shrouded in a huge fog, and it is impossible to see its true face. In the distance is a huge mysterious circle, slowly hovering, magnificent, covering the sky, exuding a terrifying breath, as if this is the root of the whole world, containing the endless rules of the whole world. What's even more strange is that the circle is composed of countless small squares, densely packed, and each delicate square has a numbered number written. It seems that each one is unique. Who is coming from below? The mysterious existence above. You reading www.bodhisattva.com holding a book and constantly flipping through it. Let me take a look at the Book of Death. Number 194776. The first one is cower. Second one is trees. Huh? They have already given birth to their own characteristics? Let me see your real name, of samsara. The palm of that mysterious existence slowly stretched out, moved the entire ring, and finally came to a square with 94476 written on it. And it seemed some kind of special mark had been born on it. It has a vague feeling that among the countless squares, the sleeping little square is the real self. And every one of its own lives, this sleeping self is a big dream. What am I? What is it? The first world? The second world? Before me, it was a grass? It couldn't help ask loudly. It instinctively that this was the greatest mysterious existence in the world, and it controlled the gear of fate of all things, the origin and death of life. Huh? Sitting on the chair, the mysterious existence made a soft whistle. The wisdom that can think about self-existence has actually been born. Sure enough, every reincarnation, the obsession is stronger. Well, let me think about it. I should also know Quan Kaixing, another day, build a 3-life stone in the distance. You can see your past. 3 lives and 3 lives. The nature has been born. What kind of nature is it? Forget it. As the days go by, it will naturally become clear. The voice was lazy, still muttering to himself. He stopped thinking about it and handed a bowl of soup. Drink it. You can forget all the troubles, all the love and hatred in this life. Clear all the memories and start a new life. Life, since you have begun to have yourself. In the third life, let's be reborn as an animal. Reincarnated, become an animal. It didn't react, but soon drank the bowl of soup and gradually became dazed, as if it had forgotten something, turned into a walking corpse, and instinctively kept approaching the ring, entering the inside, the mysterious dark void. In my ear, another voice sounded. Enter the reincarnation. Go to the beast. What you become in the next life depends on your life. The mysterious existence sat leisurely in the chair, slowly flipping the book of life and death. Go. It jumped gently, as if falling to an endless abyss. Am I? In the confusion, a consciousness stared blankly at the darkness around him, and the light gradually became brighter. It whimpered and turned into a bird. On the bird's nest on the cliff, a gentle mother bird kept feeding. After more than a month, it gradually began to try to fly. Whoa! Surrounded by green and lush greenery, it is a dense forest. It began to fly continuously, and found that it seemed to have a certain characteristic, and it could emit flames all over its body, which was a special ability. Am I also like that bird, starting to have special abilities? Me too. It doesn't know why this idea popped up in its mind. Day by day, it grows, transforms, evolves, and can even speak. According to the normal process, it should find a mother bird and start a brilliant bird life, but there is always something in it. Strange feeling, very strange, constantly flying around alone, until one day it saw a fish in a river, and there was a mysterious feeling very close. It's as if my whole life is just to find it. You seem familiar. I always feel like I've seen you. The fish said the same. Days passed, and it began to pass by every time it hunted. Talking to the fish, very happy. That fish also has a special ability of water and light, and the same as the bird before, etc. Why do I again? It had strange images in its mind again. The days passed, and the peaceful days were very happy. One day, the beautiful fish with colorful scales suddenly spoke up, cheerful and lively, and stepped out of the water, and said, "The water is a prison. I want to see the world in the sky, a free and vast sky." A fish also has the determination, yearn for the sky. Okay. It gently carried the fish with its mouth and flew in the sky. Ah! Yer exclaimed loudly. The corners of his eyes showed intoxication, and he lingered. It's so beautiful. I always feel like I've been to the sky. How can I say it? A special kind of both visual sense for you. I also have this kind of feeling, as if we have experienced 3 lives and 3 lives. Can we really? Look, that is 10 miles of peach blossoms. Suddenly, they flew over a peach forest, beautiful. The fish was completely amazed, swaying its beautiful multicolored fishtails, shining brightly in the sun. Ah! This world is simply amazing. I can say, under the sun, above the peach forest, a pair of flying pitfups. A sharp arrow struck, pierced through the bird and the fish, and quickly fell the ground, hitting the trees. A group of grotesque came out. Ha ha ha! Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who else? Hey, why did you give away a fish? Tears? Even fish and birds are showing their affection? Light a fire and burn them to death. Add some cumin. Let them exude the fragrance of a single dog. Consciousness gradually blurred. When it woke up, it found that it had come to this land again. It turned out that the once lonely and barren dark land was already covered with flowers, and a mysterious existence shrouded in black mist was leisurely spraying water with a watering can. Again? Been here? Yourself? It was confused again in its mind, why there were always all kinds of inexplicable fragments flashing through. 19476. The mysterious existence said lazily, "According to your suggestion, I made a 3-life stone in the distance, a 3-life stone, which records everyone's past and present life. You can go and have a look and understand after death, drink the soup again." In the distance, there is a mysterious blue stone inscribed with the 3-live stone. The words on she's body are bright red like blood, and 4 big characters are engraved on the top. Go to the other side early. By the way, it's useless to tell you this. You don't remember seeing me for a long time. The mysterious existence smiled. Suddenly his face changed slightly as if he felt something. You actually still remember some fragments of your previous life? There was a scene in a vague dream. How is this possible? Unbelievable. The mysterious existence put down kettle, took out the book of life-death, and looked at the records and information on it. Is that so? In the first life you were a grass, she was a flower; in the second life, you were a tree; she was a bird; and in the third life, you are a bird; she is a fish." The mysterious existence stared at him earnestly for a while. "So, did you start obsession in the first life? This obsession is your characteristic." It was able to resist the washing of memory and remember some fragments from the previous life. The characteristics are really strange and strange. Yes, I completely remembered it. It has been silent, looking at San Shengshi. Also, I completely remember the past and present. This is a love affair for 3 generations. It seems that the invisible traction of some kind of force allows them to the most distant shackles of life and death. Every time they are reincarnated, they can find each other. Only, do I remember some? It fell silent. Yes, only you remember. The mysterious existence raised a smile and was very interested. No, she also remembers. It couldn't help shouting loudly. No, she doesn't remember, it's just that she instinctively likes you. It seems to be influenced by your characteristics, and there are some instinctive feelings about you. The mysterious existence smiled. However, because of this characteristic, you may be the only creature in the entire world who knows about this space and time, and the existence of reincarnation. The others have been forgotten after drinking the soup. At least, you reading www.buantonsoningtal.com currently does not have similar characteristics. I, the only one, remember yours? It shook its body. It's very interesting, isn't it? The mysterious existence handed over a bowl of soup. Let's start over. Fate is a reincarnation. Since you are so special in the next life, let you be a human, reincarnated in the world. Human. What is it? Human needs to be more convenient. The existence just smiled and brought up the kettle again. Other creatures have spent at least 10 lifetimes of ascetic cultivation, and more than 40 lifetimes before they can exchange for it once. The chance of being reincarnated as an adult, you have cultivated the good fruit of 3 lives. In exchange for 1 life, you must learn to cherish it hard. How can other people have cultivated so many more lives than me? It couldn't help shouting loudly. This world is divided into 3 levels, and each level has a different flow of time. The voice said slowly, you live in different time dimension, enjoying the fate of reincarnation. What? For in its eyes, a terrifying real world has completely kicked off. First, am I? In the confusion, a consciousness stared blankly at the darkness around him, and the light gradually became brighter. Whoa! Accompanied by the sweaty figure of the mother, the cry of a baby suddenly appeared in the simple, tribal, wooden house. Wow! It's a boy. There was a sound of surprise in the distance. In this savage primitive tribe, a male is the best choice. I don't know what his innate talent is. A tall and majestic man said slowly, 10 years. Time is always ruthless, and time passes leisurely. Ha ha ha. The wood made a bang, bang bang sound. The burly man passing by, with bare shoulders and a giant beast on his back, laughed and said, "Da, are you practicing hard again?" "Yes, third uncle." The 10-year-old boy, a determined look. The third uncle shook his head. Ah, that was smart, since he was a child, and could speak when he was 1 or 2 years old, which surprised everyone and was ecstatic. The accompanying talent is just a weak flame. I'm born deficient. He took a deep breath and felt this way in his heart. Everyone else spent countless years of accumulation to become human. But he only spent a short time, and the accumulation of talent was not enough. Not only that, his flame ability is indeed weak, which is countless times worse than other people's similar flame talent. From childhood to adulthood, Some vague, fragmented pictures flashed in his mind, which made him more precocious than others, and he was born with knowledge. Order. He squeezed his fist. 20 years have passed, and his hard work can't compare to the outstanding life of his peers, and he has only reached the 3rd rank. However, diligence and hard work, early maturity, and a taste of thinking have allowed him to get the name of the wise man in the tribe. In a war with other tribes, he fought with a leader named Li Shibai, blocked a knife for him, and died directly. Die mediocre and ordinary. But he does not regret it. His own is too ordinary, and blocking a knife for the leader may be his greatest value, allowing the tribe to prosper. Alas, a lifetime of hard work, in the end, just ends up being mediocre. So some things you can get results without hard work. He looked up at the sky, unwillingly, his eyes gradually darkened and, this time, he did not meet her after all. Whoops! It was pitch black, and the entire barren space became more prosperous. It used to be just a stone, a hall full of bright flowers, and now there is a bridge with the word Nai-He written on it. He was silent for a while, stood on that stone, and saw his past and present life. Yo, again? The mysterious existence laughed. Look, I built a bridge, isn't it beautiful? Nai Bridge? It's beautiful, and the name is also very good. Helpless. His eyes were lowered, and he seemed to understand that fate was tricking people. That mysterious existence then handed a bowl of soup, and smiled again. Ordinary living beings have been practicing hard for several lifetimes, accumulating merit and powerful cultivation, and then they can exchange for a lifetime of reincarnation. You are a bit useless to die. But it doesn't matter, it's been wonderful. But in the next life you won't be human anymore. You will return to beasts, plants, and trees. He was silent for a while, took the soup and drank it, and jumped to reincarnation with big strides. In the middle, he laughed loudly. The flowers on the other side are blooming on the other side, but the bridge is nostalgic. I have forgotten the past life in this life. How can I keep the old people in the next life? Life. He turned into a beast, dominating one side of the forest. His own innate characteristics are too weak, relying on the fact that he has matured earlier than his peers since he was a child, accumulated some advantages, and also accepted a few apprentices with strong talents, but he was eventually killed by humans and used it as food, ending an ordinary and painful life. Back to that dark cycle. This time, there is a stream under the bridge, which is more and more complete. Every time he looked at the eternal, mysterious black and white interwoven circle, there was always of insignificance. He looked at the 3 lives stone, understood the past life and this life, and suddenly woke up. Twice, I haven't met her again. Under 5th generation. His obsession became stronger and stronger, and his flame talent became stronger. But the effect was very slow. In this life, it turned into a tree again, and became the treeing of the whole tree. Its roots stretched the entire mountain range, eavesdropping on the wind and grass in the nearby mountain range, which shook the world. At this time, he had the advantage of being a tree. Life is long, talent is not good. You can also accumulate slowly. The realm begins to become higher, and you understand some things. In the world, there is reincarnation, and you can enter 3 realms. The previous human tribes lived in the mortal realm, and the flow rate of time was 10. Above it, there is the realm of heaven, and the flow rate of time is 100. Below it, there is the animal Tao, and the flow rate of time is 1. He knew the horror. The biggest gap is between the animal Tao and the heaven and human Tao, which is equivalent to only 1 day has passed here, and 100 days have passed there. The heaven and human Tao has the fastest time flow, and the animal Tao developed after a year. The Tao of heaven and humanity has developed for 100 years, and their civilization is highly upped. Boom. On this day, the sky was overcast. A big hand from a strong man came across the border. Huh? In the human world, there is such a tyrannical tree demon? It must be extremely delicious. This, the last voice in my mind. His heart is bitter, and he has practiced for endless years. But it is only food for other creatures. For her, it was black again. It's completely different every time I come in. The whole world seems to have undergone a change. From the desolate development to the present, it is beautiful and complete. Before, he had always come alone, but now there is a group of creatures rustling around, lining up with each other. Most of the most primitive life. Flowers, birds, insects and fish. Some plants. Flowers. Where is this? Where am I? They were whispering, and even some of them could not speak straight. And behind the Nehe Bridge, there is another platform. The structure is quite strange. The top is wide, and the bottom is narrow. The face is like the back of a bow. The back is like a bowstring. It reads Wangxiang Terrace. Many creatures lined up, crossed the bridge. The platform, there was a big screen on it. They stood on the stage and turned their heads to look. They could see their hometown, the scenes of life around them after they died, and many plants and animals that became demons were crying bitterly. On it is written a row of ancient characters with dragons flying and phoenix dancing. The ghosts on the Wangxiang platform are in a hurry, and the eyes are full of tears. Wives, children, old and young, are on the side of the coffin, and relatives and friends gather in the morning hall. Confused forward, I encountered that mysterious existence again. 99476? The existence sat high in the Black Temple, opened the Book of Life and Death, and took a look. Very good. The savings in this life are very strong. The next life, you can reincarnate it into heaven and humanity. Heaven and human? He was stunned. Yes, after several lifetimes of hard work and accumulation of good fruits and cultivation. In exchange for one lifetime of reincarnation as a human being, and after several lifetimes of hardship, one can be reborn as a heavenly person for one lifetime, incarnate to become the most noble race in the world. That mysterious existence said lightly, "Heaven." He took a deep breath and was horrified. He remembered that, before his death, the mysterious and terrifying existence of God, living in the highest time flow rate, crushing all powerful and terrifying creatures. Becoming a god, can I see her? He asked suddenly. Obstinance, your characteristics? The mysterious existence was not unexpected, and turned over the Book of Life and Death again. Other creatures asked, I won't tell them, because it violates the rules. As for your question, I will help check it out. Although other creatures come here, they won't ask these things at all. Only you can ask. After looking through the Book of Life and Death for a while, the mysterious existence said, she will be in the human world. Then I won't go to heaven and humanity. I would like to be reborn as a human being. He bowed fiercely. A flash of surprise flashed across the mysterious being. Do you want to understand? The good fruits of several lifetimes of hard work have gone to waste? You were born with wealth and wealth, above all things. I understand. He took a deep breath. The mysterious existence smiled. By the way, have you seen the number of creatures in reincarnation? He nodded. Every time I came before, I was alone, but now the whole reincarnation is about to start queuing, and it becomes crowded. Before, Only the 20,000 most powerful creatures of you were the first to activate their intelligence. So at most, or 3 people came every time. Now the remaining 580,000 have been reincarnated. For so many years, and I'm starting to open my mind. So, the 600,000 creatures, the reincarnation. The mysterious existence pressed his forehead. Your characteristics are very special. You are the only one who remembers me. I will give you another one. Choose. Stay. Help me manage my reincarnation. Even in the future, may inherit my position. Inheritance, but the position of this mysterious existence? He was stunned, his whole body trembling rapidly. This mysterious existence is too noble. Even in charge of the life cycle of the entire world, his current vision cannot see the terrifying height of the existence. This is the way to the highest throne in the world. And as long as he answers, he can I be with her? He asked. No. The mysterious being said lightly. Mastering the order of reincarnation, she should be impartial and selfless. She still has to be in reincarnation. You must not be selfish, you must pretend not to know him. He began to trembling, and after a while, he opened his mouth and said, I still choose to be a human being. Xuji's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, let's have some soup. For the 6th generation. Whoa, whoa, whoa! There was another cry. And a baby was born in an ordinary family. On the azure slate streets, people dressed in luoshang and dressed elegantly, obviously have entered a new era of civilization, away from slash-and-burn cultivation. This time, the baby instinctively lost his vigor, and did not show his childhood talent, but practiced silently, lived to the age of 7, and entered the school of ordinary people. Above, the teacher is lecturing, and the other little classmates are very cute, and they are all listening. Get out the window, as if witnessing each era, whether it's the mortal way, the animal way, or the reincarnation, it is constantly changing, and it comes with the torrent of time. This sentiment flashed through his mind. Wait, what does this mean again? He was at a loss for another day, and there were always some extremely profound memories left in his mind, as well as pictures. The heart-piercing scenes, which madly impacted his young heart. I always feel like I've lost something. Only 1% of the pieces are left. Li Sansheng, listen carefully to the class. Gao Gao, the teacher is a tall and handsome scholar, he is also a little speechless. Li Sansheng is young and precocious, but only mentally. His talent is a kind of black flame, very ordinary, the level of ordinary people, even slightly worse. The teacher continued to lecture. In those days, the White Emperor was a man of great talent and greatness, and he dominated the 7 tribes, including Xiong, Xiaoyu, Wu Qi. He was the first generation of overlords in the history of mankind, and no one knew about him. His real name, I only know his surname Li. He was born in a riverside tribe surnamed Li, and his talent is the spirit of an emperor. The spirit of an emperor. The students below discussed a lot, secretly comparing with their own talent. The teacher explained, yes, the spirit of the emperor is a powerful spiritual talent. Any creature whose spiritual power is lower than his will not help but kneel down. Wow! Such an exaggerated talent? As expected, of the most bizarre spiritual system. The students below were in an uproar, exclaiming, and couldn't help but talk a lot. This talent is too powerful. He deserves to be the first human emperor in history. He is amazing and has an innate tyranny. This king is born and is destined to reach the peak. There was a lot of discussion around, and Li Sansheng flashed a vague memory fragment. Started again. That's a humble tribe. A young man stood quietly by the river. without playmates or friends, digging soil alone. Why are you playing alone? He walked out by himself. Because other people are afraid of me. I can't help but... The child touched the mud on his face and whispered. Even when the adults came to talk to me, they couldn't help but talk. I knelt down by myself. No one dares to approach me now. My talent is very useless. It will only make friends feel sick. Kneel down. Who said that? Your talent is very powerful. Another teenager said he felt pity for each other and his talent was weak, so he could not help striding to the side of the boy. You just don't know how to use it. How to use it? Tongue. As he spoke, he knelt down with his legs naturally, and he didn't even notice that he had already knelt down. Instead, he raised his head and said to this introverted peer, "Let's exercise you. Ability." The changed. 10 years later, in a dense forest, there was a person standing in the center, and countless powerful beasts attacked, turned into a gust of wind, surrounded from all directions, and stretched there. Claws. Pft. Feft. The beasts around were running, knees inexplicably softened, and they fell to their knees very naturally. Next to it, another Saunian ran out frantically and took the opportunity to swing a knife. Your talent is really strong. They can't help but kneel down. This is a strong control system talent. The shortcoming is passive talent, and also for his own people. The boy made up for 2 or 3, and naturally began to kneel on the ground. Whoops. The style of the classroom changed, and the surrounding students were talking a lot. He couldn't help his head. Bai di, li shui bai. Boom. Everyone was startled and yelled in anger. The teacher also scolded and said warmly, "Although no knows the real name of Emperor Bai in history, don't make it up out of thin air." Li Sansheng didn't know why he flashed this clip, but an inexplicable emotion spread. His eyes were wet, and he couldn't help but ask complicatedly, "Bai, in history, what happened to him?" This question is very good. The teacher became more serious. You reading www.sonimtial.com opened in the classroom. The golden sunlight outside the window shone down, and the years were more peaceful. In those days, the White Emperor ruled the major tribes, a city-state kingdom, but after more than 10 years of development, he met a heaven and a man. It was the first time in human history that he met a heaven and a man. The White Emperor waved his sword to the sky, blood spilled into the sky, and he was defeated and died under the hands of a heaven and man. According to historical records, Baidi regretted losing a friend most in his life. He was often said to be a wise man with strong wisdom. He was born with knowledge, and was very smart since he was a child. Now, with wisdom, combined with his combat power, he may be able to defeat heaven and humanity and counterattack heaven and humanity. The surrounding students fell silent. It seems to have felt the bitterness in human history. All heroes have disappeared in the rolling tide of history. The first dynasty emperor in human history has also ended up wielding a knife to the sky and died tragically. However, speaking of swinging a knife to the sky, the teacher smiled, with a complex and emotional expression on his face. The White Emperor is the first, not the last. In the long history, there have been many outstanding people, such as some great emperors of the orcs, and even the master of the former White Lotus Fairy. The Tree King, who controls the black flame, once waved his sword to the sky. It was not a wave of a knife to the sky, but was killed in an instant. Li Sansheng couldn't help but say something. The teacher, dumbly, "How is it possible? In history, there have been countless days and nights of war with heaven and man, and the entire mountain range has been stained with blood. It's not good to slander the ancient sages in this way. It's okay to talk about it here. It's disrespectful, and you're going to be beaten to death. Underworld, reincarnation. In the dark world, Xuji sat quietly on the temple, flipped through the Book of Life and Death silently, and glanced at Li Sansheng, who had lived to the 7th generation. Characteristic, because of the strong inner enthusiasm of being infatuated with each other. Love fire. This flame doesn't seem to be a strong fight. Even if it is reincarnated, it can't wipe out some memories. It seems very tasteless, but it's kind of interesting. He just paid a little attention, then skipped this page, and kept going, looking at the information in the Book of Life and Death. After all, there are 600,000 creature numbers, which are huge. There are always some special existences, special characteristics and talents, and you need to pay attention to them. After all, this thing, the evil god, has all kinds of characteristics. He worked hard to establish reincarnation and constructed the underworld in mythology. Only he knows how difficult it is. The principle is relatively simple. Similar to Mengmei's online game, the player's body is in the room, logging into the game, and controlling a character in another world. Now, it is equivalent to these 600,000 little Rubik's cubes, collectively sleeping in the game warehouse. Gathered into the whole black and white interweaving, the reincarnation of the game is the same as controlling the characters outside to play the game, and if it dies, it will start again. Underworld, reincarnation. This system was taken from Mengmei's idea, and then further expanded and transformed into my innovation. As long as this artifact, reincarnation, is not broken, the true spirit will never die. After all, they outside, it is equivalent to the players controlling their own evil gods, and the level will be reset to 0 when they die. Xuji looked at the whole circle, and those sleeping numbered cubes were dreaming of their own dreams of life. In fact, it's all really happened. Their lives are like mad scientists, brains in a vat of research. It seems that the memory is constantly being washed. After death, read the file again, and get nothing. In fact, it will become stronger, their characteristics, the innate talent. It will continue to reincarnate from generation to generation. Keep growing. Just like the characteristics of the white bearer. The initial stage is very rubbish. It can be called a low-level talent. It can make a few ordinary animals kneel and continue to practice hard work. The accumulation of the 10th life, as soon as it is born, it becomes a high-level talent, which can also affect the strong to kneel. If it continues like this, sooner or later, it will approach the characteristics of the unreasonable evil gods of the 3 realms. After all, it was the collective thinking of tens of millions of the powerhouses of the 3 realms and the people at the bottom. What they gathered was 600,000 in front of them. To compare with them, they would naturally have to experience a very long life. It is equivalent to being in the red dust, going through thousands of reincarnations, hammering and forging their law fragments. Xuji looked at the wheel lightly, and the countless law fragments will piece together the world's strongest treasure, reincarnation. This is a Cthulhu evil god. At this time, every cell is accompanied by fragments of laws. It is equivalent to the little evil gods in the 3 realms, the little grotesque, gathered together. Xuji can't think of it. What is it? What? An aggregate monster. Perhaps this is the real Cthulhu, evil god. The indescribability of the body, coupled with the indescribability of the soul, is a truly aggregated creature. This is something Medusa can't achieve unless she wants to give up her consciousness and her power to control Cthulhu's body. And this Cthulhu evil god in front of him, the form of reincarnation, each Rubik's cube, is regarded as the two major systems of fellow practitioners: his own original system, martial arts, wizards, inner world. In addition to the belief in sense system, countless a heretic god cell, it is already terrible to cultivate a single system. Similar to Medusa, it takes a long time to cultivate to this day, and it takes a long time to reach each of them. System? The difficulty has increased geometrically. It take longer, unimaginably long. Sitting on the throne of the underworld, the dark light drifted like silk willow catkins, mysterious and unpredictable. Zhuji muttered to himself, shook his head with a wry smile. I'm really better than Modu. So ambitious. People, even when they see a new special system, they can't help but build one more, eating in the pot and looking in the pot, unable to hold back a pair of cheap hands, wanting to be more perfect. Just yourself. All the fellows are cultivating sorcery, inner world and earth magic core, ancestral witch real body, 4 major systems, and even the current 5th system, martial arts, they are eager to try. It's just a posture that you can't do it without tossing yourself. The multi-system practitioners have strong combat power and are close to perfection, but the progress of cultivation is slow and unimaginable energy is spent. He calculated silently. It took Medusa more than 4,000 years to reach the per capita heavenly emperor cell. My 2 system practitioners, it is estimated that it will take more than 20,000 years. This is really too slow. It is equivalent to reality. It takes more than half a year to cultivate in middle school. In fact, the entire underworld looks tall and high, but it actually took a lot of thought. Mengpo soup is okay. Washing the memory of the soul, after a long time of research and successful realization, it is in cooperation with the Zerg authority. As for the Sanshang stone, the principle of being able to see one's past and present life is also very simple. When washing their memories, use memory sticks to copy important events in their lives, and then condense them into 2 or 3 minute short videos. This is the semi-technical extraordinary technology of the Ishtar people. And then they obtained a magic core capacity equivalent to 1,000 G, and then played it out with projection technology. The Sanshang stone is equivalent to a computer placed at the door. Only, however, there were only 20,000 people before, and the image quality was 1080p, and the storage capacity was still bearable. Now there are more people, and the number is 600,000, and the storage space has to be expanded wildly. He kept sorting out his thoughts. Building a mythical underworld, easier said than done? All aspects must be sorted out. Especially the amount of data stored, too large. The most important thing is Sanshengshi. It is really not easy to archive their lives and take pictures. With such a large storage capacity, and it continues to surge, it is a bit difficult to get more high-level magic cores. It is estimated that it will be hundreds of heavenly emperor levels. Why don't you place an order on Taobao Mall and get a few hundred T? Although the floor space is large, but the quantity is temporarily used to make up for the quality. In reality, Xuji opened his eyes. Forget it. Let's come back first and relieve the pressure of big data operations in the underworld. After all, the main operating cost is still on Sanshengshi. He came to the living room, turned on the computer, and went to Taobao to place an order. He is not a pedantic person. Prioritize practicality. Know your own affairs. That is, a 7th-order heavenly emperor, to establish an underworld? That is very difficult for the gods to do. Ah? How much? Such a large number of purchases. The customer service of the other party was also taken aback, thinking that it was some company that purchased the equipment. Even joked, "Brother, are you going To open an internet cafe? Or do you want to start an online disc? Each initial stage of land reclamation is still difficult. After placing the order, Xu pressed his temple, eased his thoughts, and closed his laptop. This is a world where a large number of players and indigenous people coexist. What is it? It's hard to imagine, and it's a groundbreaking experiment. For this reason, I reconstructed the position of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, so that the players and the natives are more in line with the rules. That is, the triple time world. The 9-turn mysterious art has 9 acupoints, a solar furnace in the center. The central space remains unchanged, and the remaining 9 spaces, 3 heaven and human, 3 mortal, and 3 animal paths, respectively regulate the flow of time. Heaven and humanity is 100 years a day. Similar to other extraordinary worlds, the mortal world is 10 years a day. Animal Dao is a day and a year, and it is also where the players are now. Their time flow has not changed, so they have not found other indigenous people. After all, for their beast Dao, only a day or 2 has passed. The new world rules, however, should also be discovered soon. The existence of other time dimensions. He closed his eyes slightly. World. In the 4th PvP competition of the wizarding community, the character server of the mortal Liu Wenjian won the 3rd place. It has been a while since they came in together as the top 3. At this time, there are only 100 or so people left, live in a hidden corner. Yuan Qinghua is the 3rd place in this year's fighting. He is a special food species, a walking boxing tree man who is cooking food on fire, and he can win the 3rd place in the fighting competition among millions of people. The competition is fierce and terrifying, which shows how powerful his fighting talent is. Brothers, wait again. Yes, we are determined to wait until the next batch of game players come in. This food industry is still very interesting, but it is too deserted, purely fighting against nature. It's not fighting against nature, but also against the previous players. The gourmet species left by those guys are still multiplying here. They are very powerful, and they are almost killing us. Yeah, come in every step and survive. The more difficult it is caused by the food species left by the predecessors. Don't panic. Now we are also starting to evolve stronger food species, not only to survive and resist the enemy, but also to kill the next one. Let them taste the power of our descendants. A group of people went back and forth, constantly whispering, very happy. When is time for retribution? They don't have this consciousness at all. Let the next Menxin feel the beatings from the society. Feel the pain of life. Increase the difficulty of the game. Start with us. All of a sudden, overcast clouds began to spread. Countless players froze for a while, put down the barbecue in their hands, and slowly looked up to the sky. Vaguely, it seems that on the clouds, there is a strange humanoid creature walking slowly, surrounded by a mysterious and powerful aura. Fuck, is it a human? They were startled, and couldn't help but nibbled at the string of barbecue in their mouths, before the words fell. Huh? What is this, eh? Completely incomprehensible language suddenly burst open, turning into a sound wave that swept the surroundings, and an existence descended, shrouded in endless divine light. Interesting. I was ordered to investigate all the worlds and species over the years. The number of new species in the world has continued to increase, so I investigated the source of new life, and I never imagined that a group of primitive and mysterious new life would appear in such a remote place. Is this the ancestor of all major species? He took a step forward and said, indifferently, is this our origin? It must be extremely delicious. A big hand, magnificent and magnificent, condensed into a huge white mist palm in the void, covering the sky and blocking the sun, and even caught a few frantically resisting players out of thin air. Were stunned for a few seconds. Oh, what the hell? Where's the boss who can speak? Help! Help! We are camping well. Who did we provoke? The planning team. Get out of here. After an update a while ago, I praised you for not being hardcore. Woo. The few players who were caught were screaming and screaming, looking at the bloody mouth that was about to be put into their mouths. Even though they were extremely resourceful and lowered their pain, they were still scared. This is so special. Wouldn't it be similar to the situation before? In the case of a copy of the chair, when playing the God of Creation boss, the boss battle was forced to increase the pain level. Beastway. The few players below looked stunned. Yuan Qinghua, who took the lead, was even more ecstatic. Damn it! A new world view. A new language. Players in our special wizard community can finally love to learn? Whoa. Tears are streaming down your face. Screenshots, and all the players were completely happy and shouted. The heavens and people in the sky stayed for a while, and the majestic face of the stalwart gods was slightly stiff. Is this the origin of the new species of all things? How the companion was caught, about to be eaten alive, crying out for help. They are still below, elated, applauding. He looked slightly surprised, but the shock was only fleeting, and he calmed down again. What a bunch of ruthless beings! The divine voice of Hongliang and Majesty, the ancient well has no waves, and the UU reading www.com resounds throughout the world. As a god, his inherent dignity made him appear a little indifferent. Not only is he selfish by nature, but his intelligence is bound to be low. When his companion was arrested, he still stood in place, raised his head and laughed, and didn't know how to escape. I don't know if they are the next ones to die. Then, let's give you a taste of fear. He grabbed a handful of creatures in his palm, bit one lightly, and ripped it ruthlessly. Puff. Blood spilled. So you should run away, scream, tear, fear. He stared at the past, and he had seen many such desperate expressions in the animal realm and even the human realm. But in the next second, his expression froze. Haha. Quick! Screenshot. The smirk below was still loud, and he was even eager to try. He wanted to come closer and try to stroke his fur and palm, and it made him even more incredible and creepy. It was like watching a horror movie scene. The creatures who were caught in his hand and screamed all the time also began to laugh happily, saying that they did not understand at all. Language. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt. The animal that had half of its body bitten off was obviously blood-stained all over its body and sprayed all over his palm, but he laughed as if he was going crazy. Then, rest assured, this boss, the pain is not forced too much. Quick, the brothers below help us take screenshots. Stunned, the man who was caught in his strange creature, with 2 fingers raised in a happy pose, actually, idea, very simple. This player, who was bitten in half, was dripping with blood. The reason why he was still struggling to make a V-shaped gesture was because he knew that he was going to die. He was about to quit the game. It was a blood loss. If you don't take the opportunity to take a screenshot, put on a heroic posture of perseverance and struggle, and take the opportunity to post on the moments, it will be completely lost. Boom! The sky, the clouds churned. The burning bright red clouds are like huge wings spread out by the gods. In the white light wings, a mysterious giant god exists and casts a downward gaze. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Heavenly Man grabbed the creature in his hand and looked up and laughed wildly. He was dripping with blood, half of his bones, and a magnificent and sad cry in his mouth. I'm not a born king. It's just the blood in my body. I'm not allowed to bow my head. He's still laughing wildly? The man's expression was incredulous, and he looked dumbfounded. His eyes flashed with determination. The gods didn't understand the sentence, but seemed to understand the heroic tone vaguely. With only half of his teeth left, he opened his mouth to speak. How intense is this pain? Even he himself felt the pain. What kind of tenacity does it take to speak like this? He has always been at the top in his life, but this time he felt terrified for the second time. The fear came from the unknown. Strange creatures, completely inconsistent with any existing life logic, made him feel fear. A few years ago, when he first felt fear, he was in a blood-bathed village, and a young girl stood in front of everyone, using the talent of water ray, even if only half of it was left in the end. The blood-drenched body, with the heart falling out, was not human-shaped and still stood firmly in front of him. The girl laughed heartily, turned her head, and said to the crowd behind her, "It's okay." Then the girl turned her head to look at him. It was a pair of bright eyes that would never be forgotten, flashing with stubbornness, a raging fire, and an unimaginable anger, hatred, and the gnashing of teeth. A god like you, high above, born with dignity, feeds on all things and can never understand us. In his heart, along with this laughing creature, he couldn't help but think that scene again, and could not help but ignite a nameless wave. Anger. The same picture, the same look, the same anger. Booms. His cloudy body was burning, like a burning cloud. His whole body was red. His palms clenched inexplicably. He is a stubborn person, and even in order to try the situation of the girl at the time and understand what she said, he specially made a similar near-death injury. As a result, he couldn't speak at all, even stand up straight. That's painful. It's just too painful. Even talking is a kind of torture. The stronger the strong, the sharper the body's perception, and the more unbearable the mortals will suffer. Even that time, he was almost dead, and was scolded by the gods around him. As the supreme race who was born rich and enjoyed all things, he would easily give up his young life. Gave up. But from that moment on, he understood that the girl's tenacity at that moment, he may never be able to match. A hero? This creature has the exact same pain as that girl, even if her body collapses and her life is destroyed. Instead of fear, she can laugh happily. Comfort other people who are uneasy in their hearts? Hey. He couldn't help but chuckle in a low voice. What a pitiful thought. With his own blood, even if he wields a weak weapon, he still stands tall and straight and swarms towards him, knowing that he can't do it. A moth to a fire. Really, what a ridiculous will. Screenshots. Below, still shouting to the sky. Brother above, I've already cut the picture. I'll send you a private message later. It's cool. I also cut the picture. The serial screenshots, according to the mouth shape, can definitely be pieced together into a moving picture, and a sentence appears. The picture is amazing, a mysterious cloud giant god, holding a blood-drenched animal with a broken body in his hand, like an unyielding hero, resisting the stalwart god. Thank you. In the sky, the creature that was torn apart screamed, but he vaguely felt something, turned his head to look at this mysterious giant, and seemed to feel the inner agitation and unease of this existence. This player is still very kind, very shy. He couldn't help but like a tourist. He asked gently, "Brother, why are you looking a little wrong? It's a screenshot of us people. What did you do to be? For you. Does evoke your bad memory?" Tianren. His face was completely stiff at this moment. Pity. What awaits him is actually sympathy. A heavenly being born with dignity actually needs sympathy? This kind of gentle, pitying sympathy look in front of him, but an invisible mockery and contempt. Just like what the girl back then, like an incomparably sharp thorn, pierced into the depths of his heart. Fit. Bang! In an instant, he violently grabbed the screaming bloody creature and turned it into a puddle of minced meat. A creature that is about to die, but is laughing, ridiculing, and sympathizing with a murderer who killed him. Exploded? It's good to be dead. He died so handsome. I took a screenshot again. The bottom cheered more and more, pointing at him and yelling, as if it was more endless cynicism, obviously weak, but laughing, coping with pain and suffering. Such a will, yes, even he has to admire, but more, it is an increasingly fierce, nameless anger. At this time, an incredible picture that made him even more stunned appeared. The creatures below, although mocking and laughing at their companions above, did not run away. They whispered and picked up ridiculous barbecue sticks, simple weapons that could be picked up anywhere, wooden spears, in a fighting stance. There's no other way. The sky is going to be a disaster, and we probably won't be able to run away. Let's take a pose. A group of people brandishing weapons, rushing towards this cloud giant, and then secretly take a picture. To make it more handsome, come up with that heroic feeling of being a hero, and daring to swing a sword to the gods, and you can make a circle of friends when you go out. Fuck! Although I don't know why this boss is in a daze, it just gave us a chance to pose. Anyway, outsiders don't know that we are acting. Wait for the confession. After the group is destroyed, we will use the screenshots to prove that we are all heroes. We all died heroically when we resisted the boss. A group of people began picking up his weapon. He frantically assumed a crude posture. Boom. Okay. Their expressions were resolute, their whole bodies were majestic, and they saw death as home. They waved their weapons fiercely and began to charge forward, rushing towards the cloud giant that covered the sky and the sun. This is a provocation? A daring person, holding a wooden stick, a wooden bow, and other weapons for slaughtering beasts, actually provokes heaven and man. He finally flashed a touch of anger, and he stood still, naturally for the sake of observe the origin of these new life ancestors, observe his pride. But the pride of heaven and man does not allow provocation, not to mention the successive provocations. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a huge cloud of mist fell from the sky. It was as majestic and huge as a mountain, and it pressed hard on the ground. In an instant, the whole group of strange creatures holding simple tools were quickly crushed to death, and their palms slowly rose. The entire land has no complete creatures, and has been wet with bright red. I actually got angry? Tianren suddenly reacted and took a deep breath. However, this scene was really weird, and he felt completely uncontrollable and dazed. Are they really ruthless, lowly and selfish, low-minded beings? They laughed at their companions when they were arrested. But selfish, why did you bring up that ridiculous weapon and swing a knife at me? They are heroes? Most of the other races are fleeing, panicking, and despairing. There are only one or two heroes who stand up. They know it's death, roaring and resisting in front of everyone, and they are all This is a terrifying race. None of them are cowardly, fearful, fleeing, straight-backed, facing pain and torture, still laughing mad, wielding butcher knives, wielding knives at heaven and man. This race is very extraordinary. He is not a reckless man. Because he was ridiculed and angered, he shot them all to death casually. Because there was still a creature next to him, still curled up in the corner. There was no charge against him. This race is terrifying. Brave and good at fighting, or even praised by the god of war family. But even though most of the creatures are heroes, there are still one or two: fear of death, cowardice, despair. He has seen a lot of situations like this. Even this is the norm. At this moment, he suddenly laughed, and when he saw a player curled up in the corner, he seemed to be comforted by a little self-esteem. Yuan Qinghua hid in the corner and took a screenshot, watching the charging crowd. Okay, this expression is very good, especially the one who bit his tongue and lips. His face is determined and cruel. The expression over there is too exaggerated, and the angry face is drawn into a lump. Screenshots, and Yuan Qinghua are not involved. Naturally, they have to take screenshots from another remote angle. Which of these players, or modern online games, is not a little expert at taking screenshots and selfies? Otherwise, to send friends circle. Especially in this game, the scrunt function is a lot of fun. Now all the old players are good at taking screenshots. It can be said that they are entry-level photographers. Have you learned about angles, lighting, and special effects? Now, in addition to the first view screenshot, there is also a side shooting angle, so he stood up and filmed this charge. These people are pretending not to take me. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath, looked at the people who were shot to death, suddenly raised his head, and found that the giant in the cloud was looking at himself with kindness and seemed very satisfied. Yuan Qinghua? He was startled, but when he looked up, the giant in the mist seemed to remain motionless and continued to look down at him. The boss is very strange. It has a high-level intelligent AI, although I don't understand what it means. But I am also prepared. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath and slowly released the hot air balloon tied to the tree next to him. Whoa! He took off in a hot air balloon all by himself. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Man showed a smile again. After all, are you scared? Do you want to fly away from the sky? He watched quietly, watching this strange balloon take off. Yun Zhongjun, his favorite, is to give hope to those desperate creatures. Watch them escape, and then at the last moment, give them a desperate blow. He likes the expression of the second collapse after despair. What will it look like this time? Crying, snot and tears, out of madness? Incontinence? Just tree that can walk? It seems a little unreasonable. Are there really tears? He smiled, eager to find someone who didn't dare to resist him and run away, to prove that somewhere in his heart, he wanted to regain his confidence. It's just... His smile gradually solidified. When the hot air balloon was in the air and looked at his eyes, a figure jumped fiercely with a wooden stick in hand. Boom! Yuan Qinghua was laughing wildly and wildly. The storm was rolling behind him, and the blood-red flames were rolled in all directions. I am a combat type. Kill my teammates, it's gone. How can I live alone? The wooden stick was stuck in the eye socket of the heaven and man, and it was resisted by the cloud and missed instinctively without any damage. Screenshots. Yun Zhongjun's heart was shocked. His heart began to shatter, and a smear of blood came out of his lips. I was actually injured? In the past, countless top beings of the mortal and animal ways challenged him, and he has never been so embarrassed, but at this time, Yun Zhongjun. If it spreads out, the other two, I am afraid it will cause a violent shock. Heaven and human. Dao. Also divided into 3 areas. Heaven and man are not unified, so they are divided into 3 forces. Yun Zhongjun belongs to the heaven and man forces of Yunhe's lineage. The earth is green and green, surrounded by highly developed and civilized streets. Yun Zhongjun's face turned pale, slowly carrying a cage with a tree man, ready to enter the sacred and magnificent temple of heaven and man to meet their great gods. Monarch didn't kill me, but why did he look like he was played badly? Yuan Qinghua looked at the other party's expression and was stunned. It was obviously the boss who killed us, so he was the one who was bullied by us. Third. What? Good game setting. Confusing. The game planning team is too good at playing, right? As soon as Yun Zhongjun entered the temple, the terrifying power of the emperor turned into a practical spiritual pressure. When he walked, he naturally fell down on his knees and walked forward in the hall on his knees. Yuan Qinghua, slightly stunned. What's situation? The existence that is not so powerful actually moves his knees in a kneeling manner, as if he is going to see some terrifying existence. So, groveling. In screenshot, he felt a little scary, but he still held his head high and resolutely did not kneel, showing his players perseverance and pride. And he was a tree, a straight tree, not over at all. The concubine can't do it. As a result, I don't know why, my knees softened inexplicably and naturally fell to the ground in the cage. All.com. Gradually, entered the main hall. Everything is made of snow-white big stones, simple and beautiful. Meet the great monarch of heaven and man, my king. Anything you can gain? Yun Zhongjun, your characteristics are cloud and mist. You can condense mist, turn into a monstrous giant, you can fight or escape, and you can deal with various variables, so you are appointed with a heavy responsibility. A mysterious existence, surrounded by the snow-white divine light, sat on the throne and spoke lightly, with 2 beautiful goddesses on both sides, also kneeling, slowly fanning the huge, dark, green ring fan. It's already harvested. Yun Zhongjun fell to his knees, pointed to the cage, and knelt down to the tree man with a dazed expression. Having discovered the first ancestor of the origin of all things, if you compare the constantly proliferating new species in the world to a rushing stream, then these beings can be called the source of the river. Spring. It is they who became the ancestors of all things. Oh? The existence was slightly curious. Yun Zhongjun continued. It's not just the source clan. The number is very small. And this clan is very terrifying, brave, and good at fighting. Everyone is a hero, not afraid of death, no matter what kind of pain. They can face it with a smile. It can be said to be the 4th way in heaven and earth. A family that is belligerent, unyielding, and never bends. He gave highest evaluation. Everyone is a hero, militant and unyielding, passionate and heroic. Even that celestial monarch couldn't help but be moved and surprised. What do you think it is called? The existence couldn't help but ask. Yun Zhongjun knelt down on the ground. This way is the 4th way, warm-blooded, unyielding, stubborn, it can be called. Ah! Xiu! Lu! Dao!